Uh-oh, give me a second. I just realized. I may have actually given a spoiler on the overlays. Hopefully you guys did not eyeball it. You did not catch it. Because it would be a shame for it to ruin it. I think, actually, the way we're going to begin this day is going to be with Crackety versus KillerPigeon's. Yeah. I think we have enough time if we move fast on this, because we do have a live series about 2.5 hours. So we're going to be looking at Crackety versus KillerPigeon's to kick off today. Midweek Muster. I'm not going to show the brackets for the first 2 games because otherwise I'm going to have to go modify the results again, and then that's going to like mess with things. Hopefully you guys didn't glance it. We're going to be opening with Crackety versus KillerPigeon's. Winner of this will be going up against Beastie, of course. And then after we watch the Beastie versus one of these 2 series, sorry, it's very loud, the music still, isn't it? We will be looking in on a live series, first live series of the day, which is going to be Louis MT up against Poppy Paw, happening at 3 p.m. GMT. So, pretty stacked day. And then later on in the evening, we've got the winner of Anatan Elyona versus Wham at 7 p.m. So, really busy day, which is why I want to get us rolling, make sure that we are on schedule for this. So, we'll hop in with our first game of the day. Let me get ready for this. Okay. So, kicking off the day with maybe a repeat of history here. If you guys remember, week number 1 of our 30-week esports tournament circuit had Crackety annihilating KillerPigeon's and then going on to annihilate Beastie. Well, Beastie is waiting to see who he is going to be facing here. And in his words, Crackety is arch nemesis, KillerPigeon's is arch nemesis. They're all his arch nemesises. The question mark is whether Crackety is going to be able to clap cheeks here against the Finn and do the same again like he did against the Serb in week 1 of the midweek muster. Welcome back to the channel, folks. We're going to stick on the 2 times speed for the opening of the game here. We have got Roos going up against Jean. Interesting map for it as well. Borderland. I think this is a map where Jean can do fairly well. I wonder if Crackety is even going to try and engage in the second age. I mean, in theory, you can because you have knights, but your knights are going to be worse. So most likely what we're going to see here at Crackety is an attempt to go fast castle. A little bit difficult on this map. Borderland, for those that have not seen it before, is quite bold. There is not much in the way of trees safely. And in fact, this spawn is kind of brutal. Crackety didn't even get a retracted tree line. This is a little bit worrisome. He can at least actually use this to bridge between the two, and it might be worth doing because the reality check here is you're going to have KillerPigeon's plowing towards you with Jean at plus knights. It's going to be very difficult to finesse that goal of just rushing into castle unhindered. In fact, we have already seen Jean versus Roos on more defensive maps for Roos, where the Roos player just gets dove by 4 or 5 knights when he tries to greedy fast tech. So we'll see how Crackety wants to address that. Likely going to have to be looking at a wooden fortress or 2. Would make sense anyway. And Cameron was plopped out on the north side. And there we go. Yeah, a little bit surprised by that. He chooses the further off option. Now, it kind of makes sense why Crackety's done this. He goes for the further away wood line because it's further away from his opponent as well. So while it's not as close to his base, by the looks of it at least, I'd say roughly it's the same actually. In fact, we can use the circle. Yeah, it's about the same. Deceptive by depth, right? The reality is this keeps him further away from an aggressive party. So now Jean is going to have to go a little bit deeper to do damage, and also it's the angle of approach. This wooden fortress now sees all in this direction. Meanwhile, if you drop a wooden fortress here or here, there's blind spots on the south or the north side of this tree line. So smart read there by Crackety will make it much harder for KillerPigeon's to get in and do damage. Looks like Jean is about ready to move. We're probably going to be seeing range from Jean here. Yeah, it just makes a lot of sense. There's the potential for knights. You don't want to get brutalized like that. And yes, be very careful with the bracket link if you click on it because it will spoil some of these results. We do have a mixture of live series and recorded games whenever we do the midweek musters because we use an open scheduling format. I try to be very thoughtful of the player's time and make sure that it's as accessible as possible. I hate anything that gets gatekeepy. So for that reason, you know, be aware that while some of these series are live, some of them is impossible to catch live. 15 sheeps against 7. What a jackpot. Crackety's in a great position here. And wow, he actually cancels the rats. He contemplated it for a second. I mean, in fairness, what you could do is you could actually just use the tickets to try and get some castle turrets in, right? It's a little bit pricey because you only have so many tickets, so you would delay your castle timing. But with 1 ticket into stone, you could get double castle turrets. The problem is it requires 2 tickets, right? 1 to exchange, 1 to come back. And Veteran Wolf, have you still not subscribed? The amount of times I see you going, oh no, ads. Someone's fishing for the gifties. So, Jean now on the way. And Wooden Fortress is coming up. Unfortunately, Crackety, this timing is incorrect. No. Is he going to get away with this? Because Killjadi's going wide. He's coming in now. There we go. So that's going to be a blocker. Crackety. This needed to happen earlier. And unfortunately, it didn't due to his greed more than anything else, right? He was holding surplus wood. High Trade House is now going to be coming, though. It's going to be on the backside. In the meantime, the Knights are stacking up, and it looks like the Scout is going to be going down. Jean? Wait. Oh, that's cheeky. Where's the boar? Wait, where is the boar? Am I blind? Did Jean already kill it? She must have, right? I feel blind, man. Because at first I thought... I'm looking for it really delicately here because it looks like what Crackety done is aggroed the ball, which despawns the icon on the map. Which would be genius, right? Because, like, you notice in this area you don't know exactly where. But... No, Killjadi definitely killed it, right? He's taking the damage. He definitely has killed it. Okay. Yeah, he's definitely killed it. Otherwise, where would this much damage have come from? It's just the timing looked a little bit weird on my screen. So he's just going to patrol getting the XP there. Meanwhile, Crackety. Oh my god. No. Bleach my eyeballs. I mean, that's only one tick, right? I think that's... Is that 86 gold still? I'm pretty sure that's only one tick. 43 gold. Dear god. I'm pretty sure that's one tick. This is brutal, though, what Killjadi's doing. He's just trying to demolish it. First archery range is coming up, but this is difficult to gather on. Like, I actually think Killjadi slipped up a little here, not going with Jean. Going north side, I don't agree with. I think you could have actually been on this tree line, idling the workers, which would have slowed down the horse archers, right? And there you go, 86 gold. I mean, it is a poor man's high trade house, but can we just acknowledge that even at its worst, it's still giving him almost 100 passive gold? Speed this up a little bit because this should be a slow siege. Crackety is going to have to poke against this. I love the castle turrets play. We did mention this. It's worth getting. Get that stone. Get the emplacements. And feel pretty kosher. Did he gather stone? No. Okay, so he did sell for it. It's just the numbers. He went, yeah, because he went arrow slits as well. Dude, this is sad to watch, man. Knights. Oof. Good read to go textiles. You see the damage, right? Like, even with the undermesh, this is the power of castle turrets, folks. It adds +2 damage to every single arrow coming out of this place, including the arrow slits, which is already a higher base damage than the arrows added by garrison units. It's really potent. Well, that was, I mean, that was ambitious from Killjadi. I don't know if it was worth it. Because he did burn 3,000 HP off this structure, but it's still at 2,000, so it still functions. It still gives resources. It's still worth, right? So unless you're able to go in and finish, this just feels a little bit weird, right? This is like that impatient person who has to do something with their hands. They can't just remain idle. Behind this, I believe we are going to be getting Castle Age out of Killjadi. He's even budgeting his way with Horseman. Love that read. Horseman is a better counter against the Horse Archers than the Knights, right? Because you have a better gap close with the movement speed. So Crackety has survived the onslaught, right? Horse Archer count is looking reasonable. Killjadi needs to get out of his age quickly. Horse Archers are really annoying for Jean because they may be low HP, but they're also low resources. And yes, we will be casting the series versus Beastie after this one. So we need to get a victor from this one. And what we'll do is we will cast this series into the one versus Beastie, and then live we will have the series between Puppy Paw and Louis MT. But yeah, the point with Horse Archers, though, is like they're only 120 resources, but they are so much more annoying to kill than a Horseman for Jean in these type of engagements, right? Like, these guys can just reach in and snipe you straight away. Like, yeah, just like that, a big chunk of the health already gone. Villager migration here, though. Crackety did not have the wheelbarrow, so he has to body block with the Horse Archers to protect. But the castle turrets should be pretty impactful. If he can bait him over here, he hasn't got the second one upgraded. Jean is about to get sniped, though. And that is the problem with Jean against these fast castle builds. You know, there's a lot of civs that thrive off a fast castle up against Jean, but I think actually Roos might be one of the best ones at it because of how good Horse Archers are. They're great counters to the Knight play. They're phenomenal counters to level 2 Jean. Only upside right now is, of course, if Killjadi does eventually get level 3, he will benefit from the fact that he'll have the ranged armor. But still, it's a lot of damage even at that point. Guildhall coming up, so Killjadi is setting himself up for a later phase of the game. I like that. I think it's very difficult now to contest Crackety in his current state. Like, scaling Knights is not going to work well for you, considering that he already has Mass Horse Archers coming, right? So just trying to play for a potentially later timing if required feels a lot better here. And that feels pretty sad. Wasn't even able to touch the Warrior Monk. Now, Crackety at some point will remember that Wheelbarrow is a technology in this game. I'm hoping, because at this stage it begins to become worth it, right? Your tree lines are getting really far away. Night raids are coming in to idle you out. You're moving out onto berries to deer. Like, this is where Wheelbarrow is definitely worth it. Weirdly enough, though, he still hasn't queued it up. I'm almost certain this is because he's forgotten at this stage. Wheelbarrow is just one of those type of techs, right, where if you don't get it pre-10 minutes, usually you just forget. We've seen it from so many players. I think the one exception is, like, if Delhi forget to get it before 10 minutes, they will eventually get it because they'll click on their mill to get, like, the text queued up and go, oh, yeah, there's a button there. But for most other civs, it's just not really on the table. The potential window where Crackety will realize is when he wants to get his eco-techs, like horticulture, which usually you're going to be reserving for farms, right? So what could happen is if he goes out onto the deer, he might then go and click for survival techniques and go, oh, Wheelbarrow, that's a good tech. And Crackety only has 2 tickets remaining. They're Horseman from Killjadi. What's really nice about this play, actually, is setting up additional stables wouldn't be the worst of ideas for Killjadi, because usually what Roost players will do next is they will switch from Horse Archers into Crossbows. And you can get Jean's Riders at tier 3, which is really powerful. And there's that little wall we were expecting much earlier, Crackety now getting up. I mean, the Wooden Fortresses really have been obnoxious here, right? Saved his bacon. Relic split looks like it's going to be a 3-2. Killjadi should be able to grab the south side relic first here. He's just waiting, begging to be grabbed. Killjadi is even mustering all the forces south side to guarantee it. Knights are still prowling, so he's expecting Crackety to make a move out for food soon. And Crackety now with the Night Switch, a good read. Yeah, and also even worse now for Killjadi because he's going Vetra Archers. He's not going into Knights plus Horsemen, which would make sense, right? But he's expecting Spears, which is why he's worried. Makes sense, right? Like, Spears would just count your whole comp if you go full Cav and do like a Zertan-esque build. So south side, the Warrior Monk is going to get the bad news. Denied, sir. And yeah, I worried Killjadi was going to be out of range there. He was still close enough, so 24 XP there. Jean is getting some decent little chip damage done, but she did have that death, so we're probably on par for like a 16.5 minute age up timing, level 3 rather for her. Especially now that Killjadi can capture these sacred sites, which is worth 50 XP each. That's double boar. Bring back Wolf XP? I'd rather not. I actually was one of the lead people begging for Wolf XP to get removed. It's too RNG. It's bad design, right? Boar is fine. I think they didn't need to nerf the Boar XP as much, but like the Wolf XP is just dumb. Like, there's too much RNG in Wolf spawns for you to actually have that as a condition. Wolves do need something, though. Like, I mean, Wolves are just a redundant feature of AoE 4 at this stage. Very rarely they'll have an impact like Scarguard, but oof, nice sandwich here. Crackety. He tried to get a little bit cheeky with the split. Didn't respect the textiles. However, he will win against Knights here. These Knights that also do not even have the +2 ranged armor yet. That is on the way for Killjadi, but it's going to come a little bit late here. Most Knights have been removed from the checkboard. Boys Fortitude down the way, so Crackety about to be a lot more bulky on that front side. I mean, I think he stabilized at this stage, folks. You know, the game looked really grim as he was beginning that tech up. I thought Killjadi was going to find a way to just turn the screws and end him there, but survived the storm, right? Let's hit the speed up a little bit here. Cantle Saddle's coming in. Love this. I think it's just an overlooked tech so often. If you see your opponents going into Knights, it makes even more sense. Horsemen as well, because Cantle Saddles would just annihilate, right? Boys Fortitude gives an extra 25 health, sure, but Cantle Saddles gives an extra 30 damage in the opening 5 seconds of the exchange, which means you completely offset the Roost Knight advantage of health. Up the tree now. So Killjadi understands that this is going to take a slower comp to try and breach in. He can't just play Cav, because he's kind of already behind, right? And if your opponent's already going Knights, but you're spamming Horsemen, I mean, you're just better off going for a 1-2 composition that looks to fight directly. Because otherwise, like we said, when you look at Crackety's comp, where it's Horse Archer plus Knights, this is not really an army that wants to fight directly. It needs to fight using its mobility. Look at this, raid opportunity, but no. Looks like he did actually hit something here, right? 6 worker kills so far, so Crackety catches Killjadi a little bit unguarded. And remember, Killjadi's not playing the French, he's playing Jean, which means he doesn't get the extra villages over time. You can't really afford any losses. 1s if you think Crackety's win this game, 2s if you think Killjadi's going to win it. There's a story where Japanese soldiers were eaten by alligators in the Battle of Ramri. Well, that's what you get for not wearing them as shoes, okay? If you don't wear them as shoes, they'll wear you as shoes. I mean, in fairness, I've heard, like, Japanese samurai's ponies were really small, so it doesn't surprise me that an alligator could jump up and pull them off. Red Palace on the way, Killjadi, man. Oh, this is so oppressive. The position as well. That's one sacred site always secure. That's easy gold. The nearby one as well. I mean, if you just wall a little bit far north, Crackety's not going to have options for his mass raiding cav here. Right now, I almost feel like Crackety's a little bit too complacent. He doesn't expect it, right? I mean, did he even scout Guildhall? He must have scouted Guildhall. We'll know for sure now. There's no other way Killjadi would be up in imp pre-20 minutes. Cheeky wall attempts coming in here. Looks like the spear is going to be able to deny that. And a villager being moved up as well, which Crackety did not see. He's going to be shuffling it into the main, but we do always see Killjadi mirroring the move. So we have Age 4 Zone level 2. I just want you to really process that. Oh god, this is depressing to say out loud. I mean, we're at 20 minutes. Killjadi realistically should be capable of getting level 3 Jean, but he just hasn't been capturing the sacred sites, right? Either that, or he just hasn't noticed. How do you ever end up in a game where you have Imperial Age with only level 2 Jean? There we go. You shame it enough, it will change. So Mountain Archer form is up. Flash is going to come in, though. The Horseman committing to this. Now, Crackety needs this fight. Good sniper attempt, but not quite able to get it there. The Divine Restoration giving just enough HP. And at this stage, Crackety feels like that was a waste, right? His Horse Archers were essentially in the front line. But he had to take this fight, right? For anyone who's like, why is Crackety throwing his advantage in quantity? The elite tech for Horseman is on the way. If he didn't take this fight now, he was never going to get to. Crackety now has lost his firepower, right? Down to just 11 Horse Archers. It just doesn't really put a dent in this anymore. And the elite tech for these Horsemen now kicking in, which means they are going to hit like a truck. 26 damage, now 180 health, 7 ranged armor. Reminder that these Horse Archers, that's half of their damage removed. Meanwhile, the walls are going up, so Killjadi just making sure that Crackety has to commit to a farm transition, that he has no other choice. Meanwhile, Killjadi, the kind of crazy thing about this game is, like, look at look at this state of his map. He doesn't have any farms. We're 21 minutes into the game, and he has not built a single farm while massing Horsemen. That is bonkers. How? Well, of course, it is the surplus resource you can find out on the map. The deer, the boar, doing work here. And oh no. He just realized Crackety just got re-rallied. But guys, this re-rallies you past the Red Palace that's in range. So most of these cav units remaining are just going to die now. Especially those health bars, right? Spirit on placement as well. Oof. Goes to the dive in. Killjadi. A little bit ambitious, just gathering still, but funnily enough, only loses 1 villager for it. Remember, the Red Palace is like a shotgun to the face, so even these knights die fast. Spaskai now coming, though, by some miracle. Crackety has found the resources himself. He is going to be making his way up. And I don't think Killjadi is aware of this. This is all 1 TC, by the way. It's just he got 3 relics. He has high trade house with 96 gold. Then he has a trickle of gold from the hunting cabins. Definitely has added up for him. While Killjadi tries to poke in, he's going to be completely unaware of what's being built just north of him on the flank. Give Jean a move speed whistling arrow? Oh, dear God, no. Range Jean is already picked, I think, more than melee Jean at this point. We don't need to do more. So, tech up's complete. And this will secure Crackety the wood for the long game, which is what he was kind of missing at this rate, right? Like, he has these small tree lines now, but it's not going to last long. That's usually why you see this defensive landbox plop near the center. It's not just about the sacred site. That is, of course, a big justifiable reason. But it also just gives you the end game, which is the fat-ass tree line that we're looking at here. That's another interesting thing, actually, about Killjadi's opening pick to go Jean. It blocked a really good value play for Roost on this map, which is to build a high trade house in the center. Right? We have a poor man's trade house here when... Look at that. That's almost a perfect slot to just slide in. Or up here, right? Like, the amount of gold he could have generated from, like, a position such as here would have been about 190, I reckon. Instead, this poor man is stuck with just 96. Sacred Site win condition approaching, and Killjadi's doing something kind of unorthodox, right? Like, usually you see Jean with Arbitrary. I actually quite like his approach here. The problem with Arbitrary for Jean is if you have got level 4, you can compete with gunpowder units with them because the attack speed buffers, right? You get crossbow stirrups, and then you also can get the Valorous Inspiration for 30% increased attack. So although your damage is lower, you attack so fast that you can beat Streltsy. Here, that's not an option, so he just dives straight into hand cannoneers. Cannon, in the meantime, is going to begin the siege on the Spaskai. Now remember, this only costs wood to repair, but it's still going to be expensive over time. Crackety is getting his own siege workshop in, but no sort of unique perky siege text from High Armory, no discount either. He did opt for the defensive landmark. We're going to speed this up, seeing as we are on a little bit of a slow siege. Killjadi also just actively gathering stones, so likely we're going to be looking at another keep drop towards the north side, just to guarantee this ticking time bomb never gets disarmed. Crackety now just trying to get into Mass Horseman. I mean, smart choice here, but the problem you have is like the tankiness of Jean's side, right? Boy's Fortitude will make your Horseman slightly more tanky as Roos. It's a smart idea. The problem is going to be if this castle goes up. If Killjadi gets a castle up here, with the Arbaliston placements in it as well, it's going to make it very hard for Crackety to try and contest. Speed of contesting is going to go in now. Spears reveal themselves. Hand cannon near backline is going to be happy to take that fight, though. His own spears do bait the aggro. A lot of XP being farmed up here by Jean. Has still got the Divine Restoration. Horsemen are going to wrap around the back on both sides of this fight. But weirdly enough, Crackety, he prioritizes the cannons. What? He loses so many units by doing this. The hand cannoneers are really the thing you need gone. I mean, sure, the Bombard is going to pressure the Spaskai, but that's already down. Unbelievable. Crackety's choice to get rid of the siege just cost him an advantage to push here. Streltsy down to just 7. Meanwhile, hand cannoneer count still healthy at 13. A new Bombard arriving to guarantee that this tower never goes back up. That is close to game, folks. We've now got Killjadi scaling even more hand cannoneers behind us. Remember, he's also got the Guild Hall. He just pulled that for a flood of extra food. And with the Spaskai gone, he can now look to just deny this area entirely. Wait, did that cannon shot just hit? I swear, the attack ground. Crackety has one more shot at this. Like, once you're under 2 minutes, it just becomes too desperate and obvious, right? You can't try to raid, you can't try to flank, you literally just have to send everything in. So, if he screws up this next fight, if Killjadi outplays him on it, it's curtains closed. And right now, I'm just worried about the scaling potential of the hand cannoneers, right? Like, Killjadi's going to be at 30 when Crackety's at 20. That's a huge advantage. And these fights just go so fast at this stage because there isn't biology, there isn't these extra techs that would make these units last long enough that you could get the static deployment to give you the edge as Streltsy. Horseman also now sneaking in. I mean, Crackety does have a 10 eco lead, right? For now. He has not realized. There we go. Starts to pull away, but a few villagers down. Every little counts here. Keep in mind, Jean had to have farmed quite well off that fight, considering how many horsemen Streltsy are in there. So we're probably looking at like, what, 700-800 XP so far. The next fight would get KillerPigeon up to level 4. Especially when you do the maths on this Streltsy, there's... How much XP is that? 360 XP, and then... So there's probably about like 500 XP to be had in this fight. And he's going to find it again with the horseman. So expensive in losses. I mean, the spearmen are at least going to make it a little bit better for Crackety. Both sides have lost their horseman mass, but the Streltsy are still targeting the French horses here. Cannon also adding quite a lot of damage in, and that is a retreat forced again. 3 minutes away. Jean, level 4, has arrived, and the wave of the baton to push him off the battlefield. Game 1 goes to the Finn. All right, let's keep this party rolling, because we've got series after series to get through. So, point on the board for KillerPigeon. Where did that go wrong for Crackety? I think he got a little bit too idle when he needed to keep pushing. Raids on the flanks would have served him a lot better at that point when he was like getting ready to tech up, right? Obviously, you want to defend your tech up. I think if he'd been shuffling around with just a handful of horse archers that I think had remained at that point, maybe a few horsemen, he could have done some eco damage, which would have slowed down the hand cannoneer transition. So yeah, just ended up getting a little bit too gridlocked by the surprise of KillerPigeon going an age up, and led KillerPigeon to a very easy win condition on those sacred sites. Game 2, though, we are going to be heading into Dry Arabia. Chinese versus HRE. Interesting. You predicted it? Well done. You know what? Well done, Certified Animal. You know what you should do? You should treat yourself to a subscription. As a reward. A reward for you being such a clever clogs. Go on. Give yourself a little treat. Go on. Slide a $5 under the table. What live matches are scheduled for today? We have got Louis MT versus Poppy Paw. And then the winner of Anatan Elyona will go up against Wham live. Now, Anatan Elyona will be catching up on, but I didn't want to spoil it, which is why I've left it off of the brackets. But first live series, Louis versus Poppy Paw, will be in about 2 hours. And what is up, Certified Animal? Thank you very much, mate. Bloody hell, I meant give yourself a sub, but I'll take that. Thank you, thank you. Wait, don't you get ads, Animal? What a legend. Thank you, mate. I appreciate it. I meant for yourself. I was worried. You haven't got... You do get ads, right? Or are you in one of the countries that doesn't? I mean, that's quite nice, if so. Twitch Turbo? Oh, yeah. It's because... Yeah. It might be... I mean... Turbo's, like, very useful. But you don't get the subs. You get the sub emotes. Selfless animal indeed. Alright. Let's hit the speed up and hop into game number 2. KillerPigeon on the HRE, Crackety on the Chinese. Both of them as cozy as can be. Dry Arabia is going to be the map. And we already have KillerPigeon leading by 1 game here. There's all kind of ad blockers, but I compensate. Okay, thank you, Certified. I mean, yeah, if you ever feel like you want to have... Oh, there you go. FatBlob's got you covered, mate. Screw those ad blockers. He's found a way around it. I mean, in fairness, we have... Has anyone done the count? How many emotes do we have on this channel now? 2, 4, 6, 7... bloody hell. Yeah. If you subscribe, you get... I'm pretty sure that's like 25 emotes. A few of them are free to followers, but 25 emotes. And if I do say so myself, they are badass. So enjoy them. Arkan versus Imperial Academy coming in, though, for this game. If you guys are just tuning in, we are into game number 2 between Crackety and KillerPigeon. And Crackety could not be more at home. It's Chinese time. However, KillerPigeon got this. Oh boy, it's HRE, man. Dry Arabia, a pretty solid map, balanced for any Civ to function. HRE pretty scary here, I feel like. The fast castle play can be mirrored by the Chinese, though, and Crackety will be aware of that. Imperial Academy just buffed their early game. We are on the 2 times for the early game here, just so that we can ramp up and make sure that we keep the schedule, because we have got some live series to cast. If you are watching this later on YouTube, if it gets uploaded, remember, we do actually cast live on YouTube and Twitch Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. Be sure to show up and be sure to bring a friend. But Sheeple looking pretty good, actually, here. Dude, Crackety, this is the 2nd game in a row where he's done this. I mean, but game 1 didn't end well for him, right? But last game, he actually got the majority of sheep. against Jean. This time he gets the majority of sheep against HRE, which is really frustrating for the Arkin Chapel. It means you have to consider adding in farms really early, which is not great. The alternative is you could move out to Deer, but that kind of makes me want to vomit. Weirdly enough, Killjadi actually opted for it. In the meantime, we have now got Archer production on the way. Rax is also coming in, and Barbican response. So Krakeny is going to be hunkering down for a 2TC build for the Chinese. Wow, I have never seen Krakeny nor any other Chinese player do this. Actually, in fairness, guys, I'm actually gonna defend China for once. I know, is the blood moon up? Is the sky falling? China doesn't actually do 2TC rushes as much anymore. There's a lot more play around Zhuge all-in, and there's also a lot more play around fast castle builds. But the reason they don't play 2TC as often is because Imperial Academy is so damn good in the early game, they kind of don't need to the same degree anymore. Killjadi already arriving with the archers, though. Krakeny could just start scaling Zhuge. He's going to open Horseman, of course, but quickly discover he's going to need something additional because Killjadi does already have Spearman on the way. Was he a little bit greedy about this? He was. He pumped 5... no, it wasn't that. Oh, come on. Killjadi, he should have had the Spearman, first Spearman like here. So now the Horseman is going to get a brilliant opening, which will allow him to kill at least 2 of these archers. Maybe more. I mean, if Krakeny moves with double Horseman, he can do a lot of damage here. Killjadi, I mean, small slip-ups like that, right? The missed rally point. Looks like formation shuffling is going to save his bacon, though. Gets him back in time, and the spears do arrive. So, well played there. So that's a combo of HRE's rapid movement speed with their units via marching drills. And also what Killjadi done there is he selected the injured archer with 2 further forward and clicked them into like line formation, right? So then what happened is the further away archer played catch-up. He was actually moving quicker than 1.38 movement speed. It's so stupid. I'm going to petition non-stop for this in 2025. Formation shuffling needs to go. It should be treated no different to how we feel about animation cancelling. Both of them should be fixed. You can say it's micro for sure, but it is also absurdly silly. It's the same reason why villagers get away with the most greedy plays with only like 2 of them dying, right? What I'm basically asking for is a more punishing format. It's micro? No, dude. Yes, it's micro. Like, do you know what else is micro? Technically, it is micro to click on. I can't believe say this. Click on an archery range and click Mansa Javelin in Age 2. I had to micro it, man. I had to click that. Like, come on. Yes, it is more skilled than that, but at the same time, the point is like, was it intended? And you can argue whether it's intended or not. I've actually defended this a lot, right? That like I think that sometimes bugs can make really good game features. Hell, I come from Dota 2. The game was built on those type of things. Like stacking creep camps is a bug that became a feature. But here's the thing. Is it a healthy feature for the game? Stacking camps in Dota 2 was. That's fine. But animation cancelling in AoE 4? It's too inconsistent to argue it's a good thing, really, if we're being honest. And then also things like formation shuffling, I think are not healthy for the game. I think formation shuffling makes it much harder than it should be to punish people for making mistakes. And AoE 4 is already a game, compared to a lot of RTSs out there, that I would say is less punishing for mistakes. And yeah, I mean, everyone just brought up animation cancelling. Like, animation cancelling is micro as well, is a fair counterpoint. If you're okay with formation shuffling, then you should be okay with animation cancelling. There we go. I've thrown the ball in your court. Also, can we actually do something about wedge formation? One of these days, please. It is the only formation that has literally no use in the game. It's not the same. Formation makes... Yeah, but it's not... No. Formation shuffling is not you using a strategic formation like, you know... Let's take the tortoise formation as the Romans, right? That's not what formation shuffling means. Formation shuffling is whatever their default formation is, I can manipulate it by selecting them with specific units at specific positions, which alters the trajectory to rally because they're flocking to the formation. And I can tell you that this is just not an intended behavior, really, because here's the really obvious detail for you. Have any of you actually played the games that Relic make? They use Boyd flocking behavior for their formations, right? For their units. They pretty much kind of pseudo-adopted part of that code in a way that, like, it doesn't fit for what AoE4, which is a single entity game. Anyway, on to the game. We are 10 minutes in. I like this type of conversation. I think the early game can be, in these type of formats, a little bit stale, right? Like, KillJardy tried to go in, he missed his timing, and Crackety basically got his defenses up, which is why we haven't really annotated that much, because at this stage, it's just Crackety building enough to survive and get castle while walling, and KillJardy, because he went blob archers, can't really go in. What KillJardy's prepping for now is mass meta arms for a gradual transition into Regnants and fast castle. Imagine people had animation cancelling back in the day, and I mean, we did. That's the thing. And it was agreed. It was the dumbest crap ever. Do you guys not remember Vortex versus Marine Lord? A GG in 4 minutes on Boulder Bay because one of them scout had rushed the other's dock and torched it down with animation cancelling? Has everyone forgotten the infamous pro game on Danu where Vortex ran 30 Lancers into an army of spears and animation cancelled through it, killing them all? Spears. Wasn't against the rules. But it was pretty bad to watch because it just completely compromised the balance state of the game. It's like, the animation cancelling is definitely unintended. 100% unintended. And once again, like I said, you can reach a point then where you ask, okay, if it's unintended, is it good? No. And God, yes, thank you, Gully. Back then as well, the spears couldn't brace. I still remember that with HRE. Do you guys remember when HRE spears just forgot how holding a spear works? So you're getting upgraded. Cracky's going to be able to hunker down for a little while longer. KillJardy is just blobbing a lot of archers still in age 2. I think you just stop an age up at this stage. The walls have come in, which is a little bit annoying, but he has reasonable map control. Zhuge are not going to rush out here. HRE spears were the worst, and now in theory the best. I think the best are still Donzo's. The reason why HRE spears look the best is because of the economy behind them. If you had to choose between marching drills or like extra armor and a pseudo attack at range, right? Like Donzo's are just better. All pikes, I mean, all pikes is very situational as timing though. I would be curious to see mine work all pikes all in against Donzo mass Malians. So I feel like that game still gets decided by archers, right? But yes, like HRE are one of the top spears for sure. Reduction in micro skills makes the game better? Okay, that I disagree with. It's the type of micro though, right? It's like, let's say you got Call of Duty and you decide you want to randomly add in a Hearthstone card mechanic to it. It just doesn't fit, right? It's like, oh yeah, that's more skill, but it's not the right type of skill for the environment. Although you could argue that, like, you know, animation cancelling is still part of an RTS, the point I'm getting to, and I'm using a really drastic example to define it, is does animation cancelling actually, like, fit in the balance dynamic of the game? And the answer is simply no. Like, the way that animation cancelling functions in the counter triangle system makes no sense. Animation cancelling would make more sense, for example, in a game like, say, StarCraft, where... And this is where it gets really like, wait, what? Where you're talking about not the system where it's like, oh, I'm going to get ridiculous amounts of bonus damage against X, Y, Z units, right? You do have units that counter units in that game for sure. But like the absurdity of animation cancelling, like in a game like that, you can at least kind of weave it into the narrative potentially, I'd say. Less so than you can in a game where it's like, look, this unit here gets bonus damage against spears. Watch it now lose to spears animation cancelling, right? I think the only reason we don't take it as seriously as maybe another game would is because, like, compared to a game like Age of Mythology, we have softer counters, I'd say. For anyone who's played both, they know what I'm talking about. Age of Myth has ridiculous multipliers on damage against certain unit types. Right? Like 3 times damage, 8 times damage, 10 times damage. And we usually have, like, 2 times damage. Anyway, Zhuge diving in. Crackety's getting a reasonable exchange here. I mean, there's just not that many men-at-arms yet for KillJardy, but... Then again, these vet archers aren't really meant to be a long-term solution. So he's willing to exchange them out. And he's going to have enough left over to run on through and catch the crossbows as well. So far, we have got a relic split of 1-1 apiece. Krakeny was able to be annoying for a while with these walls, but it looks like we should be getting a 3-2 split in favor of HRE, which is a really big deal. So why does everyone assume that Relic wanted a lot more micro? I mean, sometimes you could, in some ways, you could maybe see that with their previous titles, right? But their previous, I'd actually say historically, Relic has been more of a macro-focused RTS developer. The micro matters, but like what I mean by macro is, if you look at the backlog of Relic games, I'd say, because I'm trying to think of like the fringe ones. I never played Homeworld, right? But like so the ones I play, Company Heroes, Dawn of War, making up like 80% of their logger games. 80% of their games have infinite resources. Right? So, kind of feels like they actually flexed from their ideals quite a bit that we don't have full infinite resources. We have infinite food, not the other things. An interview where they said they wanted more stuff dodgeable real time, but Microsoft said a hard no. See, now that's very interesting to me, that they didn't want more dodgeable stuff when AoE 2 is dodgeable arrows, right? Kind of intriguing that Microsoft were the ones actually spearheading that. I didn't know that. Pressure coming in. Looks like Krakeny is setting up additional defenses. Remember, he is on song, so eco lead has been scaling over time, right? In fact, at this stage, we're talking about 61 villages to 51. However, a lot of these are powered by the Arcade. Micro limit. Ah, okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, and it's weird that they actually don't want more like activatable skills, because I genuinely, I've said multiple times, I think that's kind of what AoE 4 is missing. We already have a lot of focus on macro. I would love in the later game, like I keep going back to actually a Microsoft game with it, where, do you guys remember the General from Rise of Nations, where he would give auras, and I think he had activatables as well. And he was a late game hero unit that came out, and he was just a support hero unit. I love the idea of those type of things. I actually wish we had more units like the Khan that implement game mechanics to buff your forces. Right? I think that's what they envisioned with Jean, but Jean became more of an oppressive figure herself than just a support cast like the Khan. Which, by the way, before everyone was like, oh my god, Jean, blah, 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 right? Like, if you think back, the Khan was actually just as oppressive in the early days. They had to nerf his damage over and over and over again to get him in the right place. So Killjoy has quite a lot of men-at-arms coming now, right? Krakeny needs to get it together on the crossbow count. He's weak right now because he's in a farm transition. And people saying Krakeny's in trouble. You're right. This is a hard hold, but the problem is Killjoy isn't expecting it yet. He doesn't have this type of vision. And this is also the beauty of Krakeny's choice to go Imperial Palace. He can see what his opponent is transitioning much earlier and respond to it. I have a feeling Killjoy is going to go H4. The way he's macroing, this is H4 macro. Which means that Krakeny doesn't die. In fact, Krakeny will have all the farms set up by the time Killjoy detects. You're going to be a little bit panicky about the fact your opponent now has got the Palace of Swabia, but you could just answer with a second TC of your own, right? With this many farms, you'll be able to compete. I think the Calm fits the game. JD with MOBA style skills does not. It sticks out with a sore from. I would argue giving your entire army an attack speed buff or armor is MOBA-esque. That's like me in Dota 2 building a mech to like heal my allies and give them +2 armor for like, you know, X seconds, right? And by the way, I don't think there's anything wrong with trying to softly introduce MOBA mechanics into an RTS, as long as it doesn't like overpower. And the reason is this, by the way. A lot of the RTS audience got lost to MOBAs. It's like, you know, you kind of need to have that coming together, that coming to Jesus moment, right? To bring players back over, I think. Like, I know a lot of Dota players that actually came and played AoE 4 when it came out and loved it. Sing Sing, Wagger, 5 Up. to name a few. They all had so much fun with the game. I do think sometimes, like, I think I've talked about this in length before, about, like, with RTSs, there is a little bit of a strong resistance to change that I don't like. If this is the way it's been for 20 years, like, yeah, Grandpa, this is like, you know, once upon a time, we thought anything that, like, looked remote like magic was burnable across, right? Like, we don't do it now. I do think there's really cool evolutions that we're seeing, like, even now with the way that, for example, Japanese has been made. Ibis as well, very drastically different to the original Civ. Order of the Dragon was a very, very intriguing thing. I actually thought Order of the Dragon was going to be more polarizing than Jean. Anyway, focus on the fight. We have got a big clash coming in. Let's kill Jardy. Did try to dent his way through the base, but he waited too long here. Way too long. Honestly, at this stage, Kill Jardy would have been better off going into Imperial. Let's get going for the clash now. Crackety has slightly overextended. Yeah, the horseman, right? That's the detail that matters here. Kill Jardy expended all those resources he was saving up to go for the horses instead. We'll be able to find his way back towards space. The reason why Crackety really got aggressive over that, by the way, is the relics on the ground. He was worried Kill Jardy might just try to blitz the Barbican and then pick these two up. Then it's a 5-relic Regnance game, which was just GG. Instead, his overextension has led him to a tricky predicament here. Decent number of crossbows and Shoot left. Has still got the outpost, hand cannon slits, these type of things that can defend him, which is why Kill Jardy is backing off here. This is where the game gets a bit awkward, is trying to dive the base with mass range is good for trading against army, terrible against the defenses. So instead, Kill Jardy is going to back off and start building the rams. I feel a lot of resistance to change comes from the way things poorly implement, like CNC4, Dawn of War 3. So I can actually speak to the Dawn of War 3 thing as a person that I'm pretty sure there isn't a single person in the AoE 4 scene that has more love for Dawn of War historically than me. Like, that is my jam. That's my childhood, number one. I think it went downhill after number one. So the problem with Dawn of War 3, very, very simply, is that it could not decide whether it wanted to be a MOBA or an RTS. AoE 4 knows it's an RTS, right? Adding MOBA mechanics in doesn't stop it being an RTS. That's the difference, is that Dawn of War 3's core mechanics could not decide what it was going to be. But AoE 4's core mechanics know it's an RTS. That's a huge difference. Kill Jardy now with the push-in, though. We're going to make a big difference here, because he could pull 2 prelates and make this the 5-relic game. Crackety. Nesta Bees starting to stock up. But we've seen how underwhelming these can be for defending, right? You need so many Nesta Bees to make this work. You need to go up to 6 as quickly as possible. And he's going to want them to be clock tower, right? Does he even have a clock tower? I don't think he does, right? This is just supervision. So these are very squishy units. 130 HP. Meantime, Imperial Pass now being seized onto. Kill Jardy and his Rams. Flash is coming in the choke. Nice hit there. Kill Jardy's hesitation actually costs him more damage. And Crackety is actually holding on pretty much off the back of Zhug at this stage. It's kind of scary, right? The Horseman should be able to break through, but Kill Jardy's economy just not really there. Even though he has the farms, and the reason is this. He's going for the age up finally. After all that, I think Kill Jardy's probably looking at this game going, I kind of wish I'd done this sooner. Farms are looking good for Crackety. I mean, there is a realm of existence in which he just reaches the age up at a similar timing here, if his instincts say that he's teching. Which they should be, right? Like, why would Kill Jardy back off that much all of a sudden? Why was his army getting smaller? Right? Where's the 3,600 resources that should have been going into more horsemen to end me, is what Crackety's thinking, because his army begs to be horsemen. Still think AoE 4 needs to keep its historical authenticity, so JD is a bit ridiculous. Rakan command troops to shoot faster retreat is not like that. I mean, you could argue the whole idea. Wait. So to counter-argue that, in what world would it make sense that, like, this horseman takes, say, 15 hits from a sword to die. You know what I mean? Right? Like, you could argue that Divine Restoration from Jean is simply inspiring the troops to believe in a saintly being so much that they don't feel the pain, right? Or some crap like that. It's almost like they're in a trance. The Valorous Inspiration is an attack speed buff. That's fully justifiable by the historical authenticity argument. Spawning the units out of nowhere is a little bit more problematic, which is why I've made many jokes about it before of her giving birth to her armed children on the battlefield, right? Or like, the cannon comes out, I'm like, where was she storing that? So that one's kind of fair. But the others are justifiable. Like Consecration as well, people believing in the Maiden so much that they basically don't make a profit on their business. I don't know, I think historical accuracy, whenever I hear it said, is a much nicer and more defendable statement. Oh, sorry, historical authenticity is a much more defendable statement than just using the word that like FPS gamers have to use, which is realism. And do you know why like FPS gamers lost that argument of the word realism? Games aren't fun when they're realistic. Imagine like this army is marching forward, and then all of a sudden they're like, we haven't been fed, we're gonna leave, right? Or you're like getting ready like to march across, and a few guys just disperse into the tree line to take a crap. Right? What's that? You ran out of gold, you can't pay the troops, they're going home. Right? So like this would be the truest realism. There aren't many games that can pull off pure realism, right? Like Armor is one of them. The Flight Simulator is another. It's hard, though. And yes, Cossacks is like that, but Cossacks is a drastically different game. It works because of so many different design decisions that wouldn't work for AoE 4. Oh, also, if the game goes over an hour, your standing army, if they've been, like, alive for most of that hour, should just die of old age. Right? So, like, that's the tricky part with, like, being realistic. So while you want to aim for like authenticity, what we really should be saying is, does this fit the game state? And I think most of what Jean does is reasonable. The main one would be the spawning units. The spawning units is the odd one. I do love, like, I don't know if this is even an uploadable video. This is like a podcast talk. I need to get my new the person we're trying to bring on board involved. He could probably make a fun video out of this because it is an interesting discussion. Because, like, we don't even have Jean in this game. So Chinese and HRE, focusing back on it, because we are getting to that point where one should be cracking soon. They've both been hiding in their corner. The gold is running out fast. Am I telling you that Jean didn't have an AoE healing in real life? Are you telling me the knights, French knights, just randomly, like, fix the damage to their body riding around as if like they had Call of Duty healing? I mean, the AoE stomp skill I can believe. Like, she has a giant-ass sword and she swings it around like a psycho. I don't know. I think that one's kind of okay. You could argue that she's got the sharpest sword that France has ever seen. Right, like, what about Malian scouts? Like, are you guys finally willing to admit that Wakanda is a real country and that's why they heal so quickly? What about these cannons that literally have no one manning them, that seem to be rolling around? Drones? In the 18th century? Not in my video games. Horseman now wrapping around. Crackety overextended. The Palace Guard went in. So he's going to kill some economy, but he's going to lose the backbone of the army here. This is problematic as well, right? Like, you know, the reinforcing wave is going to be able to mop up the PG. After which, this army can move towards Crackety's base. I don't know, I do find it weird whenever anyone brings up the historical accuracy of this game that no one has ever questioned why, for some reason, siege weapons in this game don't have an army, don't have, like, units manning them. Do you know what makes that one even weirder to me? Is the fact that actually in Company of Heroes, you have to put units on, like, anti-tank guns. So you actually are manning it. I would guess it was for performance reasons, if I had to, like, assume. Archers on the flank are going to get cleared up. So Crackety has got an eco lead right now. Things look decent from that perspective. Farm's also kind of depressing for Killjadi. That idle time really set him back on the reboom. He does still have the quality of army right now. It's kind of ballsy what he's doing, fighting hand cannoneer against Chinese, because Chinese hand cannoneers are just better. But Crackety has a problem, right? He's yet to get Yuan, so he doesn't have the movement speed that the H3 ones do. They had units manning siege. I mean, I'm not saying you need to literally click units on. I'm saying, like, you literally have units standing there on the weapon. Right? Here's something cool you could do with it. Like, you could just, like, to kind of represent the health outside of the bar, the units around it could start dying off as the HP gets lower. But then I guess you have the issue of, like, when you repair, why do the villagers, why do the people suddenly reappear? I don't know. Maybe just have 2 guys wheeling it around. I kind of like that. At this stage, I probably wouldn't like it. I think we're so used to the siege just looking like this, it's kind of cool in our brain. But now that I've said it, yeah, now that I've said it, you can't unsee it. Look at it go. Like, if I look out in the woods somewhere, am I going to find a guy with a little remote control? Crackety on the south side has been trying to poke at the golds, because we are reaching that stage in the game where the 8Ks could really become definitive to the outcome here. Awesome raid on the backside as well to hit the farms. Idle time here in response for Crackety. I mean, this is kind of rough, right? Great Wall Gatehouse is up, but the farms are so wide that he's going to have to take that little bit of a slowdown in a game where he's already behind on military mass. Most of the PG are at home. Killjadi bringing in the Horsemen now to fight that. The Horsemen will not fare well against Palace Guard, but against the Hand Cannoneers, they'll do phenomenally well. And Killjadi has his own HCs to clear everything. We do also have the most important tech here for this push, Serpentine Powder. This is going to allow him to gap close very quickly. He'll munch through the Palace Guard line and then be in range of the enemy Hand Cannoneers. Crackety deletes the wall. Looks to break out. Oh yeah, historical accuracy. Why don't these giant cannons hit the guy standing in front of it? Even if he's on my own team. Why is he standing there? Come on. Alright, I'm going to stop now. We should focus on the combination of this game. I don't know, like, what do you guys think? Is this really an uploadable video? Because we did kind of turn it into more of a podcast. I think that's fine, though. We've given attention when it matters. Like now, the clash coming in. Cobras are actually adding a decent amount of damage to that backline. I mean, they're basically hand cannoneers with extra range. Die now comes in range here. Horseman line. Looks like it's held on long enough. Crackety's horde just got finned. Oh my god. He got chow down on. Hand cannoneers need to run away. He still does not have the Yuan Dynasty. And now with Quadra Culverin, the base begins to flop. Remember, this is now the cannon for the HRE. So he's not a Muppet, he's not using an anti-siege. This is doing all the appropriate damage. And not just that, against infantry, right? Like, you're just seeing it right there, 85 damage. That's what I mean by it's basically a hand cannoneer at range. Gigaed up. Allows you to 2-hit enemy hand cannoneers. This might be too late to hit back for Crackety. Base is evaporating fast. He has at least got decent infrastructure behind this. He's massing up additionals. He has all the appropriate techs. Problem is, Killjadi's not really losing units standing here. I agreed. I think that was one of the first things I complimented with AoE4 when it came out, is the evolving languages is a very smart and simple aesthetic that goes a long way. And like, this is what I was talking about, like having guys near the side of the cannons. Like, it's an aesthetic choice whether you want to do that or not. I do think that they didn't put guys near the side of the cannons and mangoes, not for an aesthetical reason. I think it was a performance reason, though. Man, he is blitzkrieging this base right now. Does still need to go in for the Great Wall Gatehouse next. And that has got the same range as the Culverins. So that's why he's a little bit reluctant to approach it. We're kind of reaching the inevitable point here, right? With all the landmarks flopping alongside it, soon there's going to be only one left. And now we are there. Great Wall Gatehouse. Crackety's last stand. If he falls here, he will not be able to repeat the glorious run of midweek muster number 1, where not only did he take out KillerPigeon's, but he also took out Beastie. And this time, in this landscape, it's actually KillerPigeon's rising up for a 2-0. He's just cleaning every single building as well. Looks more like he's trying to suffocate his opponent. I don't really like that KillerPigeon's slowed down like this. Obviously, he doesn't know that there isn't any extra landmarks. I mean, you can kind of tell there, right? You saw the enemy troops, there wasn't you on. So a little bit surprised that he doesn't just commit to the dive. But like we said, with the Great Wall Gatehouse, unlike Nesta B's, its damage didn't get nerfed. So it hits insanely hard. 15 damage per strike, 16 bursts. Nesta B enjoys wish that knobs were like that. And does indeed say how many landmarks are left. He's 1 away from the victory. But the reason why he might not be diving this is, for all he knows, Crackety is using this corner to build up his clock tower, right? And get you on. So if he loses all 4 culverins, it slows down his timing. On top of that, he does have Sacred Sight, so he'd rather Stranglehold, get the guaranteed win, instead of playing a little bit Gamba here. So we have got chemistry on the way as well. Remember, this does affect the bonus damage. I think once this comes in, he'll look to kill the Great Wall Gatehouse. In fact, he's already going to start. So remember, this does affect your bonus damage. So you go from 215 to 269. Nice. Much quicker munch through here. Great Wall Gatehouse barely alive. Crackety needs to commit to defend it. KillerPigeon's a little bit ignorant there, wasn't looking. Will pull back with half the siege still alive. We'll have to turn around and find out. Crackety, this looks like his last stand. Is there any hope to be had? It seems doubtful here. Hand Cannoneers undefended again. Meanwhile, KillerPigeon's reigns supreme. The double culverin still able to snipe out those backline Hand Cannoneers as well. At this stage, I think Crackety is just stuck in a blender. And yeah, that was quite smart by KillerPigeon's. So like, he should have been in range to be hit there, but he hit it at the perfect angle where the 10 tower range was just slightly out of where the Great Wall Gatehouse's hit point is. So he's able to hit like here on the hitbox instead of the center where the rockets shoot from. So KillerPigeon's did slightly overextend. Wait, what? I mean, that was an unforced error, right? He chose to reinforce on the south side instead. So I guess he was just trying to staff wood so that his opponent can play the game. But like, Crackety doesn't need wood, he needs gold. Right? He's playing hand cannon near Palace Guard. That's all he needs. I'm going to hit the speed up a little bit because we have got more series to get on with the day. If Crackety pulls off a miracle recovery, it's going to take another 5 or so minutes. First of all, though, he needs to deal with these Sacred Sites, and wow, he just calls it. It's almost like he forgot about the Sacred Sites entirely. I think he saw the walls and went, no, this is done. GG comes out. That is going to be a 2-0 victory for KillerPigeon's. Next up, he faces off against Beastie. A KP Talks channel? Yeah, I need to get someone to manage that. I did have someone interested. I've been waiting on them for more responses. But hopefully we're able to get him involved very soon. Because that's really, like, really what is missing is the YouTube side of things being slam dunk. And from there, there's so many things we can do. I want to do, like, you know, I've said already, I haven't made it a secret. Like, 2025, I want to start up a vlog series. So, yeah. There's a lot of things I've got planned that I want to do. So, yeah, Crackety not there. The Kingslayer has been removed. Let me get the drafts ready for the next series, because next up, we're going to be doing Beastie versus KillerPigeon's. I hope we have enough time for this. If we only have enough time for 2 games, what we'll do is we will go into the live series and then cut back to this one. So we'll do Beastie versus KillerPigeon's now. And map-wise, they picked... What did they pick? Baldland, Kalauga, Dry Arabia. There we go. Okay. Just got them imported. We've got an hour and 20 minutes until the next live series. Like I said, if we can't do a free, it's fine. We'll come back to do it. We'll probably speed the first like 5 minutes of the game just to make sure we are tight here, tight enough. But yeah, I don't know if that game is uploadable. Alright. So, opening game is actually going to be English versus Delhi. This is actually I feel like this is a really good start for KillerPigeon. 1 second, just checking something. All right. We're catching up on the happenings of midweek muster number 6. Quarterfinals underway now. Beastie Cutie versus KillerPigeon. That's right. There may be hope for Beastie. Last time he was in a midweek muster, he got brutalized by Crackety in the end. 2-1. Crackety has been removed by this lad on the other side. And he's looking fearful. Delhi in the hands of KillerPigeon up against English. This could actually be a really good matchup for the Delhi. Delhi has been growing in popularity here on Borderland. I mean, then again, Delhi feels like it's growing in popularity everywhere. Borderland is our default map of the week. Let's see what we can do. Let's see how we can execute. I mean, there is a way I think that English can fight against Delhi, and it's to go Abbey of Kings 1 TC. I haven't seen many players attempt it. Most of the time, we're seeing these greedy 2 TC attempts with Abbey of Kings still. Let's see which way BC wants to go. He's going to be opening up the expected landmark. Other side of this, it should be KillerPigeon going to the Dome of Faith. We're going to be 2 times speed for the first about 5 minutes of this, just so that we definitely are able to streamline in time, or hopefully streamline in time for our next live series. Because for those who don't know, we mix in the midweek musters with recordings and live series because we use open scheduling so that players can actually tune up for their matches at times that work for everyone. Really, really close to my heart that we allowed that system. So Dome of Faith coming in. What was the rest of the draft as well? BC got Byzantines, English, and Iabits? Meanwhile, KillerPigeon got Delhi, Abbasid, and GG. Shown, I mean, that's just something he likes to pick comfortably. I feel like the draft slightly favors Beastie there. IU feels like it's pretty good now with Delhi being removed from the equation. It kind of feels like the Delhi Abbasid pickup was more to protect the Abbasids and get them after getting rid of Delhi, one of the best counters to them. And look at this. Here we go. Beastie is going to be going for the Master Horseman build. A great read. This is the way you win this matchup, folks. This gives you the option because now what Beastie has is a winner against Ghazi. Because you're going to have a healing aura on the go. 1 for 1, Ghazi will be your Horseman, yes. But the issue Ghazi now walk into is that you're going to have mass healing for your Horseman, and KillerPigeon would have to take his Ghazi all the way home. How does he want to respond to this, then? I mean, realistically, you could just switch immediately Spears, but kind of feels bad, right? Like, I can't think of a single Civ in the game that you want to build Spears against less than English. Because once you do that, that just invites longbows in Feudal Age, right? So that's why most of the time when you're up against English, you try to avoid building Spears until the 3rd Age. There are some exceptions. For example, I'd say China is one of the ones that sometimes builds into Spears to protect themselves against the early King and eventual Fast Castle. Funnily enough, in this game, Beastie's the one going into Spears. This is kind of cool, though. So he'll have the Horseman always around KillerPigeon's base, and then you have the Spearman at home. You think you don't want to build Spears against Donzos? I think I'd be more willing to build Spears against Donzos than Longbows. It's literally the most horrific Civ to have to build them against, right? And actually, in fairness, Spears against Marlians is very good. It counters the eventual Sofa play, but also Spears counter Javelins. If you blob enough Spears, you can just eradicate Javelins. because the attack animation is too long, so you gap close them, right? And you don't take bonus damage. So yeah, little fun fact for you there. Spears, actually, funnily enough, most Malian games open with you building spears against them to torch their houses. So I'd say, actually, one of the easiest civs to build spears against is Malians. So KillJardy is going to stop blobbing up the Ghazi. BC has got the Spearman just holding it home, which makes a lot of sense here. Like we said, you want to rotate, you want to remain with momentum here. Because if you start bringing spears, you're going to slow down your timing, but then you're also going to trickle. And that's where like 5 Ghazi will just hop in and kill 1 spear. Every unit counts here, remember, because they are neck and neck. And also, BC can't afford really any losses this early, because at this stage, KillJardy's ahead. Ecotex. Get some more for free, right? You can't really compete to the same degree, because you have to pay for everything you get. Long term, that's where the healing can be advantageous for BC. It's also where the farms can be advantageous, right? Because he's already getting a 20% better gathering rate on these farms he set up. Other cool thing about going Horseman is it makes it very hard for KillJardy to expand on the map to play the berries, which is in direct contest with what you want to be doing as Delhi, because they're meant to be one of the most bullish type civs in the game, right? It allows them to freely move out to these locations. Scholar. Nice timing there. Beastie read it perfectly. I mean, he knows, like, around 7.5 minutes, that's when people are usually pulling for Sacred Sites. KillJardy very greedy to even try for that yet. And look at this. We have an outpost coming. Beastie. Oh, this is sick. Look at the location. I mean, it's not quite the perfect Venn diagram, right? Could have shuffled it over a teensy tiny bit more, but he's going to have the aura pretty much on both of these Sacred Sites. That's frustrating. All of a sudden, the healing doesn't even matter. Now these horsemen hit hard enough because of their attack speed difference. On this map, it seems the movement speed advantage of horsemen wouldn't be that impactful. Yeah, but this is the problem with Delhi players. I think I said this in Voldemar's series, is I actually think Tower of Victory is underrated on this map. The 2 Sacred Sites are so close together, they're so easily wallable, you could wall across the whole area, right? So why do people keep going Ghazi? The reason is they get seduced by the map, right? Think about it. It's like Himiyama, these tiny tree lines. So cavalry are really good. You can raid tree line, tree line, tree line. You can just rotate the base so freely. It's not like a dry Arabia where they can easily wall. That's why people see so much value in Cav. But I do think for Delhi, like if Borderland becomes a long-term thing, you'll probably see more and more Tower Victory games, specifically on this map. So Beastie, still going to be adding the age. We do have Bloomery on the way. The hilarity of how often nowadays we just see English play mass melee and no ranged. Life coming in, KillJardy will at least be quick on the pull away. But Beastie's so confident he brought the spears, right? And KillJardy is now switching to his own spears, not archers. A little bit surprised by that. He went double blacksmith, so you would have thought Steeled Arrow would be a high prio. He got baited though. He wanted Undermesh either to dive the English or because he was expecting longbow play. Nice burn through now on the blacksmiths. It will at least get the Bloomery tech though. Not quite quick enough to stop that. Need to hang around for a second. Kind of tricky right now, right? KillJardy has to wait until he's got enough horsemen to scare this away. Or other spears. And I don't think he has enough. Skull's going to try to come for the heal though. That should give him a hold. Beastie's going to have to back off here. Yeah, needs to be careful with that back off as well, because the Spearmen can get whittled away out in the retreat. Right now they're getting swarmed. And Beastie ambitiously committing to this because he's covering a tech play behind it. So in the end, he throws the spears to the wolves. He will back off with the horseman. And we can see what the true intent is here. Beastie is looking for castle. With the position he has on the map, he could actually probably go for King's Palace. Beastie has a problem here, though. He can lose troops on the retreat because his scout is in the mixer. Looks like he has got enough spears to scare KillJardy away, though. Always got to be careful that, guys. When you play this type of comp, there is one weakness, which is the scout. If the scout is with you, it means that you're moving slower in the retreat, which means horsemen actually can gap close you. Can't believe it, though. I mean, usually in these type of games, when we see this play from English, it has to be White Tower or they die. The BC's done such a good job of containing the Delhi in the corner that we're likely going to be seeing the not Abbey of Kings, sorry, the King's Palace. There you go. Coming up now, so Greed to be enabled. KillJardy about to feel disabled, crippled in this game. Walling himself in to guarantee no more pressure comes in, but I mean, he must have an inkling of what's really happening here at this stage. It's tough, right? Like, we have vision, we can predict it. KillJardy sees nothing. But he should be suspicious that the aggression led up. Like, yes, he had a nice defense there, but the reality check is that Beastie still traded quite well on the backside of his opponent's base. I just noticed that earlier. Add Aztecs to the day, to the game, rather. I hope they commit to the bit and make a Civ with no seed, no cav, no gunpowder. Fitz, is that a throwaway account? I feel like I'm talking to the guy that likes to build only spears and men-at-arms. So, one thing I did say would be really interesting for AoE4, but it probably won't ever happen, is having a Civ where... how to put this? I don't want to say the word because it gets you demonetized. People who don't get paid and have to work for you for years and years on end, and there's no escape from that. America had it, Egypt had it, you know, those things. So it's an interesting game mechanic for an economy, because what you could do with that is like, indentured servants is what I usually like to say as well. I'm glad I'm not the only one. What I like about that idea is you could basically have overseers that when you kill them, the nearby indentured servants would rebel. So I'm stealing an idea from Yuri's Revenge. Anyone who's played Yuri's Revenge probably immediately thought that. In that game, when you killed the the mining truck, all the people rebelled and started attacking the enemy with their shovels. I mean, like, in fairness, maybe you could have someone like the other word for it would be serfs, right? Like, I think people don't quite realize how dark the life of serfs were in Russia. Spear defense coming in. KillJardy, he has got the momentum. Numerical advantage, right? Beastie right now is prepping the veteran spears, though, and he could just brute force defend this with spears alone. Torch damage coming in. KillJardy needs this landmark gone right now. More Raxes are being prepped. Beastie, meanwhile, just raiding with 1 or 2 horsemen. That's not going to work, though. And KillJardy needs to get the catch right here, because Beastie can just repair fast. Talking the feudal world in its entirety, yes. It tended to be a thing everywhere, but my understanding is, like, in Russia, it's especially brutal to be a serf. What I've read of history, anyway. Oh, Clash coming in. Spearman looking to defend. Actually, this is looking like a good fight. Beastie! It looked like he was outnumbered, but it's kind of deceptive, right? The veterancy, the attack speed, it makes such a big difference here. So KillJardy gets wiped, pushed back. Alright, this is looking pretty grim. KillJardy is now trying to age up behind, but like he hasn't really benefited much from this previous age, right? He got 1 Sacred Site locked in, second one on the way. Beastie, meanwhile, is probably going to be dropping a Monastery next. It's already there. So monks are going to be coming out to compete, and you don't really have map control anymore. Your opponent isn't pinned in the way he normally would be here. Beastie still has the cavalry. He can still roam. And also, he has the outpost to scout the sacred sites. So, like, realistically, 2 of these relics near the sacred sites should be grabbable for Beastie. KillJardy should be able to get a majority still, like 3-2. And KillJardy is looking for a recovery arc here. Understanding the game is becoming macro, instead of going for the normal House of Learning, we're actually getting the old school compound of the defenders. One's if you think KillJardy is still going to win this. Two's if you think this is just unlocked for Beastie. Because, like, I mean, like I said, on paper, Delhi usually do quite well here, but Beastie done the right thing. I've seen way too many players in this matchup being greedy. I think we talked about this months ago when players were still doing these weird 2TC English builds against Delhi, and it just never really worked, right? The Delhi player was just switched on. He takes Sacred Sites, build a bigger eco lead, and then destroy your second TC. This is how you win this matchup. Beastie also getting the denial there. So far, 0 relics home or coming home for KillJardy. And the Horseman just guarding, man. He's just switched on. He's guarding all of them. Oh, this is brutal. Killjadi, he has got the village fortresses on the way. It's going to take a little bit of time to arrive. And what is up, BU? Thank you very much for the gifted sub, mate. Legend. Remember, guys, if you can't afford to subscribe, it's appreciated. We're trying to reach a reliable 100 unique subscribers, i.e. people subscribe themselves, because it allows us to get more money out of Twitch each month. Also, if you want instead, feel free to drop the Prime subs, because they're absolutely free. They don't count to the count, weirdly enough, but money. This outpost still being up is just so obnoxious. We have men-at-arms on the way. Killjadi does have an elephant, though, guys. And, you know, we've seen elephants beat entire armies. So there's probably hope. Looks like we have got one relic on the way home for Killjadi. Meanwhile, Beastie already returning 2. And Arm's just going to trade out against this. So Killjadi's not going to really have a standing army at this stage. His food access is kind of underwhelming. He's building outposts to try and secure south side, but against armored men-at-arms, it's not going to work very well. War Elephants, though. No. I mean, the War Elephant will win, guys. Like, there's no denying this War Elephant will beat this army. Beastie needs more spears, and he realizes it. He's already started to queue up a few. You can go crossbows. Crossbows is actually a better way of going, and now that he's seeing MAA and Lancers, that should be his target. We're probably going to be getting, like, triple archery range. Yeah, double coming up there. Third one already. So, great read by Beastie. If you want to lose a game against Delhi, do you want to know the quickest way to do so from this position, guys? You build mass spears. Because, you know, here's the thing about elephants. You click on a spear and you go, wow, 23 bonus damage against Cav. What does a crossbow get? Oh, only 9 bonus damage against heavy? Oh, that's kind of underwhelming, man. I mean, I need as much bonus damage as possible. This thing's got 850 HP. And then you fight and realize why you shouldn't have built spears. The elephant isn't exactly insanely fast. And the spears have to come in range and get smashed in the face by the spearman on top and also the tusk. However, if you had just built crossbows, you could just shoot him from range, right? Much better. Right now, that ranged elephant is still not heavy. It's because it's meant to be countered by melee because it has no melee armor, right? Like, the tower elephants have no melee armor, whereas war elephants have melee armor and ranged armor. That was meant to be the balance point. The problem, the flaw of it is, most civs aren't HRE. And yes, just to point out, the tower elephants are not heavy, they're just big boned. So what's Killjadi looking for as a recovery arc? I think at this stage he's kind of relying on Beastie making the mistake of not killing him while he gets castles up. And then that gives him kind of a recovery arc, right? Because like Delhi in late game is actually insane right now, folks. Look, he's coming home. Killjadi actually somehow scooping the third one here. Beastie, does he just try to go Imperial is what I'm wondering. I mean, he's got a substantial eco lead. Killjadi will eventually catch up, but to catch up, you have to spend so much effort building castles, right? You have to get the 720 stone, then you have to construct these to then start generating villages. So, like, Beastie's timing would be much more aggressive into Imperial. He'd be 2.5, 3 minutes ahead at least. Ball's also going up from Beastie, right? So he doesn't have to worry about any raids. You never know when an elephant might try to come all the... No. It's for the Lancers, of course. This outpost has just done so much work. One outpost can change everything, guys. On a map like this, right, that vision is just so dictatorial. The attack speed as well. It's like if Killjadi tries to now step up and fight, he's going to die. Yeah, he realizes as well. He's like, oh, that's right. You've got that stupid glow. I'm leaving. For good reason. Just look at the attack speed. 1.79 from 2.12. That is basically Arbitrary's crossbow stirrups tech. For free. Just need to have an outpost. And even without that aura, he still looks to brute force this. It is 4 elephants. He needs to show some respect here. Elephants. Oh, he hasn't got the scholars out. He hasn't pulled them for the heal. Instead, he tries to micro him away. Big mistake made there. Means the crossbow's going to scoop him up. Yeah, Killjadi He needed like another 30 seconds to get the castle up. Elephant's flop dead. He's only got 2 left alive, and they're going to take a long time to heal here. And that, folks, is why you build crossbows to assist. Notice that most of the spearmen and men-at-arms are dead. If he had double the spears, they'd be dead. These crossbows are the MVPs. I believe that is going to be game 1 going the way of Beastie. I mean, I don't really see a way now that KillerPigeon gets back into this game. He's 34 economy behind. Beastie is going to keep pressuring him. Even if you get a castle up, your main base is not going to be defended because you're going to have to build that castle in such a way that you gather something out of it. There's nothing left in this corner for you. Instead, he's going to try for the defensive keep, but the men-at-arms are already here. Crossbows will be diving. And we'll be heading into game 2 with an early lead for Beastie. Remember, folks, these are best of 3s. KillerPigeon still gets an opportunity to upset, and I have this creeping feeling that he might be looking for a Kalauga game next. Not sure if this one's uploadable, though. It felt like Beastie took control so early. I didn't really see KillerPigeon do anything that made him look competitive after that opening. English Horseman with King. Just too damn good in this matchup. Your opponent has heating again. Pog. Also, not Pog when you see the heating bill at the end of the month, but Pog. What's up, man? So, let's get ready for game number 2. Beastie takes the opening. We've got an hour to try and complete this series because that is when we have our live series between Puppypaw and Louis. Can you see the bracket again? Sure. There you go. So, what will be happening is we'll be casting Louis MT versus Puppypaw in an hour. And then after that, we'll be hopping into the Anatan Elyona replays to be ready for what happens. Actually, what might end up happening is... we probably actually should have done the other series as a result of that. Vortex versus Dumu did get played on the weekend. We're looking to catch up on that one, but we're finding out whether the winner of Louis MT and Puppypaw and the winner of Vortex and Dumu are going to be available to play today. We will keep you guys updated on that. If not, we'll try and ask them if they want to play their semis on Thursday before Grand Finals. But the Vortex Dumu one did already play. We just didn't find the point to slot it in. Because that, I mean, maybe we should have just not done the Cracked KillerPigeon one and checked that, but whatever, we'll sort it. So what will either happen is like the result of Vortex Doom might get a little bit sport because we'll be straight into that versus the winner of Louis MT Puppypaw. But then that takes us up to like what? Probably about 5:30, at which point we're looking at Anatan versus Elyona, and then we'll get into the winner of that against Wham, which will be happening live at 7 p.m. UK time. So, let me get game number 2 ready between these two. So we had Borderland opening, and he does indeed go Kalauga next. Juji versus Japanese. I think Juji can do reasonably well here. I wouldn't say it's insanely favorable one way or the other. This is the type of matchup that can actually go either way on a map like Kalauga. You'll probably see Japan adding in some fishing early. I'm just not the craziest fan of that over just getting a quick Coca and pressuring. But like against Juji, it's always been weird because they do have the repeater crossbows. All right, let's get into it though. And let me flip that. No, KillerPigeon. No. Juji would destroy Japanese. It depends on the map. There are some maps where they're actually very good. Oh, give me one sec. I just need to quickly... I'm getting bumped about things. I just don't need to double check message. The map has been announced for KPM 7. By the way, guys, if you're an aspiring player or you're a pro, whatever you are, Midweek Muster number 7 signups close tomorrow at around this time. We do have room for more people, so go sign up now. It is going to be the final Midweek Muster of the year because we're going to be taking a 2-week break from Midweek Muster. However, I will be aiming to have some smaller tournaments happening on the last weekend of this December, and we might aim for one on 21st, 22nd as well. I'll see about the 21st, 22nd, but we will definitely have a tournament at the end of the month so that it's not just a 2-week gap of nothing for AoE4's Esports. All right. So let's get into this. Sorry, I just had to check the messages. Well, he's on a roll. Can the momentum be stopped? Let's find out in game number 2. Beastie is back in the midweek muster. He leads by 1 here in the quarterfinal showdown against KillerPigeon. But KillerPigeon, he's not dead yet. Zhuji to go up against BC's Japanese. And we are going to be on Kalauga, the map that has the shoreline fish and the full shallow rivers. And Beastie has been very aggressive with his dock placement here. Into the mid-map. Reminder, folks, that this is the penultimate midweek muster of 2024. We will have one more happening after that for this year. And then we will look to do some smaller tournaments across the holidays that aren't week-long, just because I want people to be able to take time off of their family. I think a lot of people want to be able to do that, but I am also aware that people want to have some AoE4 entertainment. So we'll try to balance that out. But Zhuji versus Japanese is kind of an interesting matchup, actually. Zhuji were looking pretty good for a while against Japan because of maps like Holy Island, right? Kalauga is very different, though. You get reasonable meditation gardens, you don't get broken meditation gardens. Not often. So difficult to find, right? Like, you could have come down here and gotten, what was that, 10 berries, which is going to be 60 food and maybe, like, 25 wood, which is decent. He could have actually went a little bit further forward, but it would have only been the small 2 stacks of berries here. This would have been the jackpot. Unfortunately for him, it spawned on Beastie's side, but we've seen these type of meditation gardens before. Because you don't get that ludicrous Medigarden, really where your edge can be against Japanese is the fact that on this map, the gold always spawns forward. Your starting gold closer to your base will always be closer to your opponent's base, right? You can see it on both of them. That's really good for a Zhuge rush. We'll have to see if KillerPigeon wants to go for it. This guy is infamous for his aggression, and it would make a lot of sense against Japan, because Japanese players only want to do one thing, ever, always, every single day of the week. Japanese players get into a game, and the immediate first thing they say is, I like Castle Age. So KillerPigeon needs to play blocker to that condition. Let's see, wood gathering is looking like it's heading that way, right? 4 already out there. He hasn't gone fishing at all, which is smart. Fishing would slow him down way too much here. Beastie, meanwhile, continues to add in the fish. We do have Coca Township on the way. This is the thing. Coca Township is really good. Not against Zhuge, though. Zhuge is one of the best ways of dealing with the Shinobi, because you outmass them so quickly and the repeater crossbows kill so fast. But wait, what? I'm a little bit shocked by this. KillerPigeon is going Jiangnan, so he's not going to be going for a Zhuge rush. I mean, you theoretically could still add... it has to be. Like, it has to be that he's going to add in the buildings. Because remember, now when you build an archery range, you basically spawn a unit out, right? So over time, this tech up kind of pays for itself by rebaying. Needs to be careful about his timing here, though, because I believe the Jiangnan is going to complete before the archery range. This is going to be tight. KillerPigeon? That was inefficient. Yeah, he built that way too fast. He needed to wait 5 more seconds, so misses out on a free unit. Remember, the way Jiangnan works is when you build production buildings, archery range, racks, stables, you get a unit for free from the Jiangnan. It's a little bit wasteful there. I don't like that. I mean, you know, the real value in this is going to be the cheaper economy buildings, right? So you do save a little bit on housing. You are going to be able to save on things like lumber camps as you scale them up. Farms if you need to go to them. The reason why you go Jiangnan is usually for a scaling point, but that build is really old school. The idea was that you go Jiangnan first, and then you drop, like, triple archery range. But people realized quickly Meditation Garden was just too good, right? Because, I mean, look at this thing. It's generating, what's that, about 80 to 90 resources a minute. Meanwhile, this method, you spend 150 wood, and you get 80 resources back with a unit. The cool thing about Jiangnan is it gives you really good tempo, because the Jiangnan units produce excessively fast, right? In 5 seconds, whereas normally Zhuge unsupervised take 15. KillerPigeon is at least outmassing Beastie's Shinobi count. Beastie would really benefit from trying to stab in there, but that looked like a miss micro. He shunshined. I don't think he meant to do that. So kind of a waste there. It means that actually KillJohnny doesn't have to feel threatened with these two on the front. What we need to see now is a blacksmith timing. Because you're up against the static defenses, right? So what you want to do here is you want to go siege engineering first into one ram. And then as you're building the ram, you want to prioritize Steeled Arrow. Because then you can starve Beastie. He'll be nothing without gold. Japan can't really play the game without gold, right? This entire fast castle strategy demands it. Right now, KillJohnny, a bit weird with his positioning there. Goes in for the strike, doesn't quite find it, and is sacrificing a lot of his momentum here. 2 Zhuge down, nothing killed in response. And the Shinobi are on their way in. Yes, believe it or not, guys, Zhuji do not have an OP super fast wheelbarrow tech that gives them 1.38 movement speed. These are not real villages, as is about to be revealed. And KillJohnny will look to react straight away, but look how high the damage is. Difficulty of trickling troops here, right? Can Shunshin away. A little bit greedy on the timing there. Beastie does still get caught. But sabotages are coming in. This is smart. It delays the timing. It means that Beastie can get what he needs to go castle. And now KillJohnny's playing to a blacksmith is wasted. He's still going to have to go for a ram here to try and deny it. But what Beastie can now do is trigger the tech up and just scale a few more Shinobi to defend. Likely he won't care for the Shinobi. Instead, he's just going to stockpile gold to get the initial Mount Samurai out. Yeah, KillJohnny. I think the repositioning here on the gold didn't really make much sense, right? Basically, what happened is he saw he couldn't hit the gold straight away, and he was going to try to move the Zhuge from here down to the fishing. If he just waited here, he could have denied a second outpost ever. That screws BC's ability to easily gather gold, right? He can't mass people here with only one outpost. And then you gradually get a ram. Not to mention the small detail of building the archery range just 5 seconds too soon. Really hurt his timing. So this is kind of a disastrous opening for KillJohnny. He's going to look to idle out the gold now. And Beastie a little bit lackluster on the response there. He can torch this, by the way. Weirdly enough, he's not trying. Beastie instead is just going to continue to tech up. Yeah, and that is a late villager pull. Zhuge does bait him out. Should cost him a villager for it, though. So KillJohnny does get one, won't get the second. The Zhuge all low. I mean, yeah, you haven't done it, right? The ram rush has failed you. One outpost is still up. You've only got 2 in the ram. Your opponent has got a surplus of fishing coming through. So many fishing boats, in fact, they are mating to make more. Wait, are they just idled? Yeah, he needs to move them upriver. Because he's got fish here and here, right? So he can still gather. Cool thing as well as Beastie, all you need to do is walk a villager out over here and build a farmhouse on the shoreline fish. You don't need to waste 150 wood, you can just spend 50. Because remember, you can manually drop off at fishing boats at farmhouses, rather. Oh, once more into the breach, KillJohnny goes. Beastie, he already has Mount Samurai coming, though. There's that formation shuffle again. Love the use of the Shinto to heal and kiss the boo-boos better, so you can send those villagers back on the gold later. Fortification has come in. KillJohnny is not going to break this with this ram play now, right? I think he's going to have to look for something else. We have got Spims coming in, so it looks like he's going to try to hang here longer. Beastie is just going to send the Mount Samurai out. He looks like a porcupine now, but he's still alive. We'll be able to walk it off, and that means that the Shinto priest can now actually heal him. Instead, though, that lad is on a mission. He's going to go be picking up the relics now. Second round coming. KillJohnny is not laying up. I mean, he kind of can't at this stage, right? If he tries to go castle from here, Beastie is going to flood Mount Samurai, and the game is essentially over. Because you won't be able to defend everywhere at once. You'll just start getting chipped. And the problem there is, like, at that stage, you're defending in your base, your opponent is picking up relics, you're still losing the game, even if you keep the knights out. So I kind of respect that KillJohnny's doubled down, even though his timing was kind of subpar here. And we have got gold gathering in the back now for Beastie. This is a tricky part. The second gold is really far away, but it is accessible. Grand Kizzle's out the back of the base. Zhuji don't really handle that very well. When they go Zhuge and Spears, it's a slow-moving army. One thing I don't like that Beastie done, though, is this. This stables is way too far forward. This could get rammed. And that means your first Euroshira is essentially going to be wasted. I think KillJohnny knows it as well. Starts to move in. Mountain Samurai count only at 3. Second Euroshira has been dropped on the back, though. So we'll have more Mountain Samurai coming. Has more workers on the gold. So this is what's been missing right now. BC has way too much food, not enough gold coming in due to that idle time. Which is why the Mountain Samurai count looks so bad right now. Good choice to intercept reinforcements. You can't fight directly into the blob, but you can stop the blob from getting bigger here. Ones if you think BC's going to win this. Twos if you think KillerPigeon's going to win it. And that is what I like to see, folks. I don't know why UI disappeared. Let's get that back up. Look at that. Look at the split votes. Ones, twos everywhere. KillerPigeon still has a really scary army. Like, BC's not out of the woodworks yet. And he's switching into Samurai, which in theory is a good idea. But, you know, food is the requirement, right? So he has to be a little bit gamble with his positioning here. Because the berries are quite exposed, right? BC's been gathering on the sheep instead of moving out for the better resource. And he didn't get Takazaiku either. Yeah, Takazaiku is just so good these days. For those that have not noticed Japan's better at berries now, with Season 9, they increased the base rate from 0.66 to 0.69. But they didn't alter the wheelbarrow techs of Japan, which means they actually got buffed on the berry gathering rate. If you get Takazaiku, you increase your gathering by 50%, you're now basically competing with shoreline fishing for villages, which is the best form of gathering by default. Hard Samurai as well, not ideal. And I think KillerPigeon realized that's a freebie. You just take the spears onto the Mount Samurai and take the Zhug onto the Samurai here. He'll die very fast. So it starts to do it because BC does not have the veterancy coming through. And he's actually starting to lose the Mount Samurai. I think KillerPigeon is in a fairly good position so far. BC needs to get some counter raids in. He's kind of the reinforcing wave, right? But he's not killing villages. And KillerPigeon is somehow now getting into a granary, courtesy of that Song Dynasty, making this a lot more cost efficient. Only 105 for the granary, and 53 per farm. This is a Bassett's eco-wing level of efficiency. And it is indeed Feudal Samurai. He has at least queued up the castle variety now, so that is going to be a priority. So we do have Vet Samurai. At this stage, KillerPigeon's army is going to start to struggle a little, but he has idled the gold again. The problem, though, is those Mounted Samurai stopped him having a second wave of troops waiting on this gold. So Beastie continues to play a game of Benny Hills. KillerPigeon needs to age up now. He's done a good job of blunting Beastie's timing. He's even minimized like the relic grab, right? We've got a second one on the way home. But at this stage, it's inevitable. You're not going to be able to stop Beastie from getting the gold. You can do some damage, though, right? I love the idea of going after houses, because Beastie right now is kind of limited in that regard. He built all his farmhouses around the berries for efficient gathering later. Cool idea, very efficient, but when you're being pressured, that just becomes a pinpoint target for these all-in plays. It's like, wait, where are we going with this? Beastie gets farmed with a relic. So we'll be denied on the back there. Shinto, nobody get it back home safely. And that is another Yorishiro stables down. Make it 2. This is getting a little bit worrisome. Losing Yorishiros this early really does impact your timings. In fairness, does he really want more Battered Samurai, though? Or was the Rax more important? I think if KillerPigeon gets the Rax kill now, this is catastrophic. But if you didn't want to really spam more Knights, it kind of helps you, because now you have 3 more Yorishiros you can get, right? So I mean, it's going to be a shuffle around. Looks like the fishing has been exposed. So KillerPigeon, we'll just go after that. Those are easy targets right now. It's going to force a fight out of Beastie as well. Spears are going to turn around for the engagement. Remember, these are now upgraded Samurai. They're vet. They don't die fast. Bannerman is going to get targeted down first. Zhug just needs to try and start a step this back. There's no way that Spearman alone will be able to hold it. So KillerPigeon, I mentioned it before, he needs the out. He needs the age up. Because Beastie has been let out of the kennels. It's quite funny that the fishing has the best harvest rate when it requires the most patience. Just get a big net. Like, dude, what? Why are you not like a bear? Just be like a bear. Always get the fish. So Beastie has broken out now. We've got Mass Samurai on the move. The problem with being on Samurai instead of Mounted Samurai is you're really slow on the counter-attack. And Killjadi, in reality, should be able to tech up very fast here. You are playing a Civ that has a ridiculous build speed, right? So Killjadi will get the age up. The other nice thing is he can get veterancy very fast on his units if he wants to stick Juke. Likely, we're just going to see him mass crossbows. He will need to supervise for that, though. Also love the choice to get Granary. This has been growing in popularity just on the pocket resources, and then you turn it into a farmland later. Because the granaries aren't insanely expensive compared to a mill with Song. And the reason this is especially cool is the deer tend to get spread out a bit more, so you can basically minimize your drop distance. I don't like that Killjadi built it on the edge though instead of in the center. Meanwhile, Beastie now come with a dive in. Killjadi, wow, he's building Feudal Palace Guard. These underperform dramatically against Samurai because once Beastie sees Palace Guard coming out, he can just queue up the Odachi tech, which has a ridiculous implication. It's a +4 damage against infantry. Looks like we have still got Juke and Spears raiding though. Somehow Killjadi had a pocketed group. The damage on the other side might be bigger here. Villagers starting to be sacrificed. Palace Guard are going to slow things down a little bit. The hand cannon slits will also help him sustain here, but he needs a tech soon. Warlord coming through. Will he shuffle them north, but that's going to get them on the tree line, which is what he wants. Another Warlord there as Beastie is looking to make it a 4-relic grab. Damn, this is brutal right now. In Killjadi, he doesn't really have an eco lead at this stage. The out of time as well. I'm a little bit shocked he didn't just try to rush a tech up and start flooding out a few crossbows here to slow this down. We'll at least be able to shut down the wave of Samurai coming in with Juke. You could argue Beastie got what he wanted out of this, folks. A lot of food access on the map now. 4 relics at home. Does need to get more troops going, and I'm wondering where he wants the Euroshiro drop next. I think in this position, you're probably looking to Euroshiro the TC. I think actually you need to consider Euroshiroing another axe to flood Samurai. Then again, your opponent has so many crossbows on the table potentially here with a tech up. It might just feel better to, weirdly enough, do Yumi. This is indeed looking like a 5-relic game. Killjadi does know that it's not illegal to go age 3, right? I mean, in fairness, the Juke Blob do quite well against the Samurai, as we're seeing, right? But this is keeping him in what feels like the Dark Age for a very long time. And wait, is he adding in Rams again? What? Wait. What? I'm trying to figure out the thought process behind this. This makes sense if your opponent lacks gold or lacks food, but he doesn't, right? He has a back gold now to work with, 2.5k. He has 5 relics soon. He's got berries on the back of his base. So yeah, Killjadi says, okay, that is true, KP. He's got all those things for now. Marches around the back. So this is his answer to what we stated as the issue. He's going to try to starve him off here. Beastie, remember, he went Coca Township. He doesn't have any farms set up yet. No safe economy underneath the TC. Not an impressive army either. Also, going Mangonels is probably the worst thing you can do against Juke here. I don't agree with this line of action by Beastie. The problem with Mangos here is that the Jukes are one of the best units dealing with this. Remember, with 44 Juke, you'll insta-kill a Mango. A Mango has 130 HP, and you do 3 damage per Juke. So Beastie might feel like this is a necessity due to a lack of resources, but this is a very hard unit to execute with against Jugenu. Blockage on the wood as well, so he can't even afford the siege. The stranglehold he has on this base. I mean, I'm impressed. Reminder, we're 20 minutes in the game. Beastie went up to age 3 at, was it 10 minutes ago? And Killjadi's just stayed here. But finally, he's going to be making his move. Castle A is just around the corner for Killjadi. He needs to get some damage done there, right? He essentially has allowed his opponent to get a very big relic lead. Now, the upside is Beastie chose Euroshiro and can't afford Euroshiro, right? The food starvation means he can't even actively produce villagers constantly here, which is why Killjadi now has a 4-villager lead. PC has done the classic. Snuck out to the corner of the map, hidden behind a tree line. And, you know, I'm not exaggerating when I say that the Mangonels as a defense mechanism against Mass Zhuge is pretty bad here. People might have experienced this in like Season 8, Season 7, Season 6. Zhuge were always very good at taking out Mangos, but with the nerfs to Mangonels, that as a defense mechanism in the current meta is even worse at the beginning of Castle Age. So it kind of shows you how rough of a position Killjoy has Beastie in here. And of course, with all relics gone, that means Mount Lu Academy coming. This is pretty good for Killjoy. It allows him to make his taxmen very swift, which is going to generate a lot more passive gold in his economy. He can also do things like get the better supervision if he's looking for a flood timing here, which would make sense considering how many farms he already has. BC said once that when you place Killjoy, he's mad, bent on killing you at all possible moments. I mean, we talked about this, right? It's kill in the name, kill in the game. He's a jarhead about it. Salutes and then full-on sends it without hesitation. This has been the nature of Killjoy for a long time. Like, we've cast this guy on the ladder time and time again, out aggro Vortex, which is absurd to think about. If he sees an opening, he'll look to take it. He can also be incredibly stubborn, sometimes to his detriment. That's why it's kind of become a meme on this channel, the 36 minutes in 6 villager meme. That's a Killjoy meme, the Killjoy strat. If you guys remember, that was actually a game against Beastie, English versus Chinese on Bridget's, where he got reduced to 6 villagers at 30+ minutes and still didn't GG. Because, you know, you spell Killjoy with a J, not with G's. 5 Mangonels from Beastie. Oh, no! Interception point. Horsemen aren't going for it, though. Okay, there. He pulls them off now. So one man going to be taken out. Shots are coming in, though. And now the backstab from the other side. Killjoy from every angle here. And Beastie, he even sent villagers. No way. He was looking for the repair. What a surround. Killjoy from every angle. He said, I don't care if you're a top 3, top 4, top 5, whatever you call yourself, player. Not even they can hold out against this. A million bolts from a million directions here to wipe Beastie's army and wipe a smug grin from his face. Killjoy now back with the momentum will be looking to send it into Beastie's base. Beastie lacking gold access now while trying to scale Siege. It's not a good look. It's an ugly look. And even uglier still is the Spearman play. Killjoy just baited him. Spearman is literally the worst thing you can build against Yuji right now with this build. He can go for this. Bolt magazines, which gives you +3 damage per attack against the light melee, right? It's +1 per attack, and you do 3 attacks. And the extra range. Zhuge will disintegrate Spearman. This is full desperation, Beastie. He has all the gold in the world, passively, but nothing else alongside it. Mangoes are going to look to pressure him again. Remember, he did Yorishiro drop that, so he produces mangoes every 16 seconds if he can afford them. Second TC from Beastie is a little bit too greedy here. Considering the way Killjoy's been playing, this should get punished. Now, though, he's backing up. A little bit paranoid because now that he's reached the base, Beastie can use his own buildings to try and make it hard to dive onto him. More farms are coming in behind this, though, so Killjoy also switching into crossbows. A little bit intriguing, actually, because crossbows would make sense against a normal Japanese player that has good food eco and decent gold eco. But Beastie obviously doesn't have great food eco. So you can't afford mass samurai, mass mounted samurai. And we have Killjoy hunting. He's trying to figure out how Beastie hasn't been forced to mass farm yet. Oh, are you kidding me? Beastie is just so ratty, so wormy. With these little pocket economies. However, this one's a bit too obvious. 10 villages up here. Sneaky cutie. About to become snake cutie. Because the horsemen have found him. Has got the textiles, so that should minimize the losses a little bit. But Killjoy can just walk past now for the body blocks. That's exactly what he's going to do. So goes in for the pincher. Enough horsemen to do so. Starts to stab them down, and that's going to be several less villages for Beastie. In fact, that might be the full 10 just dying. Spinman are now reacting, but too little too late. Only one survives. Healthy lead now. Killjadi ahead by 11 villagers. He's going for stones, so this should be either a keep drop in front of BC's base or 2 TC. Considering it's 3 villagers, this is a TC. Which doesn't sound very Killjadi-esque to me. And no, BC's not on the ball. He's been trying to. Juji looks so strong in recent tournaments. Yeah, I think I warned about this. I thought that we haven't really seen it for the late game, but I think Juji have a lot more padding in late game if they need it. But there's these really good fast castle builds in particular with Juji. But Zhuge Nu have also been looking pretty astounding so far in the last few weeks. Even Chinese have been playing, on average, a lot more Zhuge games than they did in Season 8. The reason why Zhuge is so good in the late game, by the way, is with the infantry nerfs, cavalry essentially gets buffed by default because of that detail when you think about it in that dynamic. And although we haven't seen it very often, if you get into the hyper late game, you get things like Yuan Raiders, you get your hands on the Imperial Guards, you're loving life. And that's before we start talking about things like the Bombard strategy, which has actually been growing in popularity. Now that Bombards don't have a direct counter at range like they used to, i.e. the Springalds, it's actually really cool to play Divine Defense with the splash damage Bombards. Arguably, you don't even need Divine Defense anymore, though, because of the fact that you don't have to worry about Springalds trading you out. Love this as well. Killjadi just adding in a few Grenadiers. The reason this is important is the damage buff. He should have bolt magazines coming in. Seems like he's forgotten about it. And he also doesn't have hard case bombs yet. The whole point in getting the Grenadiers is for this. They're a support unit in this type of format. They give a 15% damage buff. So basically what you can do is your Zhuge, which are going to be able to do with that bolt magazines, you'd be putting them up to, what is that, 21 damage against spears? You'd be able to then buff that by 15%. That's like having another Steeled Arrow level, right? Because you end up doing an extra, what was it? It's like 3.2, 3.3 damage. Basically, spam and disappear. The interesting part is actually Grenadiers aren't the worst of ideas to deal with mass mangoes either. As it looks like BC is truly embodying CGQ. We're up to 11 freaking mangonels, man. I think BC chose the wrong age to do this in. Mangonels are meme ganels in age 3 now. They're very hard to execute with. They can be useful with the right composition. But BC, ironically, up against one of the Chinese civs, is playing this like a Chinese civ. Mass spears and siege. The classic. The problem with BC's idea is, like, if he does want to get Imperial Age, remember, Imperial is going to cost you 1,200 gold, and then the adjustable crossbars is going to cost you a ludicrous amount of gold on top of that. Look at it. 1,200 extra. That's the issue with this play. He doesn't have gold access. He needs an extra vein to be able to play this. Weirdly enough, we actually have BC going Siege Engineering. Was that a misclick? I can't think of any reason why you'd want Siege Engineering here at 29 minutes, make it 30 into the game. And in a game where you don't have much gold, every little really does count here. What is unit piercing damage? I don't understand how Springles work. Piercing is range damage, right? So, like, range damage can be indicated by these. So when you look at unit, this little arrow with the shield with the arrow in it, that tells you what the pierce armor is, or the ranged armor is. I tend to call it ranged armor just to keep it simpler than calling it pierce. The pierce damage, and actually now we have to call it ranged damage, because pierce, what that means is that it penetrates a target and hits behind it. That's what Springles do differently. They're very unique now. Uniquely crap. Yeah, Springles are still a little bit weak, which I'm fine with. I think that unit has been so dominant for 2+ years. Actually, if you think about it, Springles have been dominant for practically the entire existence of AoE4. I'm fine with them being crap for a while they recalibrate. Keep drop down the way from Killjadi. CGQE on the move. Nestaby's coming, and he's doing it again. It's not quite a full 360, but it's close to. KillerPigeon's from every angle here. Duke need to clear the way fast. The Horsemen are melting in the face of these spears with the Katana Bannerman for the buff. Castle drop is going to be successful. And we do have the cannons coming through. Now remember, KillerPigeon is an age ahead here. What did he go up with in the end? He went with his usually library. What? 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 Why? He could still lose this. Mango's moving up now. Here's the reason, guys. You go for the Temple of Sun because you use Divine Haste to gap close. And then you can Divine Defense to outrange. Juji's Library first is 99% of games bad, but it doesn't matter. It's enough. The Horseman got it in the end, and the Mangoes just started to melt too quick. A questionable landmark choice, but you can't deny it. He played this well. KillerPigeon evens us up. He takes game 2, baby. He's back on the board. What do you think, guys? Game 3. Will Beastie Cutie be the one to make it through to the semifinals, or is KillerPigeon about to come in with the upset? Let me know what you think in the comments, and I'll catch you in the next one. Oh my god. Had feels in the fight? Yeah, I was a little bit too thrown off by the Juji library choice, man. I can't help it. Whenever I see that landmark, it just forces me into a deep, questionable state. It's a bad landmark as the first choice in like 95% of games. What do we call that one? Alright, there we go. 10,000 bolts upgrade is so good with Juji. Yeah, but so here's the problem I usually have with Juji library and why I think it sucks as the first choice. Usually at the state of the game where you're getting Juji's library, what usually happens is that players are so busy getting all their elite techs and whatever, their eco is then too bad to immediately get Juji library techs, or their eco is so good they can now afford another landmark. So at that stage, Temple of Sun is better because Temple of Sun is an immediate value play, right? You get Divine Haste. I very, very rarely see a game where it makes sense to flip the script, do it the other way around, where you go for Juji library first. I'll have to clip and listen. Here, I'm gonna help him in chat. That's the answer to your concerns. Boring matchup? Which one, Tristan? You think the Juji versus Japanese is boring? I don't think so. You saw this on... no, this is not a rerun. I mean, this is the official cast of it. Beastie played that this series on the weekend, but we're playing the catch-up because we were busy casting official tournaments. So for those who don't know, not every single series is going to be live here, but if you actually like these tournaments, I'd recommend watching them. And I'd recommend doing it here as the official spot to catch all the games from the round of 16 and beyond in the Midweek Masters. Ugh. Final game of the series, and let me update that because believe it or not, Beastie can bleed. Can KillerPigeon cut him down now, though? Final game of this best of 3 between them in the quarterfinals of Midweek Muster number 6. KillerPigeon with the Abbasids, Beastie on the Byzantines. I mean, this is comfort zone for both, right? Beastie has been led to the Holy Land by Jigglypuff himself. He believes in the way of the Cataphracts. Meanwhile, KillerPigeon, believe it or not, this is one of his most comfortable civs. And I love the way it was described by, I think maybe it was Voldemar in my chat that said it. It was Voldemar or Crackly, one of the two. A long time ago, he's like, it's weird that KillerPigeon is such an aggressive player and plays so much Abbasids. And it's so true. This guy, Abbasids is like top 3, top 4 for him. for 2024. Even before everyone switched over, he was still playing a crap ton of this Civ, and he does it like he always did. Military wing beginning. We're going to be able to 2x speed just for the opening moments of this game. Grand Winery's coming in, and BC has a little bit of a rough spawn for some melee wing action here. Forward spawning Grand Winery Berry's position is going to be hard to maintain unless he wants to open Horseman. So in this matchup, I don't think you want to open Horseman though, right? When you play Byzantines, you're more likely to go for the Silk Road contract because of the Camel Archer detail. Camel Archers has been a scourge upon everyone's existence. So usually if you're going to play Age 2, what you do with Byzantines is you play Limitane plus Javs to contest, which is really good because although Camel Archers do get bonus damage against the Limitane, their shield walls make them ridiculously tanky. And it stops Abbasids from overwhelming you with the typical comp of Horseman Camel Archers. Of course, all these details take time. You have to wonder, does BC care about it? Or does he just look for a rush from an age up? What's up, Nomad Chocolate? Thank you for the raid, mate. What do you think? Are we going to get Age 2 play, guys? Ones if you think he's going to play Age 2. Oh, well, that's going to answer. So this could just be for 3 or 4 archers. It's not really playing Age 2. Usually Byzantine players are cheeky. They always look for the Age 3 play. Outpost. What? Okay, Killjadi is going 2 TC while outpost rushing. And you know, what the hell? Might as well just get a little bit of extra stone, right? And build an arrow slits in here. This is wild. Villagers are being pulled though. Akratoy defense activated. Beasties should be able to shove this back with the villagers on their lonesome. An ambitious idea by Killjadi, but way too greedy. You can't do this while going 2 TC. I can't believe he tried that. That was so greedy. If Killjadi just had dropped his stables instead and followed up with double horsemen, this play would have worked, right? Like, you would have been able to contest. Even against the Akratoy villagers, you would have been a nuisance. Because they couldn't rush an outpost up then, right? You just hang there. I think Killjadi's read on that was inaccurate. He has got second TC coming, and that suggests probably free TC, right? So now when BC pushes back and sees the TC on the stone, he'll probably just fall back and go castle. Hold on a second. Alternatively, we could just continue the aggression. Okay, so BC senses an opening here. I mean, the Stables Merc House isn't indicative of going all in. He's probably going to scout first, and then if there's a play, he can just push units. Alternatively, what you've just done is set up early for your castle play, right? But yeah, he is playing the edge. Horseman now coming through. And we are likely going to be seeing what? The Jav contract here would make a lot of sense. Then again, he's opening Horseman, so I'm expecting Longbows. Which sounds a bit weird because he built an archery range already, but like Horsemen complement Longbows very well. And there you go. Western contract's coming. Yeah, so the reason why Horsemen complement Longbows very well is because Horsemen counter ranged units, Longbows counter spears. If you go Javelin with Horsemen, you're basically saying I'm very good at killing archers, I'm very terrible at killing everything else. Longbows can be reasonable at sniping camel archers. Javelins are definitely much better. They move quicker to chase, and they also do substantially more damage, right? Because they double the damage against camel archers, while having good range resistance themselves. Let's see if we're actually going to get those camel archers. Killjadi did just drop the archer range. It's very early to be able to afford them as well. And it looks like it's just going to be 2 TC. I prefer this from Killjadi. This is probably more a knee-jerk reaction than anything else because he still has 51 gold. 51 stone, rather. You could argue that was the Arislit's play. But the issue he now has is if he does go 3 TC, he's just dead to an all-in from the Byzantines. Byzantines are really good approaching 10 minutes at overwhelming you with units because of the amount of olive oil they get. BC can go camel archers, and then everywhere else you're kind of bad for feudal, right? So like, there's a small window about 7 to 9 minutes where you have more, like double Longbow pump. But after that, like for example, if you're pumping Longbows against English, they can outmass you. Killjadi already exhausted the berries. PC's just going to shuffle in uncontested here. I mean, that means you're going to get idled on the food, right? BC's checking the backside now. Does find a villager, and that wall didn't go up. So that's going to be a pick and a retreat. Nothing lost for it. Nice little start there, just minimizing the lead that Killjadi's starting to build here. Beastie now marching forward, double Lombo. He timed it perfectly, right? He waited until he had that secondary group. 5 Lombos isn't very threatening, but 2 can be quite overwhelming, especially when you do this. Steel Arrow now on the way, and Beastie has used the Dialecticus, so only a 35-second wait until these bad boys punch you in the throat. 6 base damage already against 2 ranged armor, soon to go up to 7. Again, just look how quickly you can melt here. I mean, the Lombos are the X factor, right? Because the Camel Archer can't stay in range to give the unease, he'll get sniped. Beastie, instead of contesting it, says, okay, let's just go hunting for more villager kills. Horseman now wrapping to the north side. Gonna come back for it now. Killjadi gets caught trying to return to base. Does react quick enough before he loses the camel. But the Lombos are now in, and yeah, Killjadi has to vacate the area. And I'm a bit worried, right? He has got 14 sheep, so won't be dry of food quickly. The wood line is the bigger concern here, though. Horsemen, archers, like anything he wants to build here needs the trees. Torch damage coming in. Not quick here, but Beastie could think about a Kairos in play. It's not tragically bad, actually, in this position, but you know, you are up against mass horsemen, so likely instead we'll see Beastie just adding in more units. And he's already contemplating the age up. With the macro, it looks like he is prepping for castle. Yeah, with 5 villages on the goal, make that 6, please. This is castle. This is what Byzantines are... I don't even want to say so good at, I want to say too good at. Can we just agree on that at this point? Like, this is, I think, one of the biggest issues people take with Byzantines. How is his army that big while going for an age up? Now, you can counter-argue that Abbasids went 2 TC, and I'll agree on that. But even against civs that play 1 TC, this is a very awkward point in the game to navigate because of how good they are at pivoting between castle and feudal. Funnily enough, Beastie actually chooses to go back for more feudal play. A little bit surprised by that. Might feel that he needs to defend himself because you have got the horsemen rippling out. Villagers, nice micro there, pulls back the injured. And he uses the house as the body blocker as well, so Killjadi gets nothing out of that. Beastie. If he wants to keep scaling like this, he's going to have to get siege engineering soon. Because you'll need a ram timing onto the second TC, right? As Killjadi is scaling a villager lead. And trying to just go back and forth between these 2 tree lines takes way too long because of that town center placement. If the town center was gone, he'd just make a move from here to here constantly, right? Instead, he has to like wrap here and all the way around. It's a bad idea to go 2 TC in horses because of the amount of food. It's all about how you use horsemen. So horsemen, the reason you go horsemen like this is to try and intercept reinforcements, because if your opponent's 1 TC all in, they should be stronger. So a horseman's value is going along this line and going, oh, look, a longbow. Oh, look, a longbow. Cutting them out. The problem you have against Byzantines in particular is how good they are at preventing the value of that in the first few horsemen. Because against like an English council rush, it's going to be a trickle of longbows, right? Against Byzantines, every once in a while, it's going to be 5 longbows walking over, which actually can fight quite well into horsemen. And Killjadi, his biggest sin here really is the lack of undermesh at the stage. Kairos Siphon now coming in, so Beastie looking for that all-in. Horseman raid on the backside, but there's Akratoy available. Like, funnily enough, Beastie could actually just defend himself. Does end up losing a villager instead. Some decent chip damage done there. Beastie looks like he might have been catching Killjadi trying for an age up, though. That's a lot of gold to be floating with. Which is weird. I actually think Killjadi's out might have just been to play the age longer and blob towards, what, archers here with Steeled Arrow. One Kairos Siphon up, second one coming. Beastie. Now just constricting Killjadi in this corner. Gold has started to be invested, so Killjadi finally realizes he needs to be playing H2 more. This is, I think, one of the crippling weaknesses of Abbasid players. They get Eco Brain. And the Eco Brain is like, yeah, I might get a few Eco techs, but what's for blacksmiths? Why would I get that? That's where civs like Byzantines English exploit that detail very well, because they're civs that will historically play aggressively. That's why Delhi are also so good against Abbasids. It's another civ that rushes blacksmiths. It does so very efficiently. Camel Archer gets taken out. Beastie is outnumbered here, but he removes the unease so he can fight a little bit later. And we do have Mass Limitane coming. Killjadi feels a little bit late to this Archer party. Third Kyro Cypher now also on the way, and the TC starting to get sieged. And this is tricky, right? Against a normal archer, they'd have to come in range of the town center to try and protect the Kyro Cyphers. But against Lombos, much more difficult. You see the reach they have. Limitane moving in. Camel Archer is going to get sniped. One Kyro Cypher was at least removed. But Killjadi, practically all of his economy lead is just getting idled out here, right? 15 villagers inside the TC means he's actually down at 45 effective economy. Does at least have the Golden Age at 15% to buff him up. Meanwhile, Siston is only at level 2. So he's still ahead when you don't calculate the oil. Nerf the oil rate across the board. I'm not sure it needs that, per se. I kind of don't mind that they get this out. You know, they get this value from coming out of their base, right? Because the alternative is if you nerf the oil rate across the board, they'll just sit in their base. The problem with Byzantines, I think, is more the mercenary ramping. For a start, I think too many mercenaries come out too fast. Or rather, they should come out in smaller quantities, right? It's like spawn 2, spawn 2, spawn 2. So that you have more of a kind of counter timing. You could probably increase their cost a little bit as well. I think the biggest issue is, like, I don't like that they have access to so many premium range units. Because ranged, right now, we're in a ranged meta for H2. Ranged is king, right? So Lombos and Javelins are essentially king. Now, they did try to balance this, right? Because they nerfed those two contracts. Keshik's remained a little bit cheaper. TC, in the meantime, is gone, by the way. We have got a stab to the backside, so the Horsemen are going to idle this out. Lombos need to be very careful here, though, because BC is heavily outnumbered. He's going to back up. Limitane are starting to arrive here. He's not dropping the shields, though. I get why he doesn't want to, so the archers kill him slower, right? But actually, realistically, you just want to do as much DPS to these guys as possible, because once they're dead, Lombos can win this fight. It's 23 archers versus 20 Lombos. It's not a good look for Killjadi. Horsemen have been mopped up. Backside of this, Beastie is still raiding with his own cavalry, forcing idle time and blocks on food gathering. Textile's at least going to make it hard to snipe these villagers, but every little counts. And behind this, Beastie is now ready to age up. Hasn't got the food yet, but the gold is over the top. He's gathered 1,000. Olive Grove's also looking really good. Beastie about to be up to about 20 in total. And Killjadi hasn't even started an age up. Yeah. I feel as if Killjadi does not have an opening right now. I know. I just noticed in chat, someone's like, yeah, you know, Beastie just threw this. I don't think he did. Killjadi's had too much idle time on the backside. His food income has been abysmal for the last 30 seconds or so, right? He's blobbing archers, which is great, but it's scary to move out blind here, right? You could be running into a tech up, or you could be running into a line of horsemen here. You don't know which. Top of that, we have outposts coming up to slow things down. If BC just sold a little bit of this gold, he's already be teching up. Remember, he can afford to give some way if it gets him the tech up, because Dialecticus will get him veterancy very quick. So if Killjadi wants to win this game now, he cannot slow down at all. And he panics. He gets hit once by a longbow and runs away. Okay, so this is going to be castle and castle. Castle and castle's a little bit tricky. You probably might see like 1 or 2 cataphracts added in by BC just to raid. It's not a bad idea now. They're that good. But he'll be looking to flug Varangian. Killjadi, well, the problem you have here is you are a time-controlled Civ, i.e. you can't rush your age up, against an aggressively tech Civ. Not only is it 15 villages to build up, but once we're there, with the system effects, these Varangian are coming out every 16 seconds. And he is getting all the Raxes ready for this. So this is going to be quite the flood. Means by the time you start your tech up, by the time you get there, right, that's going to be almost 2 minutes. So in those 2 minutes on 3 Raxes, that means that your opponent could end up with, well, per Rax, 4. So you can end up with 12 Varangian at least already. And you've got mass archers. And it is going to be cataphracts, okay. Might seem like a curious choice, but very tanky against archers, and it allows you to body block. So what will happen in these fights is Beastie will trample past them, and then when they try to retreat, they're going to get stuck on them. And that allows the Lombos to do more damage. And we even have camel archers coming in because he built near the trade post. It's going to be coming in for free. Here we go. Lombo's fully upgraded. Limitane upgraded. First two cataphracts coming out. Handful Limitane will keep the horsemen at bay. They were about to break through the wall there, so Beastie will rush over to repair. Probably just going to have to rebuild the wall though. Kiljadi is going to have to give over some territory here. Has at least got the double outpost, which will slow things down, but Limitane quite effective at torching this down, and with the shield wall up, they don't take much damage either. Range damage 2 is coming in soon for Beastie. This is a big edge. These Lombos hit for 10 damage now. Post is at least going to reset him. So Beastie, what the hell just happened here? He has 1,600 food. Either drop some production or at this rate, age up again. Horseman raid is coming in. Camel archers are on the way to mirror that raid though, and Akratoy defense activated as well. He's looking for someone to hunt onto. Horsemen have reached in the tree line as well. Beastie, he needs to do some counter damage. Dives in. And this is bad. If Kiljadi loses the archer mass before he gets any upgrade opportunity, it's going to be starting from scratch. Some villagers being sacrificed. Limitane, they just take so long to die. Even one Varangian now in there absorbs so much arrow fire. Gives the Lombos the trades they need, right? 27 to 27. But archers will now lose this fight against the LBs. Horseman raid got mopped up already. He killed about another, what, 4 villagers there? Backstab coming in from Horsemen, but remember, against Vet Lombos, they just don't give a crap. Kiljadi, by some miracle, has kept 21 archers alive. Veterancy is coming there. But the Varangian spam is underway. And the gold gathering as well. He's got 600 here. This should allow him to flow up to like 20 Varangian very fast. Kiljadi is reacting with Gulems. Not a bad idea into Varangian, actually. Varangian have very low health. Gulems, you know, obviously, they do get their damage offset because it's an extra melee level to lose 15 health, which means double strike is less effective. You're also going to get mangoes now. Relic should be next on the agenda, though, and yeah, BC has queued up the first monk. BC, I don't know what's going on with this food, man. He's losing track of it. His economy is just very misbalanced at this stage. I kind of want to say any unit is better than no unit, right? There's no way he's thinking about going Imperial. That would just be an absolute waste here. I think what Beastie's doing instead is kind of a classic move in RTSs sometimes, is like if you don't think your opponent can immediately take over the game, what you do instead is you wait to see what he's going to build first. So then you counterplay into it, right? And BC probably feels content that like Kiljadi doesn't have an immediate recourse that gives him full control of the game. That's dangerous though. You know, your opponent did build a very big villager lead over the course of this game, even though he's back down to 1 TC. Now, the blocker kind of gets worse, right? Because he needs to move to new gold. He's on the north side, though. A lot of gathering underway. One cataphract dragging the entire army and idling villages. The dream? This one guy is actually doing a lot of work. So keeps Kiljadi in his base. BC arriving with a few more to poke here. What is up, MSN? Thank you very much for the raid, mate. Welcome, one and all, to BC versus Kiljadi. We're checking in on the final game of this series to see who's going to make it first to the semifinals. And then immediately after this, we are going to have Louis MT versus Puppy Paw live. T-drop shield's coming in. What is BC looking for? At this rate, he's going to have to go 2 TC. Already coming in. We're just on 2 times speed for the second because things really have slowed down. And there we go. He's starting to fix it a little bit. He still has so much food surplus. But the Varangian flood is beginning. And Kiljadi is building the worst thing he could against it. I'm shocked. Beastie baited him. He saw one cataphract. And this was his reaction. Oh my god. BC's played him like a fiddle here. No, I don't think BC's missed his window at all, because like this is Mass Varangian. And Killjadi doesn't have an answer to Mass Varangian at all. I mean, crossbow archers are okay-ish, right? Because these men-at-arms have 15 less health. But you're already choosing to build spears into lombos. You clearly thought it was cataphracts. There's no other reason you build spears when there's lombos on the other side. BC's now waiting for Killjadi to arrive. Very smart here, because if Killjadi walks into the trap, he's going to lose half the army. And then it's very difficult to recover from that position. It'll give BC an opening to counterattack. Mango's starting to arrive, but meet the Mango. These things are still not reasonable. Oh my god, wait, what? Killjadi? Wait, what was that shot? What? Is this thing drunk? Turn it off and turn it off again? Turn it off and turn it off again? Yeah, I'm going to stand to that statement. Killjadi, please! Is he going to lose because of one outpost? Oh my god, that is so much spread damage. So unnecessary as well. Well, Clash coming in. This is a game decided by towers. The opening play by Killjadi at the backfired. And the play here that might have decided the game. And the 360 surround opportunity. BC looking to return the favor from game number 2. Killjadi's front line isn't lasting long enough here. Outpost goes down, but he's lost everything in this engagement. Mango's now dead, and an overwhelming force of firepower for Beastie that will no doubt lock him in for a win. It's his turn to attack. And this is worrisome. Killjadi, he's got 3 Sacred Sight locked in, golf clappers all around, but I mean, where do you go from here, right? You've gathered the tree line at the backside, you've got exposed resources on the east, farms being set up right now. Like, this is the weak point in your game. You haven't really reached that full, non-stop pump of troops yet. And now you might not ever. It's just so many Varangian. 34, of which 22 are already in the base. Beastie makes his return to midweek muster and makes it look convincing here. He's going to be going all the way to the semifinals, where currently he would be on a crash course, potentially with Wham. Wham, who has made every single grand finals to date in the midweek muster. Now, there might be a real blocker if he can even get that far. 2-1 scoreline, and a game that was decided at the start point and at the end by outposts. Kind of rare in 2024, don't you think? I'll see you in the next chapter. All right, guys. Yeah, I mean, that one, I think that one's kind of uploadable. It's very interesting, actually. I want to call that, game starts, and I don't know if game starts and ends with an outpost. A game begun and ended by an outpost. Something like that. Game defined and ended by outposts? I don't know. I need to think about that. Whatever. I don't want to spend too long typing it out because we have got a live series to now get into. We're going to have Louis MT versus Puppy Paw. Let me check the draft now and see how the boys are looking here. I think they're getting ready now. keep an eye on the draft. Hasn't been posted yet. Let me double check they're online. Yeah, Louis online. So I think we're waiting a second for Puppy Paw. What I'll do now, guys, I'm going to run a minute. Actually, I'll run the 3 minutes ads. I'm going to run 3 minutes ads now as we're getting ready for the next series. So we are going to have it live. It is going to be Puppy Paw versus Louis MT in a best of 3. This will also give me time to update the brackets. So I'll run the 3 minutes ads now, so we should be safe by the time we're into game 1, okay? Don't go anywhere, because we've got live midweek muster coming up next. Good on you, the people who don't have ads, as long as you're subscribed. If you don't have ads, you're not subscribed. Huh? Why you're not support stream? Anyway, let me go ahead. I'm going to open, while we've got a second, I'm quickly going to open up. I'll put the music on the background as well. I'm going to open up my wonderful Photoshop and we'll update these scores. Oof. Pretty cool final game, actually. Kind of looked like it was just going to be an absolute flop, but KillerPigeon's, I mean, he had like a few openings there where it actually looked really bad for Beastie, right? Oof. Oh, by the way, we still have wiggle room for sign-up. So if you go across the Start GG, midweek muster number 7, sign-ups close tomorrow. Really important you get your asses signed up if you want to participate. Go for it, like whether you're a little bit lower rank, you never know. There might be an opportunity to play against some of the best players in the game and get some valuable lessons. But there's only one way to do it. You have to sign up. So go ahead and do that. We've still got some slots available. We're not filled up to the 32 just yet. Would be cool. It's going to be the final midweek muster of 2024, so you want to be a part of it. And we will, of course, aim to have some weekend tournaments across the holidays to keep you guys entertained. All courtesy of this channel right here. You might sign up. What are you waiting for? Get your ass in there. And no mites about it. Get your ass in there. Boy, don't make me repeat myself. Boy, I said boy. All right, so let me go ahead. Now update the brackets to what we currently know. There is 2 possibilities of how this goes afterwards. Either Louis MT versus Puppy Paw into the winner of that versus the winner of Vortex Doomy straight away. In which case, we won't be able to cast Vortex versus Doomy in time. Alternatively, if they can't play semifinals today straight away, then we will just say, we'll just reveal what happened between Vortex and Doomy for those who don't know. So it really comes down to that. And Tune, good job. Good job. Don't mind watching. Oh, can play if they end quickly. Oh, well, we'll see then. So what will probably happen there is like it'll be a little bit weird for once. We'll probably do a semi-finals and then check back in on the quarterfinals from that semi-finals to see how it went. Just because we'll have a little bit of time to fill. So what we'll do is we'll do Anatan versus Elyona to see who's going to be going up against Wham later live. And then if we still have time to fill until that series is live, we can go back for the Vortex Doomer series. So what we'll probably have is Louis MT versus Puppy Paw into the semi-finals. Then we'll go back to the round of 16, Anatan versus Elyona. And then, if that's not long enough to get us to the quarterfinals of Wham versus Elyona or Anatan, we'll go back into Vortex Dimmu. Even though we would by then, because we would have cast the semi-finals, know the outcome there, it's still good content. Apparently there's some really good games between them. So, have the boys drafted yet? Because we're not off to a good start of them being bloody quick enough if they can't make it on time. To my understanding, Louis is here. It seems to be a certain Canadian that we're waiting on at the second. Because I just looked on the menu and I saw that Louis was online. So bear with us a sec, folks. So some way that there could be an open tournament like the FA Cup where anyone in the world can enter and it goes right the way down to the global winner. Oh, yay. More things that make Tune want to throw himself out of a window. It can be challenging at times to get 32 people to play their games punctually. Do you really want to inflate that to maybe hundreds of people? It's tricky. Oh, sorry, I'm just doing some flexes here. So like, this is the moment I've got on my foot right now. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there. Dude, it's so hard, man, to regain movement in my foot. Because the way I described it is like, it's very weird. Like, I've broken my arm before, right? And what I'll say is breaking my ankle, it's broken in the cast phase was nicer. Because, like, you can still do things, right? You can still play video games and crap like that, right? The bad part is afterwards, when you have to start, like, doing things with it again. Because with your hand, like, oh, like, you know, like, I broke my arm, right? And I'm like, oh, my hand. Oh, let me go ahead and just pick up this empty cup of multivitamins gummies from Protein Works, because, like, I like them that much. They're that tasty. Oh, I'm fine with that. Oh, let's try this full new pack that I've got that I get to eat. I'm going to eat 2 of these now, actually. Right? You can train more easily. Whereas when you break your ankle, it's like, so let's try putting our whole body weight on this. It's like, what? It's such an extreme, you know? It's such an extreme. Gonna eat my gummies, though. Dude, I love these. Summer fruits. Or summer berries, rather. Do I need to bump the Canadians? You boys ready? I'm going to message them now in the chat. Calling it out. Just amputate it? True. Like, dude, could you imagine all the cool integrations we could do? You know? We could literally just, like, weld a Corsair fan to, like, a metal, like, you know, implant thing. And then we're like, and today we're sponsored by Corsair, and then just hold up, like, an amputated foot area. There's just, like, a functional GPU, a CPU cooling fan from Corsair, right? Boom. The integrations would be crazy. It slaps pretty hard, actually, to be honest. Just had a torn ligament in my ankle. I know what you mean. Yeah, it's like, it's so scary as well. Because, like, I mean, I'm not trying to, like, devalue your injury, Ron. I think it's more scary with a break, and you'll get where I'm going with this, right? Because with a break, you're like, is this just going to snap? If I put weight on this, is it just going to break again? But yeah, it's like, it's rough no matter what type of injury, because you're still like, there's no... It's easy to go from like 1 to 10 with like arms on like the weight you put in, but when you are talking about like a leg, ankle, whatever, you're like, oh. And guys, did you guys see my tweet? If you don't follow me, by the way, go ahead and follow me on Twitter. It's @KillerPigeon. I tweeted out a picture of my legs, and the comparison, oh my dear God. Do you guys want to see it? I think the word I used was noodle legs. Noodle legs, man. So, here you go. So, like, actually, I don't have the side by side. I've got this picture. I need to tweet out the side by side comparison, right? So, like, this is one. I'll tweet it out now. I'm gonna tweet it out now from my phone. What the comparison of my legs is, because it is actually freaking wild. Hey, Jadesta, how's it going, buddy? All right, one sec. I'm gonna get the picture. Because it is wild when you see it. Alright, here you go. I'll just tweet it out. So let me go ahead and refresh this. Like, it's like, it looked bad when I saw it come out the cast. I'm like, that looks really whoa. But then when you see it next to, like, your other leg, you're like, oh. new AoE streamers end up doing this kind of content. Hey man, I got like, you know, the amount of people like, I'm not subscribed and they're proud of it. Well, just subscribe to the OnlyFans, XD. Here, one sec. It's taking a little while to load. Wait, why is it taking this long to load? It should be on there. It's on my phone. We're just waiting to hear back from the boys. They should be starting soon. They're taking the mick a bit. But here you go, guys. Ready? This is crazy. Avatar fan? Hell yeah. Right? And by the way, that's like this area here is still swollen. Like in this picture, this area is still swollen. Yeah, muscle atrophy rough. That's 6 weeks in a cast. That's how much it does. I've heard apparently low, like due to muscle memory, regaining this is like a lot easier than getting it initially. So that's apparently good. Do you tear your Achilles? No. So I broke this bone. I broke like the most complicated bone in my ankle. So this bone right here, there is a really, really weird shape. And there's a lot of blood flow through it. So I broke this bone, the talus, yeah. Apparently, like British doctors call it talus. I just like to call it talus. It makes me feel very Black Ops. How? This is why I wanted to get that video. I need to go find the VOD. I don't know if I download it at the end. I really, really should, because I think it was a good, good discussion point. I need to talk to the guy I'm bringing on the YouTube side to try and get that done. Because I basically, I do climbing. And what happened is I fell about 6 feet down a wall. Both my hands off the wall, my feet off the wall, but my foot stayed on dragging down the wall until we hit the bottom, and I smashed it on a really big bracket. So, yeah. And I remember saying immediately, I was like, did anyone else hear the crack noise? No one else heard the crack noise. And I was like, no, I'm pretty sure we cracked it. Trick is to climb where the stairs are. That's no fun. So thin, bro. You know how you fix that thinness, guys? Yo. I've got the perfect cell. Before protein works, after protein works. Exclamation mark protein works now. Get your own. Do you want to be the guy that looks like this? Or the one she tells you not to worry about, huh? Trick is to climb a rope that keeps you from falling. It's not those type of walls though, right? It's like 10 feet tall walls, I think. Okay, are we just missing one of the lads? Hold on a sec, I just want to double check something because I just got a response from one of my influencers. Okay, hopefully it gets a response today. Oh man, I need to shave my beard because I'm at the point where I'm doing like this strokey thing. Did Puppy Paw not wake up for the game that he scheduled? Are you... I'm just... I can't. So guys, we're waiting a few minutes to see if Puppy Paw is going to get his ass out of freaking bed. Oh my god, dude. You know what? Like, this is why... Oh, what's that? Use this in future so you set your alarm clock correctly. I mean, it's just like, it's kind of embarrassing, you know? Like, he's a pro player. He should be capable of freaking waking up on time. Oh! So, like, basically, he typed a time. I'm pretty adamant I know what happened here. A freaking, like, NA time zone brain. Is like, he posted that he played the series at 15 GMT. I guarantee you he thinks 15 GMT is in 40 minutes. Right? Guarantee it's one of those situations. Alright, so what we'll do for now is we'll hop into the replays of the recording of Vortex versus Dimmu. Got advice for an amateur AoE player playing just for fun but want to get more serious? So just pick a civ, look at the build order, immediately start PvP, just hustle until you get better. Yeah, so like the beautiful thing of like find a civ that you like playing and think you can play regularly, because the value of doing that is if you keep switching the civ, you're not actually focusing on the core mechanics that correlate between civs. You're focusing on the uniques of each civ, right? So like, you know, I recommend this for people with like Dota 2, is like you choose a hero that like you think is good and you learn that first. You use that to learn the mechanics of the game, and then you learn the unique mechanics of the heroes. It's better that way, because otherwise too many variables are changing every single game for you to keep track. You've already got variables changing each game from what your opponent picks, right? So it's good to start with one civ and like understand the fundamental basics of like, you know, what is reasonable in terms of like safe area in your base. Understanding like timings of how to use archers, micro archers, etc. So yeah, definitely recommend starting that way. So what we'll look to do is I'll keep an eye on it. If we have to pull out after game 1 of it, that's what we'll do. But we're going to do Dumu versus Vortex now, and I hope that Puppy Paw actually bothers to wake up. Let me get the draft for that ready. So that's the beauty, guys. We still have other series we can cast. Borderland, Transhumance, and Dry Arabia. Bear with me one sec, guys. Transhumance. I said Dry Arabia, didn't I? There we go. So I'll keep an eye on it, and we'll see if Puppy Paw can forget what sleep is and know what an awake is. And we'll get ready for this series in the time being instead. Unbelievable. Did BC play Japan? Yes, he did. Game 2. Are you using a website to do all the overlay stuff? Yes, so Cal created a really handy tool for that. But I do need to find a way of getting some extra tools to be made, to be honest. And yes, to the people on YouTube going, BC already streamed this. Yep, I've said this before. Like, if you want to catch the series, like the official cast, don't spoil it for yourself. If you see the midweek muster. Otherwise, occasionally there will be an overlap. It's just going to happen. Because I'm not going to be live every day of the week. That's not healthy. So some of them are from replays. All right, you guys ready? Okay, so funnily enough, I wasn't sure we'd have time to catch this series between Dumu and Vortex. Shout out to Puppy Paw for not getting out of bed yet. That means we do have time. We're going to be hopping into game number 1, Borderland, between Dumu and Vortex here. Dumu on the English, Vortex on the Byzantines. Interesting matchup. One we were seeing for a while, and it was really polarizing. It just kept switching between who was favored for a bit. But I feel like we settled on Byzantines having a really solid timing in the opening here. Usually English players have to just try and survive long enough. That's their bread and butter. So we'll see how Ben wants to play this, if he tries to hunker down. I think if you go 2TC, it's very dangerous here. It just enables the Byzantines for an all-in timing with Kari Siphons and Lombos. And, well, we are talking about Vortex, a player who loves to be aggressive. We're going to hit the 2 times speed until they get into H2, because we're not getting any Dark Age aggression. Sheep count, looking reasonable. 10 on one side, 9 on the other. And there's going to be the Grand Winder in the back. Berries. Abbey of Kings coming out. Dumu, is he going to the dark side here? What do you think, guys? Are we getting 2TC? We're getting 2TC. Alrighty then. This is greedy. Very greedy in a map like this. But I think what convinced Dumu he wants to do it is the back tree lines, is he wants to set up a TC here. But the reason this is very greedy is now Vortex has a few options. He can go fast castle, or he can just look to Lombo rush you with Kara Siphons. And the funny thing is, you can still go Lombo rush while fast castling. I wonder, Vortex is one of the players that did used to really like the Javelin contract, so kind of curious to see if he's going to go that direction instead. So take out complete. Systems are going to start getting added in here. One's if you think Dumu will win this game, two's if you think Vortex will win this. Because we can already kind of, funnily enough, see the pictures without seeing much more of it. Vortex is likely going to be targeting an efficient castle timing with some pressure. Dumu is going to be playing a longer feudal, courtesy of the fact he went 2TC. Yeah, this matchup does feel like it is actually Byzantine favored these days. I think English need to find their way back towards these like 1 TC type builds to contest. It almost feels like when people pick English into this matchup, they're just kind of praying that they can get out of the comfortable phase of the game. Get to the cozy castle and Imperial. Assuming wins this game's going to take a while. I mean, like, I'm hoping we'll be able to do the full series and we have calculated right, but we'll find out. Like, basically, for those who don't know, I didn't think I'd be able to catch this series because we were likely going to have the winner of this series versus the winner of Louis MT versus Puppy Paw after they play. But we're literally waiting for Puppy Paw to wake up. Which, if it's too late, then might compromise the semi-finals because then, like, if Louis wins that series, it might be too late for him to play. Right? It has a bunch of like, ripple effects here. So we'll see how it goes. Puppy just woke up. Praise be the Lords. All right. Well, we'll keep an eye on for when they've actually got their draft going. Let me know when you notice it, Tune, please, if you will. Because Vortex is going to look to be fast here. We have Keshix coming. Tick and TC goes exactly on the tree line we're expecting here from Dimmu. There's no other option. He needs to secure wood here to get into eventual farms. He could have actually... I say there's no other option. He could have just walled here, built the TC on the other side of the gold, and that makes him very hard to dive. This leaves him much more exposed, and Keshix are going to keep shuffling around these tree lines looking for targets. Also, actually, no, it's even worse than that. So Vortex is going fast castle, it's going to be Sippy Cups, and like Dimmu literally has nothing to protect gold. He won't be able to age up here. Oh, man. This is going to be rough. I think we might have a very quick game one. Rax is coming in from Dimmu, which is the correct call. But the issue is when there's like 4 Keshix, right? 2 Spimmer's not going to cut it. Archer range also getting added in. Wait, does he expect something extra here? It might be that Dimmu's thought process is if he doesn't have longbows, he won't be able to snipe the injured Keshix. So you kind of treat this like the Jean effect in range form, right? Where when your opponent pulls away an injured knight, you just snipe it. Double Keshix are going to be able to just pressure the king. Really solid units up against him. Looks like an attempt to snipe the scout comes out. But Dimmu already crippled at this stage, down to 74 HP. Has got the spin coming out, but it's Quadra Keshix, soon to be 6. Vortex, soon to be age 3. This should be System of the First Heal to connect to the berries. At that point, you can start diving underneath the English TCs. Man. Alright, so just got confirmation in. Puppy Paw is having a quick coffee break, so he will look to CP Cup up. If he's ready quick enough, we'll just have to speed through this game. Well, we'll try to catch as much of it as we can. I don't know if we'll be able to catch the other games from this series, but we'll see how the day looks as we go. So, System of the First Heal on the way. Undermesh is coming in. Vortex really has the timing locked down on this. Dimmu has now been baited into a very, very big investment going into Lombos. Lombos are 90 resources each. The archery range alone is 150. And once he has the age up, he's not going to want to build more here, right? So at that point, it's kind of dead weight resources instead of you going for a quick attack timing. And I've seen Dimmu in these type of games before where he tries for this 2TC build and gets out-aggroed. It's usually against like French Delhi where this happens, but Byzantines can be just as good with this timing. Keshix get micro back. Efficiency from Vortex, and guess what? Sippy Cups activated, baby. Chug it all. Beauty of it, right? Because you start with several flasks. Rejuvenation. All but one Keshix, full HP. Veterancy now coming in, and Vortex will be targeting his first Cataphract in a matter of moments here. The chat in the background from Louis. Puppy was like, I need my coffee. And then Louis like, I'm drink coffee right now. Coffee good. Sometimes I love reading messages from Louis. Oh, man. What legend. So, first Cataphract coming through. Dimmu is in a really sticky situation here. Spear count is not that threatening against Katas yet. He's going to have to add in, like, what, 20 plus spears? Meanwhile, Vortex is already looking for relics. Oh, man. And the Keshix. Wait, Dimmu, what? He has to realize this is coming, right? He's completely out of position. Did he glance that? Vortex temporarily revealed them. Ringing the bell. And the reaction's quite quick there, but the problem here is there's a secondary TC and there's a lot of villagers in the area. He'll just ripple over. And remember, he's got the sippy cup. He can easily kiss the boo-boos better, right? The gulps. So Dumu gets idled out, gets slowed down. Meanwhile, Cataphracts soon to enter the battlefield. And here we go. That would be a beautiful trample opportunity. Straight in. Okay, no, before... Okay, so guys, that trample is worthless because they are literally next to the Abbey of Kings. The most pointless of tramples you will see in this tournament. He needed to really hang around. I don't think Vortex expected textiles when he done that, and that's why he didn't hang around. Keshik's being lost on the back by Vortex, though, and we have a switch, folks. He's like, oh, wow, that's a lot of spears. It would be a shame if someone created sippy cups for Vikings. That sounds like a business venture that can make a lot of money. Kada's just diving in. He has got the gulpers. Gulp. God, no, he's trickling in spears. This is a disaster right now for Dimmu. Most of his spears were stuck chasing the Keshiks. No! He loses so many to kill one Keshik. And now it's triple Cataphract. Trample comes through. Gold gets idled out. Dimmu has got enough for a tech up, but the food is lacking. I mean, lacking is the understatement of the century here. I think Dimmu is about to be pretty hard stuck. Varangian are coming. Second relic on the way home as well. That's going to lead to even more Keshiks. Even Ghoulims, actually. Ghoulims would be phenomenal here. Ghoulims are bad once Dimmu reaches castle because Armorclad is really good. But before it? What's the answer to gulping Katas? I play team games, so stopping them from massing isn't always easy. Usually crossbows is your way. Like in a team game environment, you shouldn't have multiple players, like, you know, having to build multiple units if you want to be optimal. Katas are a little bit trickier in team games, but in 1v1s, you have to anticipate the play, and you either out-aggro to block their food, or you make sure you've got, like, the correct defenses. Wolves are very good against Cataphracts. I think Wolves are actually, like, under-leveraged right now because they're hard to do. Against the Cata build in particular, it almost was necessary. Dive comes in here. The losses are going to feel necessary here to even try and survive. Gulp's coming through. And once again, for the second time in the game, Dimmu tries to walk across the map and get spanked in the back. Damn. So much for that economy lead. Remember, even with textiles, it just doesn't matter. These guys, they cleave you down so fast. 3 hits for a Cataphract to get a kill. And this game looks over. I mean, Dimmu, it's the idol on the food. His castle timing is way too late, and the Varangian haven't even been revealed yet. That's about to change, though. We got, what, 10? Make that 12 heavily armored infantry marching towards the base. Some of them even Ghoulims. The spears might be a good counter to the Cataphracts, but he has nothing against mass MAA. Cataphract just going to camp on the gold. But this is impossible. I mean, he doesn't even have Steeled Arrow. Meanwhile, Ranged Armor 2 just got queued up. Gilliam of Varangian head on in. Spear defense to the rescue. It feels bad because English villagers are worse at defending their homes. Like, Shivs out would actually be better here than short bows. Second wave of Spearmen now arriving, but that means the Cataphracts could actually just target down what they want. King dies. And every time you go after the Cataphracts, yep, because you're getting A-clicked into, the tramples can work. And on top of that, it means the Varangian are maximizing their DPS as you're running around them instead of even attacking them. And the Guzzlers continue. The Sippy Cup, simply too strong for Ben. Like, you think someone who has a kid would be better at managing Sippy Cups, but the bald boy with the baby head, just too good at it himself. Game 1 to the Spaniard. And we are now ready for the Poppy Ball Louis series. Get your predictions in on that one, folks. Who's going to win it? All right, we'll look to come back to this series then. I'll mark it in my thingy. The game 1 was done. Can't wall against Canada if there's Keshiks running around in feudal though. Yeah, you can build a few spears and then wall actually. Keshiks are really, really bad against spears. Spoiler alert. In case it wasn't obvious, they really suck against spears. So yeah, we won't have enough time to do the second game right now, but we'll maybe do it afterwards. Damn, I just looked at the viewer chart for when we had that like little bit of a hiccup of Poppy Paw taking ages to wake up. The drop in viewership was nuts on YouTube. Chill, people. Dude, we've got games coming. And I am seeing YouTubers. I do respond to you when you talk there as well, by the way. You guys just seem to be more in a chill background state. So, let me get the draft ready. So we got Dry Arabia, yeah, so we got Dry Arabia, Himiyama, and Borderland. They're very land-oriented. Kind of similar to what we've been seeing at Wham's draft so far, right? Wait, what did I say it was again? My brain. Yeah, Dry Arabia, Himiyama. So let me put that in now. Wait, why is the map draft at the top now? What happened to the... They just had a draft there a second ago. There we go. That was weird. So I'll update the stuff behind the scenes. So Borderland, Dry Arabia, Himiyama. So this series is happening live right now. BC said you can't go 2TC against Catagult build, no matter how who you are or what's if. Agreed. It's like, it's just so oppressive. You spend way too long in Age 2 and you just don't have the efficient counters. It's kind of like similar to the logic of imagine if Delhi could rush Age 3 and build an elephant, right? Would you really want to hang around in Age 2 building spears? Or would you want Age 3 to build crossbows? Right? When you think about it that way, it makes a lot of sense. Okay, so we have our drafts. Poppy Paw, of course, getting the French in there at the end. Yeah, Louis, he gets his shot, but it's kind of funny he didn't prioritize French higher. Usually, historically, he does. Ayabids makes a lot of sense for him here, though, especially when you see some of these other civs, Delhi, French, etc. Also, Louis just looked really good on Ayabids historically in the last few months. Mainly in team games, but definitely can be good in 1v1s. So, let's hop across here. Opening map is going to be on Borderland. We're probably looking at... Well, Himiyama could be Jean or Malians. Dry Arabia could be Ayabids. Is he going to Abbasids the first map? I think that's too dangerous. Because Poppy Paw could just go Delhi, right? So if you're paranoid about Delhi, what you're probably seeing from Louis on Borderland to open this is going to be Ayabids. And Poppy Paw can play Delhi into that. I actually think Delhi is fine up against Ayabids. If you're super paranoid, you could just go China instead. Malians has been picked quite a bit on Borderland. Well, a reasonable amount, right? I'm not convinced by its pick. And also, with Delhi being most likely picked on Borderland, you pretty much be throwing away the opening game as Louis. So yeah, he has to do Ayabids here. It's kind of his only option. I wonder if Mongols could be a curveball for Poppy Paw, but likely that would be safe for Himiyama. Mongols historically suck against Ayabids, but we saw just the other week Whamshu a really cool way to play that one. So let me have a look, confirm what they're going for now. My throat, man. So we are getting Chinese Abbasids. What? I think Poppy Paw was really expecting Ayu, right? He wanted to make it a little bit cleaner. He wanted to keep Delhi up against Abbasids and Malians. So Louis kind of throws a curveball there. We talked about Abbasids as a possibility, but I think that was very gambly to throw out the Abba in the opening. Poppy Paw's logic is like, Delhi will win this easier against Abba, but China can do it well as well. Funnily enough, China is really comfortable in an Abbasid game because it just turns into a TC game. And China is very efficient at making that play. I'd say a little bit better, in fact. Things like Pro Scouts as well, just more clean for them. So Louis is probably going to have to find a way to be aggressive because we've seen these TC races, and I want to say like 80% of the time, when you get into a TC race and go into Imperial, China wins that. Because Abbasid's economy is better, but China's unit comps are better to begin with, right? It's not until you get to the hyper late game you start talking about things like trade, where you're like, okay, Abbas is pretty good. So yeah, China kind of like peaks quicker, and then their economy gets a little bit weird in the hyper late game when gold runs out. But before that point, like I'd always take China over Abbasids. Okay, so boy should be ready to go. And I can confirm. Thank you, Camian. Welcome back to Swarm. Appreciate the sub. Remember, guys, get those subs in. Now's the time. It even has the laugh on if you actually like it and don't find it obnoxious. Or wait until in-game if you find it obnoxious and want to be muted. But remember, a sub here is a support for AoE4 Esports in the weekdays. Because this is literally basically the place you want to be if you want to catch those. If you want to support the official broadcast, we're the ones that run the Midweek Musters. We're running it throughout all of 2025 as well, up until June. So, tip of the hat. All right. So they're getting in lobby now. We should be starting in a sec. Did ads just run? I think they did, so I can't run them again. If there's an opportunity, I'll look to run the ads before the series begins, so you guys don't have to worry about them in-game. Hell yeah, handicap. Dude, yeah, so for those who don't know, the sub emote noise is literally a line in a Valve game. It is a purchasable line you can use yourself in Dota 2. It was because I worked one of the internationals, and something they do with talent who work the international is all of them, they get like the stickers that people can buy, and those stickers come with a voice line. I think if I was a bigger name in the scene, that would have made a lot of money. I don't know, I can't remember how much I made. I think I done okay, because basically you get rev split for the sales there. I mean, I can't go into specifics of official contracts or whatever, but like, it done okay. But there was rumors of one talent making like almost 6 figures from sticker sales, which is crazy. I don't know, like I think that was a solid A tier voice line from that year. Not gonna be overly cocky. See, so usable. What's up, M7? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, mate. Welcome back to the Swarm. 11 months. What a legend. All right, they've just hopped in the game. So remember, we're going to be opening up on Borderland. And I believe they should have X minutes delay. You've heard it used quite a fair bit. Damn, that's cool. Yeah, like the FE laugh, but that year, by far, FE made more money than anyone else. I'm adamant of that. I haven't asked her what the numbers, but like it just makes sense. It's a Disaster is like something different, right? And was sadly tainted by a really crappy individual. But whatevs. Well, not whatevs, but it is what it is. Of M7 winning against Dimu? I know. Catching round of 32s is tricky. You have to realize that we are, between Monday and Tuesday, usually looking to cast. And in fact, you can just look at it here. We're looking to cast literally 12 to 14 series across 2 days. Is usually what we do, right? So it doesn't leave wiggle room to go back to round of 32s. That's why Friday is for round of 32s. And it really comes down to when players schedule them to whether we can watch them. So it's just tricky. I think a lot of people don't seem as interested in round of 32s. I mean, last week was a little bit of a hard competition, right? Like, people were more interested in watching the scrims between Marine Lord, Beastie, Dimu, and Kiljadi than the 1v1s. I mean, that's kind of nice in some ways that people are actually interested in watching 2v2s, because I think historically in AoE4 people just haven't been interested. So I like that. But yeah. Got to find ways of reaching new people, getting new faces in the AoE4 scene, I think. I still really think there's a lot of people that just don't know about it. The challenge is how you reach them, how you find them. 1 second, I need to send something. A message. Can we run ads? No, we can't. Okay. Maybe we'll be able to run a minute of ads before the countdown is too low. I'll keep an eye on that, though. start going door to door. I mean, I do kind of wish there was more things in game to let people know about it. I think that would be really cool. We still don't know who won in Anno versus Elyona. I mean, if people want to spoil the result for themselves, they can. I'd recommend not, because we will have time to cast Anatan versus Elyona before the live series up against Wham, which will be happening at 7 p.m. UK time. So in 3 hours and 15 minutes. You brought 5 friends who are all watching your TV. There we go. Now, when they go home, I need to be the guilty pleasure. I mean, you know, it is interesting to try and like thought process. No, like thought exercise ways of getting more people into AoE4, right? It's tricky because like AoE4 really isn't marketed as a team game. It's marketed as a 1v1. It's hard to get more people into 1v1s, really. But I think there's a lot of people within AoE4 already who just don't consume content because, I mean, maybe they just don't find the content that entertaining, or they just don't know it's out there. So like that's where things like in-game marketing really does a lot to let people know, like, hey, there's things for this. Like the scene size, big enough for tournaments, the pro scene, etc., but not that big that it's going to mainstream with all its disadvantages for a healthy community. I don't think it's big enough for a real pro scene, actually. What I mean by that is, like, realistically, there aren't many people that can actually be a full-time player in AoE4 at its current size. There's nowhere near enough money, right? Like, the top players are either signed to an esports org or they are content creators, right? But like when you go outside that top 5, top 6, like how many people can are realistically making a reasonable amount of money, right? So I'd say the esports scene does need more growth. Microsoft definitely helps with what they support on, for sure. But I think the big challenge is like the monetary support is great. We need official channels of like letting people know it even exists. You know what I mean? This is why I've said before, like, actually, like, these type of events we do are really important, but big events, scalable events, are actually important as well. The reason why Red Bull being involved is so valuable is Red Bull gets you hundreds of thousands of people to even know that AoE4 exists, potentially, right? In a way that, like, having an extra EGC tournament or whatever doesn't, because EGC do a great job, but they do remote online events, always. So you haven't got that scale, that wow factor. I mean, it does matter, weirdly enough, right? Like, you know, League Worlds, that's a big deal. Dota 2 with TI, I think it's still a big deal, but the prize pool sizing on that was a big marketing maneuver. The Red Bull give you wing. Oh, don't get me started on that. I still remember like someone telling me the story behind. If you haven't looked it up, look at the story behind why Red Bull give you wings isn't the market standpoint anymore. It's kind of crazy. Speaking of which, I'm gonna sip some more of my Red Bull. They sent me a big care package. Great. Did you guys see that on Twitter? I got loads. All right, predictions up though. Yeah, like participation. Oh, this is a good way. This is actually a really good way of beginning this video. Participation is a really big, important part of esports to make esports scale, to make it actually last and make it grow. We're trying to do what we can with Midweek Muster, but I will say I would love to see Age of Empires 4 add in a in-game tournament sign-up element. There are certain games that are returning to this, and it's very valuable to have because it gets a lot more people into the ecosystem participating. Really big shout out actually to one of the former MLG guys who's now working at ESL NA, I believe it is, where he talked at lengths about this. Like, actually, the way to get esports back to growing is to get people participating. So, you guys in chat, remember to sign up. We do have the Midweek Muster number 7 just around the corner, because this is actually number 6, a quarterfinals, in fact, between Louis MT and Puppy Paw. But next week's is still open for another 24 hours. So, yeah. Let's get into it. Abbasis versus Chinese. There is the potential for a very boomy game here, considering that these two civs thrive in the late game, and Louis loves to go to late game. Military Wing opening is at least going to have a little bit of aggression to it. I'm kind of interested, actually, by this matchup on this map. We talked about Louis potentially throwing the Abbasis out here being a bit of a gamble, because the funny thing is this actually could have went catastrophic for him. Puppy Paw had the Deli in his draft. If this had been Deli into Abbasids, Louis is just essentially thrown away game 1, which is very dangerous to do. Like, this is one thing I want to try to maybe expand on with Midweek Muster in the future, is trying to get quarterfinals at least up to BO5. It's just a bit tricky, though. And the reason for that is, like, Game 1 advantages are just overwhelmingly huge in 3-game series. It allows you to do some really funky things with the draft format. That's why people kind of just have to follow the standard format and put their best foot forward. But Louis done something very curveball-oriented, throwing Abasses out in the opening game here. Puppy Paw. I do wonder if he read it or not. Because the funny thing is, although Puppy Paw didn't get the deli for this matchup, he still has it for Malians down the line. So if you guys haven't seen Borderland before, by the way, a lot of wood in the center, not much to begin with. This is usually a pressure-oriented map. However, we've got two civs that don't really play that pressure game well in the early phases. Likely, we're going to see Louis go for 2TC. Question is whether Puppy Paw is going to do the same, because we have been seeing a growing amount of Zhuge Nu rush builds, but also fast castle builds for the Chinese. And yes, Shuckle. Shuckle's description there. I just played this matchup on the ladder not long ago. ABBA, China went 3TC, I went 4. Even thought about going 5. That is literally what happens when it turns into a TC game. And the weird part is, like, the more you do it, actually I think the worse you feel as Abbasids, because you feel like you have to be even more greedy. And then there's that risk that you get all in. So then you don't get too greedy. And by not getting greedy enough, China just outscales you into a late game where until the gold runs out on the map, their late game is going to feel better, right? Because hand cannoneers. They have the better hand cannoneers. Abbasids have the better trade, but like that doesn't really matter until all the gold veins are gone first. And Puppy Boy, he's going for the Archer build. Oh, this is sick. He's expecting 2TC. And in fact, that's exactly what Louis is doing. Louis is doing a very dangerous thing here by going 2TC. So what Puppy Boy is going to be doing here, adding in a Rax next, he'll be going Archer Spears. And the idea is you can still go Song on a delay because of all the taxation gold from building these units. You're essentially alchemying, right? You're taking food and wood and converting it into gold. And this allows you to get your very aggressive blacksmith timings for things like siege engineering. And it allows you to eventually go for Song and bring in Zhuge as a follow-up. In the meantime, by going for these archers early, it gives you counter pressure to the military wing play, but it also then has units in place to build the rams next to your opponent's base. Very interesting. So for now, Louis is going to dodge the problem. He did go for the very powerful stables opening. The reason this is good is because by going military wing, you already have two corners of the triangle. This completes the triangle. You have every counter unit possible. Problem is, if you're not willing to commit more to it, your opponent can come over the top. This build used to be a lot more effective in the 2TC meta because your opponent wanted to build a TC, he didn't want to build units, right? But now that we're in a meta where people are better at like executing these feudal timings and look for it more often, there is a risk that Puppy Paw is just going to outblob him here and send it. So how did you guys vote in the end? I'm kind of curious. 68% for Puppy Paw. I'm not too surprised by that. This is, I would say, Puppy Paw's signature civ at this stage. It's easily his best performing civ from what I can remember statistics in tournaments. Maybe outside of like obvious outliers such as maybe Byzantines, HRE. I think Chinese and English are probably the two best performers for him. For WAM at the moment, I'd say it's Rus and English are the ones that tend to execute phenomenally well from a statistical standpoint. Louis, on the other hand, usually looking at French. Jean has been a little bit hit or miss here. I think Iabids for Louis has also been looking really good. Abbasid's a little bit more of a coin flip. I think he's still positive on the percentage, but not as overwhelming, especially with the nerfs that they've received recently. Look at this gold. Reminder, guys, he has not actively touched the gold since decking up. This is all just taxes. And this has value, because now you essentially get your eco-techs, not for free. For free is not the right word, but it almost feels like it's for free, because it's just an organic thing that China does. Taxes. Archers and spears are blobbing up. We do have the second TC online for Louis. Very greedy, but good TC, right? You've got the deer, you've got berries, you've protected the gold. This is where Puppy Paw should be looking to drop the blacksmiths and going for a ram timing. A little bit slow, actually, on that detail. Is he thinking of just castling? He's holding a lot in reserve here. This could be a Barbican pull, but I don't really see the value on it unless you can get deeper. If Louis had placed the TC here instead, you'd Barbican the gold, right? But this doesn't block gold play if you Barbican this area. He doesn't care. He's going for it. Wait. Is he just gonna... There is a world in which he builds a Barbican right here. and it will block the gold. It's such an insane position. And what a read as well, because Louis is just trying to go for an age up. Okay, so no, he doesn't quite get where we're talking about, but this will block the food, and it'll also harass the gold workers. This is just crazy from Puppy Paw. And there's that siege engineering timing we were talking about. Puppy Paw just double checking the villagers are safe here. Needs to be careful with these two here. They are on the edge of TC range. Louis just needs to gather everything he can before this comes crumbling down. This is what we're talking about though, right? Like, China doesn't really engage in the TC races as much anymore because they discovered how good going in feudal can be. Or rushing castle. Love this read by Puppy Paw. And by getting Song now, he's also going to feel less pressured by the escalation of TCs. So Barbican up. Eco wing from Louis. Because he went melee first, this means he doesn't have the camos to at least bolster him a bit better. He can start prepping archers though. This pushes him off food and this inclines him to actually go more into wood, which will lead to archer scaling into composite bows. Question mark is what his base is going to look like at that point in the game. Because we've already got Zhuge being queued up. The ram shenanigans are already underway. A little bit surprised Puppy Paw didn't keep the spears in reserve for an additional ram here. This is so crazy, this build. Counterattack is coming in. So Puppy Paw already has a few Zhuge in there. Villagers are being targeted down. Doesn't quite get the kill though. And Spearman now arriving. So Louis will have to back off there. Meanwhile, the TC can start to do the damage. Did fully garrison. If he goes to the pull, he's going to start losing villagers here because Louis does not have textiles. Right now, look at the state of the economies, right? His whole eco lead is idled out. Because remember, Puppy Paw, he actually has 36 villages. 4 of this 40 attacksmen. Repairs coming through here. Barbican should be able to reach that though, right? Yep, there you go. Louis having to pull the villagers back one by one. And this is what I was talking about with second ram. Second ram would make a lot more sense here for Puppy Paw. I think he was a tiny bit too greedy with this. And actually gets the villager as well. This is so doing. He has to basically shuffle villagers one by one. And the idle time as well. Oh my god. This is adding up. Horseman now coming in. But he's got Spearman inside. Surprise! And now he can start whittling away again. Louis, he is age-free. But in a bit of a rough situation because it's not just troops here. It's troops on the backside. He catches him building the Raxes. Louis, he was looking for a Golem transition, the most efficient way of dealing with this. Gets caught building them up, though. More villagers to be sniped down. Hasn't actually finished off the Rax. That's another one dead. Likely another 2 fall. Half of Louis' economy is idle right now. And Puppy Paw has built another ram. He's happily gathering on the front line with the villagers as well. This is suffocating. Gold gathering towards the back, but that's being scouted out, right? He's going to see it. Looks like he's even going to be able to snipe one. Barely doesn't get the kill on the villager. But these gold workers are not safe. And this could be a swift GG in a matter of moments here. Louis got 2 Golems queued up, but against 20 plus Zhuge Nu, that is not going to work. You'll end up looking like Sonic the Hedgehog. You'll have so many prickles just sticking out of you. Double ram. This is going to end the town center now. Louis, meanwhile, is on adventure time here. I'm not really sure what these villagers are up to. But man, China is just so good now. I've been saying that they're a solid A-tier civ. Really are. But Puppy Paw, the way he leverages this civ makes it look border S-tier. There are not many players that can deal with him when he gets on this, unless they get an insanely favorable matchup civ-wise. Wall's now going up. So the issue with Louis playing long feudal, he doesn't want to play long feudal into mass Zhuge. That's why. He was looking for an out for that reason, which I get. His TC is too ambitious. Once the TC starts crumbling, like, you just don't have a play to blow archers. Military wing can kind of make it a little bit better with the boot camp, right? But you basically, like, what Louis could have done is played a little bit of feudal and then scaled with 30 archers for composite bows. But this is over. I mean, the only way you get out of this now is if Puppy Paw stops attacking. And why, realistically, would he ever stop attacking you here? Louis, I mean, he has got 6 Golems. But you're so far behind on economy. Realistically, Puppy Paw could just go for an age up now and then crossbow. He's still massacring. More villagers being taken out. There aren't many safe angles to escape here. Needs to be careful not to be seen leaving the town center. Louis doesn't even seem to realize he's still got 15 villagers garrisoned. Love that. He just front lines with the archers because the Zhuge the value. Remember, archers do 1 damage here. Meanwhile, the Zhuge do 3. Great read there by Puppy Paw. Sick micro. Villagers gathering gold again. Louis in desperation mode. Rams are shuffling towards him once more. Archers, meanwhile, are just going to kite and head over to the villagers on the tree line to bring Louis down even further. Don't mind if we do, he says. There's 2 more sniped, and if he shuffles north, he'll find even more villagers over here. Louis does at least have food income down the south corner. It's really the gold that's the problem. He can't actually afford many Ghoulems. Puppy Boy's like, yes, these Ghoulems are a problem. What if we just built a bunch of hand cannon sluts? Ah, yes, of course. The 25 damage against the 5 armor. We've solved it. Oh, the shiv's out. Puppy Boy, if he just kites this right now. He doesn't seem to notice it. So kind of a missed opportunity there to kill even more. Louis does get rid of these archers. But the idle time, the loss of additional villagers, and now the Zhuge are coming. And this right here, it's half of his eco. Oh my god, what an uncomfortable game 1 for Louis. Hand cannon slits are in, so Golem's gonna struggle when you reset troops towards these points. Soon. We will kill him soon. This is the thing, like, archers couldn't really play this long in age 2. He would have had to have aged up, right? But Zhuge just a different beast. And the good news is, he's a best of 3s, right? So Louis not immediately out, but I don't really know if playing this game any longer does anything for your morale positively. Appreciate the attempt to go for a raid, but now that he's been caught, still, he's barely sustaining the few Golem he has. And Puppy Paw is getting very close to an Castle's Age situation. Imperial. Louis is at least buying time, so he can get extra Golems up, right? Because there's a lot of Zhuge responding. But my worry is the moment Castle comes in from Puppy Paw, Louis will just call GG. Because the veterans in the Zhuge would put him over the edge. You have 5 armor, and Puppy Paw can get up to 7 damage, right? So we'll do 6 damage per Zhuge. Even more against the villagers, right? Villagers that are already dying just so quickly. Ishi ay caramba. That is now a 24 villager lead for Puppy Paw. Well, 20, right? Because some of them are taxmen. Oh my god. These delayed barbican timings from Puppy Paw. I feel like he's probably the best person at executing them now at the highest level. I mean, some players we don't really see it from, like Marine Lord, I think doesn't really like to do it, for example. So it's a bit hard to gauge. It's more of a stylistic approach, but his style works phenomenally well. There's not many people that survive these delayed barbican drops. Puppy Paw is very good at reading when it's the opportune play. He does so much with it. I mean, just imagine trying that ram rush, right? With villagers repairing the TC constantly, but the barbican made it impossible. Tech up now on the way. About to make it 10 times worse. 56 Zhuge. And every time Louis like, okay, I've got enough to contest this wave. Another wave arrives. Oh my god, stop it. He's already dead. Wait, did Louis just click the 1 Zhuge all the way at the back? Oh no. He's like, wait. I can kill 1. I got this. Yep. Just gonna take out 1. 1 whole Zhuge, baby. Woohoo! And I'm dead. Actually, in fairness to him, he got 2. But when you consider the cost of Golem at 150 to a cost of 80, it doesn't feel that great, right? If you're 2 for 1ing against a unit in Feudal Age, that's bad with Ghoulems. Louis actually going melee armor 1, seeing the Spearman. Palace Guard now on the way from Puppy Paw. This is about to be very clearly over, if it wasn't already apparent. Bit of a death swirl in game 1. What do you guys think? Was Louis too greedy with 2TC? Can 2TC work here? What was the play out? Did he need to maybe just outpost on the west side to stop a Barbican drop in the first place? Should he have been scouting for that? Should he have actually still went for the Castle Ace play, or should he played Mass Archers and Feudal? Curious what your guys' opinions are in the comments. Make sure you drop them there. I think this one's going to get uploaded because that Barbican placement was actually one of the most vile Barbican placements we've seen in quite a while. Completely ruined the game for Louis. Thank you, Zuby0T. Appreciate the sub. Another thing you guys can do if you're watching on YouTube later as well, make sure you come across the Twitch side and join us live. Make sure you subscribe to the channel so you don't have to worry about those ads. You can enjoy the emotes and enjoy the experience of the community live. Oh, Louis. Bless him. He has got up to 14 Golem. But we're about to see crossbows coming in. In fact, there's already 10. And this will be the point where he'll give in. I mean, I've said that like 4 times now. And realistically, this has looked over for a long time. It's 33 to 74. He's had more villagers die in this game than he has alive. I know Louis is willing to play for the late game low percentile, but oh my dear God, I think we're negative percentage at this stage. Even Treb's coming. Puppy Paw's like, why will you not leave this game? Well, I'm hoping Louis can actually put up a fight in this series. A little bit of background. Last time these two met was 2 weeks ago, and Puppy Paw 3-0'd Louis in the semifinals, right? Revenge for week number 1, where Puppy Paw got 3-2'd by Louis. So a little bit of a grudge back and forth, but right now, Puppy Paw is expected to be the dominant player. Louis needs to dig deep. Because, like, I don't know Louis' mental game well enough to know if this impacts him. He seems like a really positive fella. Like, for those that didn't hear it saying it earlier, when he was getting ready for the series, and Puppy Paw was like, I need to get coffee. Louis was like, I'm drink coffee right now. Coffee, good. He typed it like someone who's had coffee for the first time. So he's a very, very chirpy, very positive guy. But this type of game, who wouldn't be feeling crushed after that? Whew. Let's see how he looks in the next one. All right. So, game number 1 done. China versus ABBA. And that's going to be a win for China. So, Dry Arabia or Himiyama? You're probably thinking Dry Arabia, right? And you do Ayu. Puppy Paw, knowing that, will likely go Delhi or Mongols. It's better for Louis to go Dry Arabia because I think if you go Himiyama, Mongols has better value against both Jean. Actually, it has value against all 3, right? So Louis probably... This is annoying because, like, if you leave Himiyama last, it's still hard. Because Puppy Paw should just hold Mongols for that, right? And Dry Arabia would be Delhi. So you go Dry Arabia, Ayabids likely go up against Delhi, but then game 3 is really hard. Or you like try and bolster your final pick by throwing Himiyama in there now and making your life much more painful. I actually think Louis, he's a very talented player, but I kind of feel like he just got outdrafted here. Is anyone else seeing that? Feeling that? Yeah, so okay, what? Now, hold the phones, because rumors of his death may have been prematurely launched. We've got Delhi versus Jean. He actually got it. I mean, I guess in some ways it was kind of obvious, right? Like we mentioned the Delhi, do you really want to save it for elsewhere? I think this still makes game 3 really, really hard, though. Like, very hard. Because that means Louis has, what, Malians or Ayu? And Papapo has Mongols, which is good against both. The fishing is what makes the difference to make Mongols okay against Ayu there. On Dry Arabia, they'll suck. Alright, well, let's get predictions up. Game number 2. Let me double check things in the background. Yep, okay, we're good. So there is still the potential, by the way, for the winner of Vortex Dumu versus the winner of this afterwards, but we'll see how it goes, considering Puppy Pool was an hour late. So that might... What we might try and do with that one is, because of semi-finals, we might try and schedule it before grand finals, so the players are okay with that, but we'll see how it goes. Mongo's good against Ayu. On Himiyama specifically, they can be, yeah. Because you just take the fishing for free, and either player can't contest you, really, right? And then you can kind of just, like, you can basically, you can go for the dock, you can even then outpost rush him afterwards. It's very interesting. I think it's one of the few maps where Mongols can actually beat Ayu. Hold the press. Rumors of his death may have been prematurely launched here. Louis MT may have just found the jackpot to propel himself back into midweek muster number 6 with game number 2 in the quarterfinals. That's right. Jean going up against Puppy Paw on the Delhi. This is actually a really good matchup for Jean. She plays really well into this because Ghazi get annihilated and feed XP too quickly into the hero unit. And this is, of course, one of the classic picks for Louis MT. At the start of the year, really, I remember, I think it was the one that made the bold statement that this is the best young player in the game right now. Like, really felt like that. He was leading the meta a way that no one would have expected or predicted in the early days of 2024 with this Civ. Let's see what he can do in the closing days here now in December. Puppy Paw on the Delhi. Should be pretty dry cut here, right? Dome of Faith into Mass Ghazi. Need to be careful not to overextend with Jean because Ghazi outmassing you can lead to Jean get sniped. But overall, like, yeah, I'd say this is meant to be, like, in its current state, maybe like 70-30 matchup for Jean. The reason why I'm putting 70-30 instead of higher is because Delhi do have ways of slivering out into Castle. If that ever happens, the big problem is War Elephants. War Elephants can really ruin you here. Now, there was a point where this matchup was a little bit more shaky for Delhi because they'd opened Spears first because of the Knights. But recently, even against French, actually, I've been seeing a lot of these Delhi players actually just obnoxiously going into Ghazi, which is really nice because it just guarantees you go for your value, you have the mobility. And even more important against Shaw because you don't have to worry about the implications of feeding XP easily. Another nice thing, I think, for Delhi is if you do have the patience of a Saint here, unlike the French matchup, Jean isn't going to get stronger economically. Consecration helps a bit, for sure. But your big fear is the passive XP. Passive XP just takes so long, it takes like 20 minutes, right? So as long as you're not too angsty here, you don't overreact as Puppy Paw, there are ways that you can potentially get the edge here in Feudal. How have you guys been voting so far? Still a majority of the votes in favor of Puppy Paw to win this. That's surprising, considering everything we've been seeing with the Jean faction recently. I think some of that is the Delhi bias, because recently they've been performing a lot better, right? They have been rising the win rates. Right now, they are looking like the best or second best Civ in a lot of people's eyes, especially when you consider that a lot of prior bans have been going to them now. Let's do the Canadian check. The Canadian check is when you make sure they've got all the text queued up. We'll do that when we reach H2. Actually, I think Wham is the one that still has that a little bit. Puppy Paw learnt his lessons. Well, I mean, these guys are incredible. I still remember before Delhi got truly OP, they'd just be winning with Delhi, even though they'd be forgetting to get their tier 1 eco decks. So tech out complete for Louis. First night has been queued up. He done that with... Wait, you guys remember I wasn't looking. Was it free? So he isn't ready for Age 2 Jean just yet. It's going to take a little bit of time here. So he should be ready to go level 2 Jean probably about 5.5 minutes. Which is fine. You don't want to rush the timing on her because you're expecting Ghazi. And if she runs out unguarded, she will just die to Ghazi. With that in mind, I'm expecting this to be melee Jean. And there's the stables drop, so Puppy Paw doing the expected. Already queues up 3 scholars. So actually gathered a lot of gold. Pretty smart here, because if you're playing against another more, say, mid-civ when it comes to aggression, you just be gathering villages constantly gold, right? But against Jean or French, the first night is going to block you off this play, because you went Ghazi. You can only stay on gold with this opening if you go Spears. As we said, going Spears does kind of feel like you're giving over the advantage to Jean here. And there we go, confirm. Melee Jean coming through. It just makes sense. You're expecting Ghazi. You don't want to be going ranged where you're doubling the damage you take here. And because you're against mass melee, these cleaves are going to be very, very valuable. And remember, it's not just that you dodge double damage against you. It's that melee Jean has 3 melee hammer, which is a quarter of the damage that Ghazi did. Slightly more skewed because they get the +2 against heavy, right? So it's more like a fifth of the damage they do. But still a substantial reduction in damage taken. Second stables. Louis, I like this. I mean, there's no reason to add another unit, right? We have seen some creative builds where Jean players will just go for the spears. I actually think that's better for French to do because French get the Bloomery for free, right? And Bloomery is more value for spearmen than it is for knights. So for Jean, it makes more sense to just stick to stables for longer and look for openings into your opponent's base. And Puppy Paw, as a result, will have to react with the racks now. Funnily enough, from this position, actually, Louis can, instead of going archers, go spears. Because then what you get is this really ridiculous big blob fight of melee, where the one real winner is her. Farming up level 3. How did the Gamba finish? It was strong for Puppy Paw in the opening. Remained even better. 73% of those that voted believe that Puppy Paw is going to take the win. Justify yourself in chat now. Would you say current Delhi is the strongest they've ever been? No. Herbal medicine meta was much, much more toxic. Herbal medicine will always remain the strongest Delhi ever been, alongside the stone tower rushes, which was the same meta, if I remember correctly. That was the most toxic phase of the Delhi. After that, they returned with the elephant meta, and it wasn't as toxic. It was still a scale down from previous. But like Delhi now, the more annoying thing is this is a civ that's one of the best at playing feudal, but they now have options to play later, right? I almost feel like if you don't want to change the landmarks for Delhi, you might need to actually take Ghazi away from them to rebalance them. Because that's the thing. The efficiency of Castle Imp now, with Dome of Faith, in conjunction with how good Ghazi is what makes this civ look outrageous. And then you add in all the little trickles along the way. Every tech is free. The fact that scholars can gather from the sacred sites for you. You have all these scholars for the fast castle play, right? And they're already out on the map. It just all bulks up into absurdity. One idea I did see and kind of agreed with the idea of is that actually the scholar play in the stables, Raxes, probably shouldn't be 2x efficiency. It should be 1.5. Because the problem is it's so interchangeable efficient, right? Like, this is going to be used to get me quick attacks. Now I'm going to use it to get 2x speed on a building. Now, oh, I need Spearman. I don't have to build a new Scholar because he's not attached there. Like, ask yourself this. Why is it that Ibis Atabegs permanently attached to buildings, but Scholars don't? When you think about it that way, it's a little bit wild, isn't it? And yes, I am calling for an Ibis Atabeg buff. Ghazi poking back against this. Louis actually giving a lot of space over. He's trying to break away from the spears. Needs to be careful of those injured knights, though. Should be peeling them away, Louis. Look at that. He min-maxes it, but micros as well. I mean, he has still got a decent number of knights. The Ghazi are getting low. This is an interesting clash because you have healing on both sides, right? The Ghazi can be healed up by Scholars. The knights can be healed up by Chivalry. Chivalry hasn't been teched yet, though. And Jean... where is she? Oh, he sent her all the way over here. Oh, wow. Yeah, so he wasn't anticipating Puppy Paw attacking him there. Oh, my God. And he was so far out of his way at that stage that he couldn't react. And now, this is going to be idle time achieved, right? Like, Louis shouldn't be safe on these berries at all. Puppy Paw pokes in. Idles the villagers out. Jean, meanwhile, has been secluded. And this is how you lose Jean. Jean is good with the Knights because all the Ghazi die. On her own, it's a feed fiesta. This is catastrophic. No XP here. Another villager going down, or rather first villager going down. Puppy Paw now with a 2-eco lead. Wait, why is this? Oh yeah, sorry, it's because Jean. Remember, when you convert Jean. Yeah, but it's 2.5, so Louis been skipping some production, right? Looks like it. Because the difference should be 2, right? 1 worker kill plus the fact that Jean was converted from villager form. But a few seconds add up. Like, every little counts here, right? When you're on 1 TC on 1 TC. Even more so when you consider the Delhi have the efficiency of not paying for all their techs. Sacred Site's now getting locked in to make the eco difference even bigger. Remember, this generates 125 gold per Sacred Site for Puppy Paw per minute. This does not look good. Louis is adding in archers now. Yeah, my biggest fear is being realized for him. I actually think Louis, it doesn't feel nice to say, but you have to kind of go spim in here and then raid with the Knights. But he probably worries that there's too many Ghazi already. So if he peeled Knights, they just get hunted. This is the problem with losing that initial fight. You don't have the confidence to play Knights onto your opponent's side of the map anymore. And it means that Puppy Paw is getting away with egregious greed. He's gathering on the berries without even an outpost or vision. And not just that, Louis can't gather his. This is suffocating. Louis MT can't even get the outpost up. He's out of food, guys. He can't build villages. And he didn't cancel the night either. That's even worse, right? Like, now you're just purely behind on economy. This is a 2-0 trending right now, unless Louis pulls a miracle out. I'm like, wow. Jean is all about miracles, right? The Saint of Orleans. It's going to take a miracle for sure. Louis has returned his maiden to the battlefield, but his 3 sacred sites locked, and Puppy Paw is just rushing castle. This is a beatdown. I think Louis he slipped up in that center, man. I'm not really sure what the thought process was with that fight. I mean, it's more credit to Puppy Paw, right? He bait and switched. The moment he saw that Jean came out here to block the cap, he committed to this fight relentlessly. Because he understood that there was no XP exchange. It's the best fight he could ever ask for. Well, things are about to go from ugly to worse. Puppy Paw probably about, what, 30 seconds away from triggering tech up. Be about 12 villages to do so. On top of that, Scholar count is going to be at close to 15 when he arrives in the age. He'll be ready to pull relics immediately. And look at this, he's already got the Skulls in position. 6 on the front line to heal. Backstab comes through, the surround! And Jean is front lining. Left behind to the Wolves. This is over. A 2-0 victory. Puppy Paw's return to the midweek musters. And he looks to be sending a message here, series after series. Of course, he had that dominant performance against Voldemar 2-0. And now looks to 2-0 Louis. See if this series actually makes on the YouTube side. Maybe I'll look to bundle the games. We haven't really been doing that before. Someone did suggest it. I'm not sure how I feel about bundle games. I think there's a reason why certain other creators do like 1 game uploads. We'll see though. But game 1 definitely for that opening Barbican play alone will probably end up on the YouTube side. Louis, I think this is just a classic example of Jean and Delhi. It's a very volatile matchup both ways, right? If Delhi slip once, they lose control of the game. They have to camp in their base. If Jean slips up once, you lose control of the mid-map and you're stuck in your base. It's an unforgiving matchup both ways, actually. It reminds me a lot of French Jean, where whoever wins the first 2 skirmishes usually wins the game because the other player can't make moves anymore. There it is. Tech up complete. Louis MT, he doesn't have an age up here. Jean should be back soon-ish. I mean, she's still got, like, what, about another 30 seconds? Okay, there we go. A little bit quicker than I realized. However, you're now going to be up against War Elephants. Oh, no. Louis MT. What is happening? Puppy Paw just seems to be his kryptonite. I mean, Puppy Paw seems to be almost everyone's kryptonite, right? Nobody has been able to beat him so far after week number 1. Remember, he won week 2, week 3, week 4, sat out week 5, and is now back to try and reclaim his title from the reigning champ, the Spaniard himself, Vortex. They could be on a collision course for a grand final showdown. What an epic way it would be for this week to go. There's still so many results to be resolved. Jean being ignored is the one upside. Louis is getting a lot of XP there. Relics are being picked up. 4 on the way home for Puppy Paw, and the War Elephant has arrived. Get me out! Level 3 Jean just in time to see this monstrosity. And she's just dead. Pour one out for the Chinese prodigy kid. Oh, man. This was brutal to watch. Puppy Paw, can anyone slay this beast? What do you think, guys? Is someone going to take him down here in midweek muster number 6? And if so, who's it going to be? Where's level 3 Jean? She's compost, mate. Delayed barbecue. Oh, not fair. Alright, there we go. So, what we'll do now, we'll confirm things. Chum, do we know if the winner Vortex or Dumu is going to be available to play now? Or is that likely going to happen? We'll try and schedule that for Thursday. I think it might happen now. We can confirm that. Let me check. Is Chum here? He's probably checking behind the scenes. So, guys, we might actually have Vortex or Dumu up against Puppy Paw now. I'm saying Vortex or Dumu because we were actually midway through the Dumu Vortex series. So what we can do is while we wait for confirmation of that, we can get back to that with game number 2. Vortex is leading that series 1-0 up. But there's potentially 2 games still to go. So let me pull up the data. And we have Transhumans. IU versus Roos. Oh, also I'll pay out from that one. So Puppy Paw win. While I load that up, let me just message Chum. The WAM game will be at 8 PM? Yes. So it should leave enough time for us to cast Anatan versus El Yonada to show that story, building up into who will be playing against WAM live at 8 PM CET. For now, though, let's hop into this. Puppy Paw is probably the most successful player, AoE4 player in 2024. Yeah, he got like a lot of second or third places, right? I think, did he actually get more than Beastie? I believe he did, if I'm not mistaken. Let me have a look. AoE4 STA tournaments. In fact, bear with me 1 second, guys. We can look at this together. So. Yeah. I mean, Puppy Paw is the better performer in S-tier tournaments. Right? Elite Classic, then Master of Realms, I think Puppy Paw, did he have, was it a podium finish still? I can't remember where Puppy Paw came. No, Puppy Paw sucked out in this one pretty hard. But he has made, like, more grand finals this year, right? I can't remember how it looked at A-tier. I think A-tier was a little bit more skewed. Well, yeah, because, like, these aren't reliable, right? Because it's, like, it's not global. And then B-tier is kind of weird, right? Because you had some things like, you had the King of Dry Arabia, which is a very different format, though. Very different format for 1v1s. So, yeah, they're pretty tight between them. Historically, I'm pretty sure Beastie is still the most decorated player in AV4, if I'm not mistaken. Marine Lord might have caught up now, though. I'm trying to remember how many like golds it is. I think Marine Lord is now caught up. At the start of the year, Beastie had the lead, though. Pretty sure of that. I'll have to double check. It's been a while since I've looked. Alright. We'll be keeping an eye out for when the next series begins. For now, though, let's see who's going to be clashing. Who is it going to be going up against him? We just watched a showdown between Louis MT and Puppy Paw. I need to actually update that. Puppy Paw, dominant 2-0. He's now sitting in the semifinals waiting for an opponent, just like BCQ on the other side. It's waiting for an opponent. We're checking in on Vortex versus Dimmu. Vortex has taken an aggressive early lead. That game one was brutal and punishing, and now we hop into Transhumans. Where Dimmu's done something different, actually, guys. Historically, every single time we've seen Dimmu on this map, it has been Abbasids. He swapped over to Ayubids. Roos, meanwhile, for Vortex. 2 times speed here for the early game as we get out of the first stage. An interesting matchup, actually. Roos versus Ayu. This sounds, in theory, quite good for Ayubids if they get the timing right. Open camel lancers, follow-up archers, logistics wing with like 1 desert rated pressure is really good. And also that will force Vortex to build a wooden fortress maybe early like. But what the is that actually worth it? That is not worth it. That is one of the most horrible hunting cabins I think I've seen. So yeah, we made a difference to Transhumans since you guys would have last seen it. And it's that this tree line used to fill the entire corner. Now it doesn't. Which means you get notably less gold out of the double hunting cabin play. So one of these is generating 18, but one is only generating a mere 6. The reason is that, remember, overlapping trees don't go into both of the hunting cabins. So yeah, a little bit inefficient there. Would have been better for him to have just walked out and dropped a hunting cabin here. Looks like he is going into Pro Scouts, though. So Pro Scouts on one side. Dimmu is going for a fast castle build. Dervish into likely Growth Wing will give him a really big edge. He even went fishing. I actually quite like this from Dimmu. He's kind of punishing Vortex for being ultra greedy. And this is going to give him the opening to get 2 relics straight away. Camel Lancer seems like a likely follow-up. I really hope Dimmu looks for an aggressive line into archer ships here. Into archers, rather. The archer ship is weird. I would have loved to have seen maybe something cheeky like a dock sneak, but it's not that much value if your opponent isn't docking as well. We're going to let me keep the window open because we are basically waiting to see if the winner of this series can play against the winner of Puppy Paw versus Louis now. So we might have another live series into another live series after that. Crazy. Who's nerfed to Roos in this map? I think it's warranted, though. The design of Transhumans is meant to be that you're able to sit in your base for a little bit, but then you need to come out, right? The problem that we were seeing is you had Roos players at 18 minutes into the game, still cozy in their corner, not even having touched the gold vein yet. That's not okay. I think this is a healthy change. This puts Transhumans a little bit more in line with the design of maps like Canal, which is what it was intended to be. Whereas with that fat tree line, both Roos and Abbasids were basically getting a free ticket on this one. So we'll keep speeding up because there's literally no pressure right now this opening. Growth Wing on the way. High Trade House coming in. And this is another thing that's actually quite depressing for Roos on this map now. I mean, get your numbers in, folks. I still reckon this is going to be 3 digits. A lot of food also gathered up. Vortex, of course, the other tricky part now is if you want to go horse archers, you don't actually have much wood to work with. Other side of it, Dimmu. Is he going to really go camel lancers here? I mean, horsemen could work. I think horsemen plus archers is a really cool budgeted approach. The tricky part is usually when you play Ironbids, you want to use the gold, right? Because you're going to be picking up these relics so swiftly. I say so swiftly. There we go. Straight away on it. No delay. Horse archers are being pumped, but their interception point is going to be lackluster. So 2 relics home safely. Dimmu queues up the first camel lancers. At this point, Vortex is probably contemplating wolves, just because the camel lancers could creep in and do a lot of damage. 91 gold. Quite hit the 100 mark there. Still has extra tiers of bounty to get though, so it'll probably mark up to that point just about. Look at that. Almost perfect. Dimmu, I mean, I see almost perfect because he had to use 5 villages, right? But gets it for the drop-off to march out again. Vortex has already scouted where the relics have been taken, so he should know the final one on the south side is what is left to be contested. Looks like he will get intercepted, so we'll have to turn around the dervish quite quickly here. Nice thing is that you actually now can play with the archer ship over here to try and block this. Instead, looks like it's going to shuffle out for an attempted capture on the north side. All right, we don't have a response in for Vortex slash Dimmu versus Puppy Boy yet, so we'll keep an eye on it just in case it does happen. Ones if you think Dimmu's going to win this, twos if you think Vortex is going to get it. Because we actually have crossbows, which is a little bit surprising. I mean, realistically, Vortex might look to follow up with knights, but we're not seeing any sort of transition that way yet, which is why I think I'm a little bit surprised by this choice. It's very expensive, but it comes back to that idea we talked about, right? You get gold, so you want to use gold. And also, going archers is nice, but that's another limitation with this map now. There's not much in the way of wood to work with on your starting island. I have to chuckle when I see double broad axe on a map where there's like barely any wood on your starting island. Walls are going up there, so Vortex not too worried about these camel lancers breaching. Means he can actually get more aggressive with his own archers because Dimmu never mirrored the walls despite the fact he has a 10 eco lead. Vortex just so many horse archers to work with here. He's going 2TC. Golden Gate power, right? Just trade over the points, then gather the last little bit of stone, and then plop down your goodies. I can't remember what they drafted for the third game here. Was it Dry Arabia? From what I remember the map draft and the Civ draft, this is still a very competitive game if we get to game 3. Dimmu is in a good position to get us to that game 3 right now, right? Like, the Camel Lancers should be scary enough for Horse Archers directly. I'm a little bit worried that his follow-up play into crossbows is a bit slow. Instead, he goes for 2TC. So mirroring what Vortex is probably going to do. I mean, Dimmu, he does see a guy who's now walled in, so he's probably suspicious of it. And you know, historically on this map, Roos has almost always been looking for those 2TC plays, so definitely makes a lot of sense. We'll attempt to burn through. This is awkward though. These walls are just so obnoxious for Roos. This is why they're such a good pick on this map. When they have to defend, this is what they can do so well. Right? And yes, you do have the Dervish heal, but it doesn't work very well when your units die almost immediately. That's the scary part about Horse Archer defense. Kind of crazy how this unit felt like a meme before, but now just feels like the dream. Yeah, so I believe right now, Vortex, he may play. He's checking in on some games and catching up with what the meta is, so we might be seeing him switch in shortly. Or Dimmu. Okay, I kind of get away. I'm sorry. Vortex or Dimmu might be switching in. God damn it. I feel bad for that. I mean, the problem I'm seeing here is these walls are just so obnoxious. I think this is like one of the things that makes Roost just so good on this map, is these passe balls are just way too valuable. Ram play from Dumu is going to get him in. But Spearman already being prepped, Crossbow's behind this. Like, the next line of defense is what worries me for Dumu's breach here. He's ahead right now, but a lot of his army isn't going to be here. So Defender's advantage is going to be a really big deal in the game where they're actually neck and neck on military. Vortex backing up here. Veteran Chief Spearman isn't there yet. Dimu, he doesn't have a dervish. This is kind of problematic, actually. Dervish Shield's going to matter because this is a poke build from Vortex. So his goal is not to kill you straight away, it's to kill you over time, slowly, right? Let's give him the Bream room to potentially do that. I suppose are going to be poked back here. Vortex needs to be careful not to overextend from this position, and we have got free TC from Doom. Are you kidding me? That's actually wild. Is free TC even necessary from this point? He has good map control. He has 2 sacred sites locked in. Instead of building a third TC, he could have actually built a castle on a sacred site and then defended the other, right? So this kind of gives Vortex an opening to get rid of that timer. Very greedy dipping coming in from Dimu here. We'll see if it does come back to bite him in the arse, because for now, Vortex now has the crossbow lead. Other problem is Archer's great counter to the spin when they're here, but they have not arrived yet. Sultan's Mamelukes is going to be a big edge for Dimu if he's able to whittle away at these forces quick enough. Remember, that's the one that gives a 25% damage buff and movement speed buff for 10 seconds after you get a kill. Always a bit of a weird tech though, right? Because you have to be careful. The problem is that if the same unit keeps getting the last hit, then you don't get a buff on a new unit. You just renew the buff. And the tricky part is, if you think about it, like if one of the units is getting a percentile buff, they're more likely statistically to get the kill than other units, right? Terror Academy coming from Doom, trying to get those archer counts up, but Vortex, has he found the timing here? Marching out, scary looking army, he even has the warrior monk. That's a huge difference, remember. The armor and the damage buff could be big in this fight. Especially with these crossbows, right? Just getting a little bit of extra range time on the spearmen makes them last forever. Get ready for the clash. Horse archers poke away at the archer mass. Saint's Blessing comes in, it buffs onto the spears. Able to shove the Lancer Wave on the east side away. Crossbows are whittling away at this. And Dumu needs a recharge now. Instead, he doesn't get it. The Spearmen aggro again. Horse archers shove away the crossbows. And Vortex's mass is winning out. Lancers are dead. Dumu has lost control of the mid-map. He can't defend the sacred site. And this is the cost of free TC. It's not just the fact that you spent 750 resources on this bad boy. It's that you're then spending an extra 150 resources a minute to build things that aren't going to help you fight. It's a delayed investment. Vortex on 2 TC gets stronger because of that. And now, so much for that free TC advantage. Villagers are being sacrificed here, and the Siege Shelter makes it worse. They run towards the crossbows to look for the TC. Dumu's entire villager lead has just evaporated. He's behind. And he's behind by quite a bit. 10 villagers ahead almost of Vortex. This game just got brutally ugly. In the course of, what, 2 minutes? The full power dynamic shifted. Now I find myself deeply worried. How does Dumu burrow his way out of this hole? Men-at-Arms switch by Vortex, a smart read, because he just saw his opponents going archers, right? His opponent doesn't really want to have to go back to crossbows. He's already lost that game. Right now, like when you fall behind in crossbow massing, it's a little bit like when you fell behind in Springwood massing in Season 8. You just gave up and had to switch idea, right? Unless you had an overwhelming villager lead, which Timu is being overwhelmed by the Roost villagers right now. Even more villagers. Great micro by Vortex. It's what we come to expect from him. Double ram play. Jean-Claude Van Ram now moving in to kick this town center in the face. A mango play from Dimmu. But one mango in Castle Age is someone to scoff at. Spinman committing in. Archers at least do counter that out, but the Lancer count is just so low at this stage. Crossbows are going to move in for the trade. Vortex now with a men-at-arms starting to arrive. That's the front line he needs that's going to absorb the blows here. There's only 9 crossbows in total for Dimmu. Rams quickly working away at that town center. Vortex a little bit of a greedy dive, but in fairness, the idle time alone, stacking with the villager kills, is just extending his lead here. He might grind his number of military down to 0, but the damage afterwards is in the economies. Second TC about to go down. Villagers rushing to repair here. Looks like Dimmu will get a stay of execution. Vortex is now... Is he thinking... No, I was about to say, you don't go free TC here. Instead, he's going to get Springled. Okay, so Dimmu actually a pretty good hold in the end. He has an army left over. Vortex reduced his advantage. But the idle time, the 15 villager lead, right? Like, it's going to give Vortex another opening to try and break him here. If Dimmu can defend like that again, I actually start to feel a little bit inspired by the Ivids. If he falls on his ass, though, this is going to be an immediate curtains close type experience. Now the Horseman switch. Can Vortex afford this? Gee, yeah, he can. He's 17 farms in. I mean, he could have even considered going fishing as well, right? To make it even easier. He's got tree lines on the central island. And Dimmu, weirdly enough, is trying to go Camel Lancers again. Which actually surprises me here. What can you do to get out of this position? I think Dimmu's probably going to try to go for 4 to 5 mangoes. And try to hold choke points around his defenses. It does make sense, actually. But the problem is that Vortex, because you've already built so many crossbow archers, Vortex was already inclined to build Horsemen. Horsemen will also counter mangoes. So it's like one of those weird caveats where you've already allowed for the counter to the next thing you kind of need to do. Right? Because what Dimmu needs is actually very cost-efficient exchanges now. Boys fortitude as well, just to make these boys so bulky. And yep, it is the Managing expand we were talking about. Would Horsemen be better? What, for Dimmu? It's just so many men-at-arms already. And the Horsemen aren't cost-efficient traders. Horsemen are really terrible traders in Castle Age. You have to have such a good economy to brute force them. And remember, this is a game where Dimmu has like maybe, what, 15 farms? Yeah, 15 exactly. So his economy isn't really at that stage. It's not like you're playing a Bastards where you get cheaper farms, you get an extra eco-tech, you get a better Golden Age, right? You can't afford it. You can literally see it in the numbers right now. It's 450 food income versus 1,800. Vortex up to 25 farms now. There's always the weird thing with Ibids at this stage, is like they are gold leaning because they always play for relics. Wait, did Vortex really just mango 6? What? I mean, that shouldn't be happening. Dimmu is trying to do it back to him here. The Vortex. Quick on the fingers. Love this tech as well. Castle Watch is just so good. The vision you're going to get in this area, it stops any sort of backstab. And watch what it does with this 6-star range. Right now, he sees halfway into the town center with this tech. Boom. Look at that extension of vision. Such a bloody good tech. So cheap as well, right? You don't actually pay that much for Castle Watch. Only 50 stone. Keep drop now. Dimmu trying to force the fight. But Vortex is already caught up on the mangoes, right? 2 versus 3. The army numbers as well. Do or die for the castle. Dimmu. It's almost complete. Mangoes are looking to crush the villagers. The dervish is offsetting some of the damage, but the horseman backstab comes in. The mangoes have been reached here. Keep is going to go up, but Dimmu's economy is going to go down. A valiant attempt, but this is one of those games where a castle drop doesn't feel like it does anything. There's simply too many targets. Vortex now with a committed dive. Sure, he can't deal with the castle, but what he can do is take away the farms that would give Dimmu a hope in hell of recovering this game. A 2-0 in the quarterfinals here. It's going to be Vortex up against Puppy Paw. Semifinals for midweek muster number 6. Oof. Valiant effort, but tough one in the end, right? Still not sure if we're getting Vortex versus Puppy Paw now. Is Puppy Paw around? I mean, Vortex is just queued a random pub game. Maybe he doesn't have enough time? Oh, okay. No, so Vortex is going to have scrims, so he won't have time. But don't fear, folks. I'm going to update the scores, and then we're going to be checking in on Anatan versus Elyona, because we have got the winner of that series up against Wham in T-minus 2 hours. Okay? So, still plenty to come. What I'll do now, though, like I said, is I'll update that. I'll update the brackets file. Didn't matter, frontline Springles wouldn't be a bad play. It's always tricky, though. Like I said, Springles at that stage in the game feel really weird because you need a frontline. And frontlines, like, they disintegrate so fast, so you have to replace them, etc., right? I mean, in theory, Springles could be good, but the problem I usually find is in the castle age, usually the lines feel so dynamic. They don't just stand still. And that's bad for Springles because they're really bad at retreating, right? So a little bit of a weird play to try and execute. Not impossible, but definitely high risk and I think medium reward in the current meta. But bear with me one sec. Photoshop's taking us a moment here. Dude, I'm so excited. I need to actually bump one of my contacts and make sure he's got things moving. In fact, let me do that now while we've got a minute here before we hop in the next series. Because the PC parts should be coming along nicely. I just need to confirm. So I know one of them messaged me saying like he's shipping his part today. One of them is already shipping to arrive on Friday. And I need to make sure that the motherboard is getting shipped because the goal is to have everything shipped en route for arrival before Thursday next week, so we can do the build live. We're building a new PC for those don't know what I'm talking about. We're going to be building a new PC. It is going to be top of the line, absolute peak, god tier components. And we're going to be building it live on stream. My mum's going to show her face for the first time. She's going to be helping build it. She's going to be the lead builder, actually. So what was the last thing he said? It should be good to build the PC. It's Thursday. There we go. It's always about finding a friendly way, a nice way of bumping people with these messages. You like give them new news. Little tip for people, like instead of just saying bump, 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 if you're ever trying to like follow up with someone, the better way of doing it is always being like, here's new news, like here's new info. So very helpful tip for people that like find themselves in that situation where they need to remind people of things or like check in with them. Because people are busy, right? For any number of reasons, like someone could just go missing in their inbox and whatnot. All right, so Just updating the brackets now, and then we'll be hopping into Anatan versus Elio. So bear me 1 second. Can't wait for this new PC as well. It's going to be so much quicker. There we go. Bracket. Nice. That's coming along nicely, isn't it? Still Puppy Boy versus Louis? Nope. We've done that series. We just finished off Vortex versus Dimmu. So Vortex versus Puppy Boy. We're going to try to aim to get that scheduled for Thursday if we can. Okay, fantastic. So, what I'll do now is let me get the draft up for Elyona versus Anatan. Where is it? 1 second. Boardland, Kalauga, and Pigeon's View. Okay. That's quite a fun one. I'm always happy when I see Pigeon's View. I think it's such a good map. It's such a fun map. It's a map where you can play campy, sure. If both players want to play campy, sure. But like, you can actually get a huge edge by being aggressive. So, there's the draft. Let's get ready with game number 1. Reminder, the winner of this will be going up against Anatan. Going up against Wham. Anatan or Elyona will be going up against Wham, my words, after this series. So T minus 2 hours, that's going to be a live series. So hopefully the boys have some length in them to get us ready for that series. It's crossed. So let me get this series up. Wait, is it this one? No, this one. There we go. Okay. And that would mean... I mean, we might end up with a situation where semis get played on Thursday into finals. My goal is to at least get one of the semis to be live on Thursday. We'll see if it's doable with both like last time. I mean, it's cool when it happens. My goal isn't to have it happen because I want people to have the freedom to schedule. But it definitely helps the tournament succeed. And reminder, folks, the reason it's important the tournament succeeds from a viewership and everything else standpoint is that makes it possible to get sponsors. That makes it possible to do more of these. So make sure you support them. Make sure you're tuning into these to catch all of it. We're getting to game 1. Yeah, careful this one, because this result will be in the brackets if you click it there, Macabre. So you will spoil the result for yourself, remember that. Okay. Just double checking my messages as well. Sorry, I'm getting late. It's always Mondays, Tuesdays. I get pinged on like a gazillion things. Alright, it should be good. Let's get ready to rumble in the land of the balls with two men who actually have a full head of hair. Welcome back to Midweek Muster. Round of 16. We know every other result through almost to the semi-finals at this stage, but this one is holding us back. Who is going to be going up against Wham? Will it be Elyona or will it be Anatan? 3 games potentially to decide it. Fox is Anatan with the French, Elio with the Chinese. Got to say, this matchup has been looking really good for French recently. Unless China could do something creative, usually what you see is French just gets an edge off of scaling mass knights and then out-microing. But it is a matchup that feels skill-based, right? Because Chinese can mass Yuke, you can mass French knights. And then it comes down to how you both execute that particular build. So, going to be a fun one to watch. Scout Opener is going to be a fun one to watch as well. Anatan, one of the players that still really believes in this 2-scout beginning, it looks like it's going to pay off. This is going to be about, what, 20 sheep compared to 10? Yeah. That's not easily done. That's really ballsy against China as well. This Civ has better vision, so usually can just edge out compared to you on sheeps. Let's see if he actually angles down. He's going to be a little bit too late. So that final sheep is going to go the way of Elio. So final haul, 20 sheep to 13. Okay, if I'm Eliona, I'm quite happy with that. Considering what this is, I'm very happy with that. Especially when you consider that 13 sheep, you have to add 20% more on before you run out of food. Doesn't mean that Anatan will potentially get an opening where Eliona has to come out of his base and play dangerous, which is always really scary up against French because those knights can be everywhere and anywhere all at once. So, is this going to be a Pro Scouts game? Because I feel like we're missing a lot of French Pro Scouts. I don't think you want to do it here. You shouldn't have to. It could be very interesting for China, just because you aren't going to get out of your base easily. And now that would allow you to prolong camping, right? But with only 3 people gathering on wood, it's not looking like it. I think Eliona might be going for a fast Barbican timing here. Yeah, like 2 workers on gold. This is Barbican. So where would he Barbican here? Probably in the berries? You should be able to rush it up quick enough before the night arrives. This is high value. You know, it's not just meat that gives you the protein. The berries, but, well, they still kind of shy out compared to protein works. Oh. So that would give him the longevity for, like, a fast castle play. I don't want to see him going 2TC. I think 2TC is kind of just a death sentence against a French all-in. But Barbican is really nice because what it does is it sets him up to go into that Jugmass we were just discussing a little bit earlier, which has been quite a popular play in this matchup. You just kind of test your opponent's micro skills by doing so. One's if you think Anatan's going to take this, two's if you think Elio's going to take it. Damn, my foot is so sore. I still can't believe how swollen my foot was getting from being in that boot. Those that don't know, I broke my ankle. I feel like every time people are like, what do you mean? What's wrong with your foot? I broke my ankle. Can confirm, not very fun. Kind of like playing against French players that are very good with knights. Anatan, definitely one of those players that categorizes as that. First knights are now on the way, and Eliona, he has got the gold he needs for the Barbican, just needs to fix the food now. Spearman production force, though. Was he expecting a Barbican to be feasible here? This is a little bit weird the way Elio played this, because he has to know that with this approach, you know, it's inefficient unless you're going Barbican rush, because you have taxation, right? The taxation will get you towards a Barbican gradually anyway. So all you've done is just made yourself a little bit weaker on your spear timing. Just double checking the draft as well. Who got Delhi? Anatan got the Delhi. Damn, that's actually big. I know Eliona covets that Civ highly, as does Anatan, so considering how comfortable both of these players are on Delhi and how good Delhi is for their map pool and the current meta as well, that could actually be a deciding factor. We're going to speed up a little bit on this other game because this is currently just me knight, you knight, we all knight. Spears are just looking for that entry, fishing for an opportunity, but not able to dangle themselves, to dangle the economy enough to get the knight to come in. We are now getting stables coming through, which is a little bit surprising. It's anticipating, right? But like you haven't seen archers yet. There is a world in which Anatan could have just kept scaling knights non-stop and then eventually go for a tech play. Will you say Delhi is the strongest Civ right now? I still feel like I rate Byzantines a little bit better because they can end the game before Delhi really reach their type of peak. But they're like top 3 easily. I think Delhi's that good. It's just the fact that they can play an all-in feudal or go castle age like that, right? And it's both of those options come off of the same landmark. It's kind of vulgar how good they are. Pro Scouts? I mean, we called it, right? Elio is quite delayed. Scarily delayed, right? But he does have enough spears. I kind of like that he took this delayed approach instead of rushing it, because if he'd gone for Pro Scouts first, he'd have no spears against knights. He'd be trickling them. That being said, Anatan still no hesitation to take the fight. Shoves him back here. Archers. Wait, did Elio kind of bait Anatan here? Because Anatan would have built the archery range, seen the stables, and went, oh, there's no point building archers. And then realized a little bit too late that it was Pro Scouts. So This unorthodox approach on the timing from Alyona, as a result, has kind of thrown the plan a little bit out of whack for Anatan. Finally, as a result, archers are going to get queued up, but the problem now is Elio has already got the value. He's a step ahead there by going for the scouts, and now he's going to follow up the horsemen because he can finally afford them. It's going to be a shuffle to the south side to yoink as many deer as possible, but the scout does see it, and the knight is on the way. Knights, plural, a lot of them are coming here. And looks like Anno is on a collision course to cut him off. Nicely done, goes around the side. Blocks him from gathering deer in the center. So just trying to deny equity on the map. Anno, is he contemplating castle? I mean, the macro for it, it's either just keep dumping knights or go castle. This one archer is kind of weird. I almost feel like he'd done it to bait him. It may have just been a misclick, though. He hasn't even revealed it yet. Kind of funny, right? Like, usually you'd expect Duke here on one side, forcing archers with the knights, but very different approach, actually, out of Elio. This horseman just kind of worthless. It's smart by Anatan, right? Because he began archers and then went, oh, that's a lot of horsemen. Like, what's the point? I'm just going to be behind. If I just play more and more and more and more knights, eventually, like, your spearmen are kind of irrelevant. I'll just have simply too many heavy cav. You know, now Elio has a choice to make. Do I keep lobbing horsemen? Do I go looking for targets? Because if I'm building horsemen just to react to knights, this is going to end badly. There we go. Oof. Not quick enough reaction there. Anno fishes another one. Somehow gets away with the injured knight. Chivalry is not in, though, so that's not going to heal anytime soon. Great micro there. He uses the full HP knights to stagger so that he gets more distance between him and the chasing army. There we go. Whoa. Oops. Doesn't get away with it there. So that's going to be 2 knights going down. Expensive losses for Anno. And all of a sudden, a choice now to pivot into the archers. Which of the AoE4 civs is the best defensively? Abbasses are really good at hunkering down. HRE is really good at hunkering down. English are really good at hunkering down. Is there anyone else? China as well with Barbicans, Hankan slits. I think those are like your top contenders for not coming out of their base, really. Chinese to certain degrees better than the others because of the fact that their economy can function while not coming out of their base better in the early phase of the game. Japanese, I don't think Japanese is necessarily a great defensive civ. It's just that it's their only play. Rus, not really, because you won't build Kremlin anymore. It's very rare to build Kremlin. You want Golden Gate. Tier 3 Japanese TC. Okay, Fish Daddy. I haven't played a game of AoE4 myself in 8 months, but I'm pretty sure if we went into a game and your condition was you have to rush Tier 3 Japanese TC, I will beat you. That's expensive, man. That's... The final tier alone is over 1,000 stone. It's like, when you think best defensive civs, you're thinking actually earlier in the game. Like, to me, I envision defensive civ... Okay, which civ can hold on in the early, mid, and late game? And Japan is weird for that play. They do it because... They do it the fast castle because it's the best way. I forgot to put my gold rank stamp on that. It's fine, buddy. It's fine. Yeah, but like, realistically, if you're against a player who like aggroes you, you're going to die as the Japanese. I mean, the fast castle build usually can work because people aren't... I don't think people outside the pro level are that good at the ram rush timing. I know. Ooh, raid coming in from Malgo. It's going to be dodged like a bullet, though. And Sancho rename himself to Neo. Nano now going spears. It's pretty ballsy to switch spears when Elio has this many. Other interesting detail, by the way, because Elyona never got Song Dynasty, he's fallen behind on villages. Anatan has 44. Elio has 37. He would even be behind if he hadn't lost the extra 5. Barbican now coming on. So that'll fix the economy over time, but it comes at a price. It's slow, right? Stops the dives, but now Anatan kind of has options. Does he go for an all-in and feudal, or does he just rush castle? Great strike there, though. Surprised by that. The Horseman actually did get 2 kills. This may be a crazy statement, but I like to play for fun, 3v3 ranked games. I'm also a masochist. Yeah, but when you say you like to play for fun and you're a masochist, so like, do you random queue on your own? Because that would be masochist. And lying to yourself. Because I've tried queuing on my own, and I can tell you it's not fun. This is a very weird approach by Anno. I don't like his position right now. The Horseman can stop you retreating here, and the Spears can follow up. However, he's overextending big time. The shivs come out. Shoves him away. Archers can now start to defend this a little. Villagers get stuck on the front line as well with the A-clicks. But the Horsemen are out of position here, and the shivs come out again. And it's a full peasant rebellion here. He's trying to fin the herd, right? Get the spearman count low enough that the archers can win out for him with a chef's kiss moment. Nice, are going to have to recommit here. Pulls them off again. Once again, these textile villagers standing their ground. This is ridiculous. Is he actually going to survive this? I mean, he hasn't lost too many. So far, it's what, 3 worker kills? Probably going to be 5 worker kills by the end of this fight. So 7 killed in total in the game. But now you have an awkward issue as Elyona. You lost so many spears. Knights are on the way. However, the reason he has no spears is he's going castle. What was that? No, this is worrisome for Anno because he's got to dive double hand cannon slit, and this could be mass lancers for Elyo. Elyo has how much food? He's got a berry patch here. So there is a risk of running out of food, but he's still got, what, about like 5 deer at least. I think this is a win for the Frenchman, not the guy playing French. Wow. Anno for now does have the knight advantage, but he has to push it hard. He needs some chip damage fast. So difficult with this Barbican, though. Just an obnoxious tool protecting the gold. So Elyona starts to queue the Lancers, and we do have supervision. So remember, these guys come out in 14 seconds. Anno needs a lot of spears. The irony of that position is French. He's at least playing onto the boar in the center. I'm not really seeing an edge here for Anno in this game. His sword is looking a little bit dulled. Horseman raiding again. I think that was another worker kill, which is fine, right? You don't really want the Horseman anymore. Boar also just rebelling here. Damn. I'm impressed. Elyona played this really, really well. I thought Anatan was just going to reach that gradual knight spam to win the game, but his archer transition never felt stable. It always felt really odd, right? You could feel it wasn't necessarily coming together for him at any stage. Hannah's Vills must be on death's door. Nah, it's fine. Look, I'm pretty sure French citizens have experienced worse points in their history. Although this one's about to get a lot worse. I know it does at least get the idle time on the backside. 31 villages not working, but 7 Lancers, soon to be 12. And Anno still needs to find that age up soon. If he can't find chip damage, this just turns into a bigger and bigger lead. Remember, Elyona also has Song Dynasty, so his TC is better. So Stalemate actually doesn't help Anatan at all. Anno might be playing for this like 25 Knight point where he just goes Royal Institute, and that's his bounce back. But that feels far off here, man. So far away. He's now diving in, but Barbican, so obnoxious. Lance is kind of getting a freebie. Not many spears here to defend for Anatan. On top of that, there's a little bit of paranoia for Anatan. He's like, has he got veterancy coming for these spears? No, we can see it's just Lancers. Raw Lancers. On top of that, there was no charging from those Royal Knights. So this is just a bad exchange for them. Numbers are at least in their favor, but not for long. 12 Knights versus 9 Castle. Both of them about to be reduced down to rubble. Anatan is saving up for Castle behind this. And looks like actually the micro may be a little bit off there from Alyona. Didn't really peel the Knights. So Anatan does keep 7 alive. This fresh boy's coming. And Anno just got baited into a fight underneath hand cannon slits. That should be the coup de grace. Brings him down to just 5 Knights. I think Anatan's big tricky part here was he should have just went Spearman sooner. I actually really love the idea of going Spearman, but he never found his way. He began it and then just stopped it, right? This game looks drastically different if he just starts spamming spears instead of wasting time thinking about archers but never doing. It's a tricky read though. Like, you know, the reason why he didn't make that choice is the bait and switch by Elio. Opening with the stables just to open then with the scouts completely threw the plan out of the window for Anatan. Screw with his transition meant he just had deadweight production buildings. Being said, he has at least found the way to the resources. Guildhall now on the way up for Anatan. Elio still just pumping Lancers here. Does have the numerical advantage now. Just needs to really push it because this is dangerous. Anatan is building his landmark in the center of the map. It's also where his gold gathering is. Everything is in this little area. Alyona realizes it. He could just immediately force the wave of the white flag. Wait, unless... What is going on down here? Elio? Anatan's like, bye! good trade. See you later. Meanwhile, dive in. Guildhall, he sees it. Alyona knows about the tech up, but the Knights can't hold anymore. He has to bail. You need this up. You can't not. In fact, Anatan needs to pull the villagers on the gold to build it. Instead, he just says, no, I'm just going to wait this one out. But now villagers are going down in this area, and Anatan may be in H3, but it's not going to be a fun one. Villager lead now extending. Alyona able to chase this all away. That is idle eco count of 29 for Anatan. And because he has no units right now, it's not going to stop. Chases them all the way back to the TC. Will intercept on the Knights that haven't been vetted yet. And Anno immediately queuing up the Arbitraire, but Alyona already with 10 Knights and map control. This doesn't bode well. It was cheeky from Anno. I think he almost snaked his way through, but he'd already pulled his eco to the middle of the map. He wanted to be efficient with his timing. He didn't want to have to pull them back to build the guild hall somewhere safer. But you see how much of a gamble it was. State of the game is no longer in contest. This is over. Unexpected lead, right? Alyona, very capable player, but I think Anatan has always been the scary boogeyman that people expect to see quarterfinals into potentially semifinals time and time again. But now he trails. The question now is whether Alyona can crush him. Should we get ready for the next game? Let's take a gander on what we're going to be getting. Sup, nerd? So, let's go Kalauga. Mongol Rus. Really? I actually don't think Mongols should be scary for Japanese anymore. And I'm a little bit surprised that Alyona didn't pick Japanese here and picked Rus when he had Rus for high view. Which will do better against Delhi than both Japanese... I mean, maybe Ibids, right? But I don't know. Rus is weird to me. Let's see what he's got in mind. Do we get Gamba? No. Next live series is going to be the winner of this versus Wham. So your ass has to wait. Okay, so... I'm really surprised. Alyona did have the Japanese. What was he worried about here from Anatan? I guess Japanese versus Yushi is scary. Maybe he was worried Anno was going to go for that. But Anno instead punts out the Mongols. And all of a sudden, Mongol versus Rus could actually end quite well for Anno. This matchup is awkward because, like, Roos are going to have to just fast castle. In theory, you can do it, right? But you haven't got many sheep to work with. The deer at least going to compensate you. Anatan could just try to suffocate you very early on with an outpost rush here, though. I'll have to see. Has got the wood gathering coming in off the straggler trees in a weird way. So, actually, instead, it's going to be a dock drop. And it's going to be mirrored here by the Roos. Interesting. We haven't actually seen too many Roos picks, but when we do, they don't often go for the docks. Even though you get the efficiency of being able to just drop off without moving back, which is really good with how spread the fishing is. The trade-off, the downside, is how expensive those fishing boats are. 150 wood, and not just the wood, but the 46 seconds it takes to build. What do you think, guys? One's if you think Elyona will win this game. Two's if you think Anatan will. Let me know what you think of this matchup in general. I think Roos do have a way to just fast castle and be very obnoxious. Depending on the map, though, the Mongols can just shut you out before you reach that point. The biggest problem I see with the Roos pick is on this map, the tree lines spawn a little bit further away. So an outpost rush or just some archer spam can ruin the horse archer strat. Gold also out of range, right? So like at that stage, if Elyona goes for a fast castle build, you don't have anything. I think it's very difficult to get fast castle builds going on this map. There are a few civs that do it well, and funnily enough, one of the ones Elyona had that could would be the Japanese. Because you can go for double outpost on the gold, go for your stables, and then you have food gold just to build knights. And no, you're right. Sorry, flip the score. Reminder people, it's actually Elyona with the lead. And there, wow, okay, this is kind of cool. Sorry, I was just typing in the background to see if we can actually get the series scheduled for like 2 hours moved up. Well, hour and a half moved up just in case the series finishes. This is different, man. I wasn't expecting this. Anatan is going horseman. That's kind of cool, right? Because like for the Roos, what are you really going to do? You're probably going Golden Gate. You're probably going to try for that fast castle. So if it ends up being horse archers eventually, these guys keep value. In the meantime, they can harass the fishing boats really well because they can chase them and even body block them. That's cool. We don't really get to see Dark Age horsemen that often anymore for the Mongols. Gold gathering now. Okay, even more pressure points potentially here as Elyona gets a little bit greedy moving out for this. Is this going to be a Kremlin? This might actually be a Kremlin, which I'm actually a really big fan of here. Because we mentioned that the tree lines are further out. If you go for a Kremlin, you can secure... But it's like watching Frodo in the final moments try to resist the ring. Ay, ay, ay. Only in this version, he didn't just get his fingers bit off, he gets his face ripped off. Horseman get in. Easy eco kill. For one horseman in exchange, you take that. We have scouts. Wait. What? Oh, that's kind of sick. Remember, scouts, they can bow the boats. They actually bow attack boats. So you can actually kill the boats 3 times faster than if you were like hitting a land unit, right? So you build scouts so that he can rush the docks. And then after that, he can blow up the fishing boats. This is crazy. What a strategy, man. That's so creative out of Anatan. I have not seen a scout rush from Mongols since like 2021. Looks like he's going to stop at 5. And he could turn this into pro scouts afterwards, right? Which just drags safe food away from Elyona. Silver... What? Dude, what is this guy doing? This guy's cooking in a crazy way. Michelin star chef alert here. Silvertree in a meta that is dominated by Deerstone. That's kind of wild. Doc already half dead. Golden Gate is going to tech up, but I mean, do you really want to convert a boat here? Probably not. Elyona gathering wood while he can. He did get the wooden fortress up. So that's the trade-off, right? Because you didn't go for an outpost rush. But Dox is soon to go down. Anatan will likely just go Silver Tree plus Pro Scouts here, which is insanely greedy, but it gives you so much food and gold to work with in the coming minutes. And the conversion's coming in. Logic Galley, but the health? The health is questionable, and there you go. The archer shots from the Scouts. Unfortunately now, with the Logic Galley switchover, you have one ranged armor there. A cool idea by Anatan, but it gets blocked out. He does still have his own uncontested fishing though. And on top of that, the dock is on fire. And you just sacrificed a fishing boat. Oh, you're also unlikely to want to come out towards the repair. So it's probably just going to remain with the dock gradually going down. He's going to try to pump extra fishing boats before that happens. Has got the time. And we do have confirmation. It's going to be a fast castle play here. Is Anatan mirroring? Anno looks like he's mirroring. Pack up tech coming, so triple trader. Food, bolstered. Yeah, this is fast castle, fast castle. You don't really see Mongols do that often. Usually a Civ that benefits from playing the Age, but I kind of see where he's coming from. Like, how do you play the Age into this now? There's a wooden fortress up. He gathered the back tree line already. He's got an archer ship to block you from getting more damage done over here. But this is cool. We have a dock sneak. And no way. Elyona's checking for this. But he's checking at the defensive end of the river. He doesn't know about this dock. So we are getting more hunting cabins. So Elyona's going to have some more passive gen. He needs it, actually. The tickets can only do so much, right? Like, you are going to be stuck on horse archers only. What is the strategy in response, though? Your opponent's on horse archers only here. Realistically, you want to be getting horsemen. Pro Scouts could enable that. I don't think he got Pro Scouts in the end, though, which is a little bit surprising. No, he just relied on the fishing, right? Archer ship, Sprinkle ship now coming. High Trade House coming in. Get your numbers in, folks. What is he generating off of this? Yeah, can confirm. No Pro Scouts. And Anatan, love this. He's actually walked over and he's waiting now with the traders until the silver tree has reached the corner to calculate his initial gold gathering. That's actually really cool. Anatan is doing so many subtle, very intriguing details that we haven't seen on this map so far. Horseman Scouts. Interesting idea. He's trying to make sure that the Scouts take aggro from an A-click so the Horseman can kill. But yeah, Anno down to 6 HP now. This is so obnoxious. Good moves there by Elyo, though. We'll get the snipe. And now you just ignore the Scouts, right? Because they only do 1 damage. What the hell is this game? Archer Sprinkle now arriving. So that's going to be a denial of the fishing. And Elyona only has 6 sheep. Has got the berries, though. Here we go. Anno has reached the corner. Can unpack to begin trading. And is about ready to go castle himself. Boom. Look at that. 75 gold each way. Nearly hits payday. So boats are just going to move past. Double fishing, so not really able to contest. Not worth doing the conversion either, because remember, it will slow you down, but on top of that, you'll come in with the health you have. And an archer ship will just kill you off by then. So horse archer's on the way, and it is going to be horseman spam. I mean, I know he didn't play the Pro Scouts right. Has he got enough food for this? He has got the dock play now, as it looks like Anatan is going to move up for an aggressive dock. If he can keep the horse archer count low, then yeah, this can work really well for Anatan. And in fairness, he can take the surplus gold he's getting and just use it to get food instead by selling. Trade has been scouted, so Elyona has a target. This is what's dangerous about Anatan's play. He could just immediately lose all the traders. That's why I was surprised to see him going Silver Tree, especially against Fast Castle Roos. Usually when people see Fast Castle Roos, their play is to go Deerstone and then attack. Very unorthodox approach. Blacksmith Archer Rangers, so... Has got all the food and wood he needs. I know, meanwhile, needs to get Undermesh +2. So he's already priming it. Step readout soon to complete. Step readout is correct here, by the way. Like, you're building Horsemen, you're never going to use Kurotai. It's a cavalry game, right? Kurotai is so bad in cavalry games because the fight is never static enough for you to leverage it. Silver Tree and Step's crazy? Not as crazy as you think, actually. There's a smart logic behind this, and it's to do with the fact that you don't want more traders. So Anatan can just stop at 5 traders, and Elyona's now going to try to shut that down. Means he's going to go raiding more. Meanwhile, your economy is actually safe at home, right? So what that means is you can build a few outposts to defend against horse archers, and then focus on attacking with horsemen. I actually like this approach. It's really smart. There was a similarly ID'd build by Recon and Mister actually back around Rebel Warlord Legacy, where on the old trade system, what you do is you double reduce from the Silver Tree once, and then you wouldn't do any more. And the play there was that the gold you got from that would accelerate a fast castle build, right? But the bigger value was actually when your opponent saw Silver Tree and saw double trader, they'd immediately go to work building units to count you in feudal age. Archers would be the most efficient. So then they have, like, 20 archers, all of a sudden they hear the tech up, and they see veteran Keshiks coming their way. So it's a bait and switch type strategy from Anno. Very creative one here. Knights are coming in though, so Elyona reading through it. It's going to require extra gold though. And this is ambitious. Especially with Horseman now, right? No, what? Okay, he just got bait and switched there. That was horrible. Goes in for an easy kill on some boats. Gets none of them. Now the Horsemen go for the surround. Maneuver speed hour arrives. Anatan just played him like a fiddle in that one. Overwhelming lead now for the anti-range cav. Knights are at least scaling up for Elyona, but Keshiks have been queued up for Anatan, and now he's also going for relics, and Elyona immediately calls the game. A bit premature, but he knows when he's been had. Bamboozled in this game too to get Elyona on the board. Damn, I didn't even get a chance to check the high trade house. My bad. I thought we'd have a little bit more time, but we are going to have to get ready for a deciding game here. Anatan with a very swift strike back there. Elyona just honestly must have been feeling a little bit discombobulated by the looks of it. He was not expecting that at all. So game 3, it's going to be Pigeon's view. And it is going to be Delhi versus Ibid. So the big question mark we had over Elyona's draft starts to emerge. Delhi versus IU. It's not that IU can't play their way out of this, but Delhi definitely have been looking better in the last few weeks in this matchup. Before that, I'd say it was like more of a skill-based matchup. Ibids kind of have to bait and switch Delhi. I'm hoping that Elyona's going to do something cool like a Dervish build here with some Desert Raider Horsemen. I think that's actually the way you have to play this now with the Ghazi meta. Let's find out. Gonna hop in. Deciding game. Still waiting for a response here. We're trying to see if we can get Wham on the horn to play the next live series earlier. Because otherwise we'd have an hour-and-a-half gap to fill, which might be a little bit of a struggle. So yeah, I'll keep you guys updated on that. So, House of Wisdom on the way. Oh, yo, first choice here is really going to be Growthwing versus Dervish. I've seen both, and against the Dome of Faith build, as long as you feel confident in your micro, Dervish has looked a little bit better. Growth really relies on you actually timing your fights well and also out-microing a lot more in the long run. The Dervishes require a good micro on the opening. The problem with going for Growthwing here is what happens is that the Ghazi can poke you and then run away, and then the healing for the Delhi is really too good. That's the issue without Dervish. The reason why Ibids have been looking good again, I actually think, is because of their access to H2 healing. It's a threat you have to take into consideration when you play against this Civ now. Whereas a few months back, no one was doing it. So you were just expecting an all-in fast castle. Good map as well for Delhi, by the way. Highview, just 2 sacred sites. Obviously, it's not the triple, but quite accessible. This is why I love Pigeon's View so much, right? Like, if you play Delhi on normal Highview, it just feels depressing. One, the sacred sites isn't attainable, so you can't force the sacred site win condition. And I mean, that isn't just a Delhi issue. That's a general issue, right, on Highview normal compared to Pigeon's View. On Highview, you just can't really... you can't really look to that as a win condition. I'm kind of surprised. I'm a little bit demoralized, actually, that Highview never got retuned. My hopes is that for Season 10, the map creators in the dev studio just, like, accept that the community done it better than them. And they replace Highview with Pigeon's View's version. I mean, I don't expect them to call it Pigeon's View. I don't need my head bloated up, right? But my hopes is that they will adopt this idea of central sacred sites and central trade posts. So, Dome of Faith on the way. And it's going to be Growth Wing. So we talked about the issue of Growth Wing, right? If you want to play the Age now, it leaves you really reliant on outskilling your opponent. There is one way that Growth Wing can actually pay off quite well, and it's a bait and switch. What you want to do is get your opponent on the wrong unit type, take an advantage with a Desert Raider detail, and then you go for Castle Age in a rush. That's where Growth Wing can feel better, because it will get you Castle Age quicker. The problem is that build used to be really good against Delhi Tower Victory, because it was easy to bait and switch them. Now, Delhi players just build one unit. That unit doesn't really care about Desert Raiders. So you kind of have to do something creative to convince Alatan rather, to build archers or spears. Your best hope is getting him to build archers. You're never going to get him to build spears. Because realistically, until he sees the age up, he shouldn't have a need for them. Whereas, like, if you build spears early, Iabas can add in archers sooner, and then that's their second unit comp, right? They still open camel lancers, but they're already blobbing the win condition. And yes, there is less wood on this version of Highview, which I also think is an improvement. There's a drastic amount of maps that we have in AoE4 that just, actually, if we're being totally honest, have too much wood. It's why I've talked before about the idea of how it would be intriguing, actually, to just have 100 wood instead of 150. It would be dramatically change quite a lot of maps, but like it would probably balance the economy as the game goes on a little bit better. I have heard some people toot the idea of changing veins to be smaller. I imagine they were envisioning like 3,000 gold and 6,000 gold, which I think if you make that change, you have to make the wood change, is what I'll say. I'm not against the idea of maybe there being less gold. You could be even dramatic about this and go like 2,500, 5,000, right? But if you make that change on gold, you cannot leave wood in its current state. Wood is 150 per tree. This single tree line has so much wood in it, it's absurd. Wheelbarrow tech from Eliona. Okay, so he's going to play out into the deer, and he's going to mass Desert Raiders. Remember what we said about this build, though. If you're going to play the Age, you need to outskill your opponent now. Eliona does at least see what's happening here, so he'll probably try to fish for kills on the front side. First Ghazi is already shuffling over, and it's going to arrive much sooner than Eliona's counterattack. He's like, you guys going to leave? Yeah? And not really laming the deer here. I thought he'd actually, well, he's laming them, but I thought he'd shove them further away. He's worried that Aliona's going to try to push this in, though. That's why he's doing it. Desert Raider arrives. But this is one Ghazi versus one Desert Raider. And the Ghazi has healing nearby, so it's not a fight that you can actually win as Eliona. This is the difference between Growth and Dervish. If you'd done Dervish here, you wouldn't be running away. You'd be winning. I'm kind of at the what next stage for Eliona's plan. Like I said, the Desert Raider Horseman build actually could work against old Delhi. because they didn't have enough healing, right? But we already have 5 Scholars for Anatan. And 2 more queued. Which means he'll go for these little skirmishes, heal. Go for skirmishes, heal. So, like, what happens is as the minutes go on and Elyona fails to find that trickle damage, it's going to put him further and further behind. The other really big detail here is, with this type of build, you need to make sure you're good on your blacksmith timings. Otherwise, Anatan will get a really big DPS edge with melee techs. I know, about to get an eco edge here. Movement out. He pulls 5 Scholars. This is so creative. I'm really impressed with the way Anatan executed Game 2 and now Game 3. A lot of people just pull the 1 Scholar and build the blacksmiths. He values these initial units too highly. He understands this play for what it is. It's an all-in. Elyona has taken an approach that if he has to now go, oh, I'll go castle instead, he'll be 3 steps behind. Spearman queued by Elyona, but he's taking this fight too soon. He actually needs spears now. I know he's going to back up a little. Not too much, though. I mean, you have got 5 Scholars. You should be able to win this fight. Starts to poke. Desert Raider already almost dead. The Scholar heal's starting to come in. Now, if you just peel back the injured Ghazi, you're going to lose, like, maybe maximum 2. Gets the Desert Raider kill in the back. The Horsemen have to peel away. He hasn't killed a single unit. And this was exactly what I was worried about. The healing is just so good in Age 2. And now Elyona, I mean, the reason why that is such a clean victory, right? When you spread those lines out with Mass Horsemen, Mass Desert Raiders, if you have Dervishes there, all your units are getting equally healed. And then some are getting prior healed, right? So everyone's getting a flat heal, and then you're getting extra heal on the most injured. For Anatan, he has to prior heal 1 at a time. That means over time, you can actually just overwhelm him with the fight. He's going to be able to jump the Scholars. A little bit of a mistake there by Anna. I'm not sure what the plan was. Yeah, he just assumed Elyona was going back to base. We'll get the snipe on 1. But it's still 4 Scholars. And you've already lost a lot. Goes in for the clash. Nice breach. Goes straight onto the Desert Raiders. And I still don't see Spearman here. Oh my god, the first one's on his way. Finally one arrives. But he arrives a little bit too late. The Camelonies is gone. If this was like Spearman with a Desert Raider, it makes a lot of sense, right? Because the unease, it makes it impossible for Ghazi to trade there. But now, with the revelation, Anatan's making a switch into archers. Damn, he's dancing on this one. Ball like, what is it? Oh, wait, eat dead horse and camel? What does camel even taste like? My brain is like, you don't want to know. And yet, I exploratively kind of wonder. Other worrisome part, we now have Steeled Arrow coming in 2 minutes, right? Elyona, has he even built the blacksmiths? Classic Ibids, man. Classic Ibid blacksmith brain, right? They don't have that part of their brain. It doesn't exist. Got removed at birth, right? You don't see Ibids building blacksmiths before age 3. Almost ever. But you're playing an all-in, now you don't have that edge. And you're playing against one of the best of civs at forcing that edge, right? Like Delhi are up there. You have civs like Delhi, English, Chinese, UG. They're all very good at these blacksmith timings in Feudal that really can just win the game. So if you guys are like maining those civs, really take note of how good you are at optimizing around your blacksmith transitions. Because they are what I call the bully civs of that play. Ghazi poke coming in. Nice little strike there. 2 villagers down. Elyona, only a 3 villager lead now. Wait, it shouldn't even be that. Yeah, it's about 2.5, but it shouldn't even be that. There we go, that's why. So Anatan has actually queued up the textiles, anticipating what he'll probably see as the desperation point, where Elyona will just try to send it. Something between beef and lamb. Curious. Camels between beef and lamb. It probably tastes okay. You know, it's like one of those weird things where, like, if you don't eat it in your life, it sounds weird, right? Like, I've never had eel. Someone's like, oh, it's delicious. I'm like, I mean, I have issues with fish, so it's kind of even worse for me. Some things I'm glad I overcame. Like, hummus looks disgusting if you haven't tasted hummus. And oh my god, but when you get properly done hummus... The problem is sometimes hummus looks nasty because of the way like the olive oil can be like mixed in. And the texture, right? But damn. Oh, Clash coming in, and this looks impossible. Especially with the approach. No! Elyona, he tried for the backstab. Which means all you have to do is mirror with your Ghazi, and the archers get to try and win against the Desert Raider plus the spears. Start sets back now. Horsemen have shuffled their array around to the other side of the fight here. But there's only 6 spearmen left. This is over. It's 2 sacred sites now to be locked in. Elyo just doesn't really have a leg to stand on anymore. GG gets called. A close opening game at moments into a lead for Elyona, but everything falling apart fast in the face of Anachad. Oof. Hummus looks disgusting. When you see like hummus halfway through, when people are like, you want to try some hummus? I think it also didn't help that the first time I'd seen hummus was like in an office setting where someone had made their own hummus and was like, here, have some hummus to the people, right? And there was a guy, a fat guy, who, like, you know, not to weight shame, but like, it's, you know, when you get that person that's like the epitome of like, they don't groom or anything, that type of person, right? Wasn't in like good shape, didn't groom or whatever, and he was double dipping the hummus, and then the person I was like, do you want to try hummus? I'm like, no. I think that really, when I discovered hummus for the first time, that experience put me off immediately until I tried it at a Middle Eastern Lebanese restaurant in Romania, a Lebanese family ran one, and wow, like, dude, I was in love with hummus the moment I touched it. That was a gift from the gods. All right, guys, so we're still waiting to hear back. Now that we know the results, it's going to be Anatan versus Wham. We're waiting to hear back from Wham on whether he's available to start early. Then he became the fat guy. I mean, actually, when I was in the office job, I was really fat. I reached, I think, it was, I ended up at somewhere between 95 and 100 kilos. I was big. But yeah. Oh, man. I'm getting a little bit hungry now, actually. Because we didn't make one of our shakes today. Oops. So, let me update this. It's going to come through in a second. Vortex versus Puppy Paw, we're aiming to get played on Thursday. Before Grand Finals is my goal now. Hopefully, the lads are up for that. And there is the updated version. So, that is the fully painted picture currently. Everything that we know up to this stage. What we're going to be looking to do is we're trying to see if we can get Wham versus Anno moved forward. We could watch a pub game while we wait for confirmation on that, though. Let me have a look. Who we got queuing on the ladder? Wait, did Wham respond? Let me check. Wham might have responded. Not yet. What do we do then? We got any ladderers? Need to see the 100 kilogram photo to believe that story. Do I even have one of me? I might. Let's have a look. There might be a way. So when I got into when I first started in esports, I was kind of at that point where I was like really, really fat still. If we go to oldest, maybe? Yeah. There's the chubber.
Hey guys.
Bad quality as well. Jeez. 480p? What are you doing, KP? Look at that chubby maniac. Ugh. Oh. I think we might have a protein bar. Oh, lost one of my cookies and cream. Oh, no. Actually, do I have cookie cream? Or do I have... What do you think, guys? Do I have a cookie cream or a chocolate fudge? I say as I have a fat me on the screen. Blue pill, red pill. Who dat? That's Chubby Pigeon, man. I told you guys I wasn't kidding. I used to be a fatty. Oh, lordy. Red? Let's do red. Yum, yum, yum. Chocolate fudge. Good timing as well, because my my taste buds are starting to come back. You call that chubby? I can see a jaw. Sheesh. I think this one, the other one's probably a bit higher def. This was so this wasn't. This was gaining, but this wasn't peak fatty, because I think I hadn't moved out of home yet, but I had started the software job I hated. But like, for context, guys, at that stage of my life, I was averaging 2, maybe 3 hours of sleep a night. Because I was working a 9 to 5 that was about half an hour to 45 minutes away by car. And then I'd come home and I'd stream for like 6 to 8 hours. That's the danger of streaming. Like, aim for your dreams, but be sensible about it. Because I started streaming because I love streaming. I love content creation. But towards the end, I was so depressed that streaming became not only something I love to do, it became something I was desperate for it to succeed, to find it out. Without, like, you know, I was at that point. Like, I always say back then, because what happened is basically my esports career began as that job ended. So I switched, I basically switched into esports that time as my contract was running out in that job. And I still, like, it sounds cheesy, but honestly, I've said it before. I've said it in interviews. Esports actually did save me, and it's not like, it's not one of those cringy fake statements. Like, it is legit when I say that esports saved me. If it wasn't for esports, if it wasn't for me finding that career when I did, I would have probably had no job. I would have probably then had to, like, sell the house, and I would have been pushed to sell the house because me and my partner would have broken up. Everything would have come crashing down. I didn't talk to my family. I did nothing, right? It was a very dark point in my life. You look much better now? Thank you. Oh, is this Crackety? Have we got a Crackety and a Tam match? Poogers? Should we do a chill cast of this? While we wait to see if we're getting that match earlier? I'm starting to think we aren't getting that match earlier. Why would we have broken up? Because I wasn't in esports before it began. I was just content creating, streaming all kinds of games, not really succeeding, right? And basically, with my partner, we didn't talk. She barely saw me. I'd come home, she would have cooked dinner. I ate dinner. I went up to my room to stream. And then that was it. That was tasty, by the way. But yeah, my life was in a very dark place. And that's not even like meaningful exaggeration or anything. You know, like, yeah, sure, I wasn't living a crack den, right? But I really, really, like, everything was moments away, it felt like, from crashing. Relationships, financial stability. You like that old hairstyle? I'm not sure about it. I like my hair the way it is now, though. Just went for a similar career. Changed recently, resigned to start my own. Good for you, man. Like, you know, the reality is you need to have enough money to be able to be happy, but you want to be aiming to be happy. Too many people are aiming to try and make more money, and they're not, like, you know, they're not putting the mental health in it. Sure, like, you know, if you are in, like, the stock market and you hate being in the stock market, but you're making millions, I kind of get, like, suffering a few years. But for me, like, I'm so glad I got out when I did. It was killing me. Because I'm a creative person, and I was working in blue chip software dev, so I wasn't getting to be creative at all. It was soul crushing. Managing a SharePoint environment for a company with 60,000 people. Yeah, luckily for me, it worked out in the end, right? Esports has been a bit of a shaky ride. It's why we've been working really hard to build our own thing here on Twitch, on YouTube. Hopefully we continue to grow that with AoE4 and with more things beyond AoE4, just because, like I said, you know, I want to keep doing AoE4. I want to also do things like vlogs. We've got climbing content I want to get back to. I mean, I'm very positive and hopeful about 2025. So, fingers crossed. As at the worst time, sorry, that's like, that's part of Twitch, right? I make a little bit of revenue off of ads, so of course I'm going to run them. Also, the alternative is, if you don't run ads, then they basically get put onto people when they arrive on the stream, which sounds good for people who are already familiar with the stream. But it literally makes any discoverability of new people to the stream impossible, because they won't want to watch it, right? And like I said, on top of that, you won't earn any money that way. I mean, the ad revenue generation isn't great from Twitch, but, you know, if you have like a good day, you can maybe see like $50 off of ad rev. The alternative is subscribing. Like I always say, it's $5, and I mean, I'll literally tell you right now, I'm looking at the overview. In the last 30 days, we've been live for 110 hours. 110 hours for $5 is pretty good value. And it helps support me on the journey. But yeah. Oh, how did I stumble upon AoE4? I've always loved RTSs. I played RTSs since I was a little kid. And when I saw AoE4 came out, I was like, this has the potential to do for RTSs what Valorant done for the tactical shooter scene. Sadly, it was mishandled on launch. But yeah, I began my content creation journey. It's a bit weird, though, because obviously I had to figure out all the content creation elements. It's different to what I do in other esports scenes, because in other esports scenes, it's more about your commentary skill, right? But in AoE4, it's very much the content creation brain. It takes order there, takes control there, right? It's king. Ad revenue on Twitch or YouTube better? I think YouTube might be better. Maybe. But the problem is, like, YouTube is harder to show metrics for through automated systems. So, like, if I reach out, I can put a pitch deck together where I say, yo, check this. There's, like, 100 people watching on YouTube live. But that isn't going to help with people reaching out to me, because people reaching out to me are going to be using things like Solynome, if you guys have never seen that site. Solynome gives you the Twitch averages. And they're going to go, wow, this guy's like a 350 CCV streamer or whatever. And that's how they'll, like, calculate the deals. So, like, for sponsorship generation and stuff like that, Twitch is usually better. But I say, you know, like I always say, if you guys want to watch YouTube instead, go for it. Just have the Twitch window open as well. Doesn't do any harm. And helps track the metrics accurately. Oh, thank you, Mexes. Thank you. Appreciate that, mate. Yeah, so, like, the way I can explain how Turbo works. Turbo is like, you get some revenue generation from Turbo watchers. Thank you very much, Metch Banan. Appreciate the Prime sub, welcome to Swarm. So the way that like Turbo works is it will generate some revenue from those people having not seen the ads. But the calculations are like weird, right? Like unless you spend a lot of hours on the channel, it's not going to compare to like a sub rev. It's very weird. Like I can't remember what the calculations are. I think the way it works with a Turbo sub is they will take all the hours you watch on Twitch and they will divide part of the value of the Turbo sub between the channels you watched across the hours, if that makes sense. Anyway, we have a crazy game here. Opening Ghazi versus Spears, Outpost Rush comes in, and we have a counterattack from Anatan to try and shut down the Uvu. Really interesting one here, actually. This is Krakedy on the Not Jade Empire Enjoyer, and you got Anatan on the other side playing as the Delhi. Pub game for a change. A little bit of a rare situation. Usually we're always doing the midweek muster. We're actually getting ready, waiting for the next series, which is going to be between Wham and Anatan. So I thought we'd check in on the Anachad ahead of that. Free user, less value than Turbo user, less value than sub user. Yeah, I think that's a fair calculation. Because like Twitch ad rev is quite low compared to sub rev, right? Or can be. What does pub game mean? Pub game is we're watching this live on the ladder. So this is not a tournament game. I think they might actually be in a lobby for this one, if I'm not mistaken. But it's essentially like kind of playing like a scrim. So you can kind of look at this in the mid ground. This might be a scrim. I think it's okay to check though, because and this is what I love about Anatan. Even when he scrims, he actually leaves the games viewable. He's such a wonderful lad for that. I mean, it's content, right? Like he'll probably try to upload content, or he'll try to create his own content. But he also appreciates that like casting brings a different angle. There are some creators that will literally just hide this data to the end of the world, which I understand for competitive integrity. But there's also some creators that will hide their pub games to the end of the world, which makes a little bit less sense, while also streaming them. Keshik's coming on the other side though. Double Keshik at that. In fact, let me just update. So that people know what's coming up next. Boom. So we do have Keshiks getting added in. The funny thing is, like, actually, Keshiks usually used to just win this matchup because you just mass Keshiks against Ghazi, but the timings are a little bit off, right? It's been a lot of spears so far. Ghazi's also reclaiming the gold. That means that Anatan will be able to get in additional scholars. This has been kind of a depressing Dome of Faith build. He has one scholar. It's quite funny, actually, as well, that we got Mongols versus Delhi, because this matchup kind of fell off the side of a cliff. You may have noticed, guys. You don't often see many Mongol picks into expected Delhi picks anymore. Because the Outpost Rush hasn't worked for a very long time, because the Scholar just allows the Delhi player to pull his villagers to stab your spearmen down, right? So once that started happening, Delhi players are like, oh, this is the easiest matchup on the planet. No, he didn't go Tower Victory. Guys, he literally got Outpost Rushed on the gold. Oh, imagine this turns into one of the most epic games to upload, but we were busy having like deep discussions about subs at the start. I mean, I don't mind those discussions within reason. What's Krakedy's plan here? Long-term as win condition, I think he just wants to keep scaling Keshiks. He's done a lot of damage to Anatan's timings, because like the risk for Krakedy scaling too many Keshiks is that Anatan just skips on the age on him, and then we get into crossbow elephants, and you're just dead. So this is kind of cool, actually. I think this is a very creative way to play Mongols. And he likely... Did he scout the double goal beforehand? I think he would have for the timings. Which is what you want to do. You basically want to run your Khan straight across, build the Uvi straight away, but hold back on the racks and scout whether the gold is like this. If it is, then you know an Outpost Rush is good. Mr. KP Villain Art background story? Yes, you missed Fat Me trying to take over the world as a software dev. Then I realized Slimmer Me might be able to easier take out over the world as a content creator. Ha 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 ha! Twirling my moustache as I go. So we have got to move out towards Sacred Site, so there's going to be a cap on the way. Soon, right? Yeah, he has got Sanctity. Where's the Scholar? Am I blind? Okay, there he is. He's smuggled in the back. Meanwhile, Keshiks are going to come in. Anatan. Slow pull away. Good micro as well. Bypass there. Crackety somehow not getting too straight away. Are you kidding me? In the body blocks. That was sick. Anatan intentionally pulled the villager in front. Although he was so distracted, he forgot about the one out in the open. So still 2 worker picks. That's now a 2 eco lead. And Crackety, he's going castle. Oh, this is crafty, man. We mentioned the way you want to play this as Anatan, right? You want to skip out the second age as quickly as you can now. Crackety's going to beat him to the punchline. Crackmeister looking pretty good in this one. Kind of crazy, actually, against Deli as well. Considering Deli just feel like one of the most bullish civs in the game right now. Not going to be looking that scary here. Keshik's not able to get the decaps. A little bit ambitious. I don't like the Crackety tried that hard for it. When he saw no troops in the base to defend, he should have been suspicious about the Sacred Site. Pretty creative solution by Anatan to just shut the number down, right? Needs to be careful that Keshik is actually healing off of the scouts. Anatan is going to have to lean into the age now. Archer's massing, however, we should be seeing a step readout any second now. And this is going to be powerful for the Keshik dump. Because think about what Anatan's doing. It's quite greedy, right? Going 1-1-1, Ghazi, Archers, not really sure what he's up against. These are going to lose to mass Keshiks easily. The Spearman won't do that well either once you have Vet in and Step, which will be a high prior, right? Step Lancers usually once you have about 10 Keshiks. The Keshik upgrade is only 175 resources, so very cost efficient there. There isn't even a world where you just see... Wait, what? Oh my god, he's going for a Men-at-Arms rush. Alright, this is different than what I would have expected. Quite crafty, though. I guess the logic here is in an even game, Crackety would probably say this isn't great. But because he got 4 worker kills, he likely feels as if he can inflate beyond his opponent very easily. That's kind of cool and quite rare from this position. While Kurotai is built a lot, Kurotai is built a lot because Mongol players play a lot of feudal age, right? When you rush age 3, it doesn't feel that impressive. Keshik can be countered by feudal army? I know. I'm aware, but the thing is, like, Anatan's army... The problem is he wouldn't be able to have any map control, right? So if you played Keshiks instead, you'd be able to get map control, get all sacred sites, get all relics. And then Delhi don't have a leg up upon a castle rush, right? Men-at-Arms is ambitious, though. I don't know if his timing is going to be fast enough this. It's almost like Anatan was aware. Oh, no. I was about to say, and he's walled himself in, but that's not true either. Does need to start gathering the gold. He does realize, right? He also isn't gathering any active gold, so he's not rushing the age. He's looking for a counterattack. Ghazi, on the move, does reveal the Men-at-Arms play. And does see the Kurotai. Okay, so Anatan just got so much information here. Big mistake made, right? Superior mobility can be researched in age 2 now. But he didn't prep it. So this Kurotai has been very slow to move out. So Archer's now roamed to poke at the Men-at-Arms. We do, however, see they're just going to have to focus down the Spearman. Kurotai buff is going to be in. The Ghazi will not want to fight here for long. And enough he commits to it. Anatan refuses to budge. This is buying time for walls and attack, guys. He's not going for active gold gathering. He's just getting there over time with a trickle from the sacred sites. Decap attempt is coming in, but it's spear on spear. He's going to have to pull back. Remember, the Men-at-Arms expected to win out here, especially with the Kurotai buff and the healing. Anatan has at least done something to stave off the timing, though, right? The Men-at-Arms count isn't swelling up crazily fast right now. He has also created a funnel point into his base, but it's come at a cost. He lost too many troops. He's having to reinvest the food. 3 sacred sites now locked in. It's going to give him a lot of gold trickle. Men-at-Arms have moved a little bit too far forward here. The Kurotai hasn't moved up. Man, that was sick. Anatan, he baited him. He pulled too far forward. So now he doesn't have the heal, doesn't have the DPS check. He's going to end up just falling behind on the count. Redeploy coming in, but damage kind of done. It's not enough to get like a GG moment, but Anatan now has momentum, which is why he's doubling down on Ghazi. We'll probably see Scholars being pulled soon as well. This will give him the heal to just counteract the Kurotai. Remember, Ghazi do get bonus damage up against the MAA. And now the counterplay is meant to be spears, right? But you don't want to be able to spears against archers. Ambitious fight again by Anatan. The reason why that started to go bad is once he cleared the initial men-at-arms, he's fighting 2 small choke points. You're limited on melee, right? And finally, we do have the Scholar pull, but Anatan probably should have backed off again before this. I think he's just getting a little bit too ambitious, right? He's getting a good trade, and then he's staying around too long, giving a trade back over to his opponent. Scholar heals you here, though. What would win? Scholars or Kurotai? Scholars. Yeah, there is. Oh my god. I can already anticipate the mold in my chat from Krakeny at some point. This is over. Fast Castle Men-at-Arms Rush did not work. Someone put in chat, what was it, poor man's Burgrave? Nah, dude, this is Burgrave in a cardboard box, homeless on the street. And look at that. After a few minutes of trying this, what does he do? Builds Keshiks. I think he's just dead, though. Kurotai is just going to have to be like, yep, they're not looking. I'm going to leave now. Don't worry about me, guys. Might be able to become a clutch factor in a defense. That defense, I don't think is ready for this level of pressure. Now, what you're seeing from the Mongols is kind of the experience of H3 players trying to play men-at-arms against Delhi in feudal age. Right? It has that level of brutality to it. Holy crap. There he is! There he is! Krakeny. Perfect time to arrive. Hey, Krakeny. Correct me if I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure they made it so you can build superior mobility in H2. Where's your superior mobility? Nah, it didn't matter. He needed to wait for men-at-arms first anyway. Wow, look at that. Plus 20% damage in the healing. Oh my god, what a great lamb. Hey, can you just come a little bit closer? I just want to... Ah, those tears, they're so salty. Those are the tears of an outpost rusher? I can taste the mixture of despair and wishes for 2021 to return. I think he now wishes he went for the Keshik opening and just tried to raid the sides. Holy crap. Dude, Krakeny has just arrived in my channel for a side podcast in my chat. I'm just gonna screenshot the chat and that'll be put in the thumbnail. I mean, we missed the first like 4 or 5 minutes recorded. We did catch some of it, but we were talking about some wider life things. But we caught everything that matters most. Tech up complete. At this point, if we could see chat, if AoE4 ever added that, I'm pretty sure Krakeny has typed just as much in the in-game chat as he just typed in my chat. Oh my god. Played this perfectly. You don't think Keshik might have been a better call? I get what you were going for. Like, you were going for a more definitive kill, but I thought maybe Keshik would have been the play for you with step read out. And then you just play wide, play for relics. I guess it's tough because at that point you're like, well, he could just still go Imperial. Krakeny, just, I hate to rub it in, buddy, but you lost to these walls. Oh my god. He blocked his wall at 2 different points with buildings here. Damn, if only the men-at-arms had reached it. Well, we might as well hit the speed up. His tears did taste good, though. Oh, this freaking Civ! He hasn't even got a relic yet! Hello? Oh my god, my tears now taste like... I can't believe this. Palace of the Sultan coming in while he's got a 7-minute time bomb going on and no relics home yet. Welcome to the Delhi Empire. If you wouldn't mind just letting us hold this cup next to your face and getting drops of tear in there. Oh, F's in chat for Crackety. Oh, man. Oh, that was brilliant. Oh, wait. Oh, man. Okay. It's worth it for the freaking ending. Crackety in the chat. Oh. Oh, wrong scene. There we go, yeah. Alright, so. Did we get a response out of Wham? I don't think so. They're doing a Mongol mirror now. I mean, this is just our entertainment until the quarterfinals, which will, by the way, be happening in about 30, 40 minutes. So stay tuned. We have got another tournament series coming up. Oh my god. What an entertaining freaking game. Just have Puppy Paw play for Wham. True. I mean, Puppy Paw has won the most midweek musters, so, you know, if you're going to trust your account to someone, right? How do you know that how do we know that Wham and Puppy Paw are really twins? What if, like, they've just been, like, it's just the longest scam in AoE4, and it's actually just one person? Because I'm just saying, like, you know, when we saw them, like, whenever I saw them on, like, LAN, I was just looking at one at a time. Like, there's no saying that when I turned my head, it wasn't just them being very fast at running and then running to the other side of me. So, like, I look to my right, I'm talking, and then I turn to my left, but I do it slowly. Maybe they, like, sprint to the other side, you know? No. You thought you saw them in Spania. I think it's a mirror trick. I think, like, they've just got a mirror next to them all the time. So when you see them standing next to each other, that's what it is. We figured it out. What a scammer. I know it. So how long are we going to be live then? Probably 7 to 8 hours today then. Yeah, reminder folks, we got one more live series. Semi-finals, we'll try to schedule for... we'll try to schedule the semi-finals for Thursday before the finals. We'll see what we can do. I think we can get at least one of them locked in for that. People posting their Twitch recaps. I just saw Faplops. 555 hours watched. Oh my god. Guy does not touch grass. Woo-wee. Meanwhile, he's watched BCQ 280 hours. Dimming 176 hours. EGC 75 hours and Ramen 46 hours. Look at that. Man, Faplop. Is he gunning for my #1 fan? Or legend? And then we got Hosen, 194 hours watched of me. Next closest is 35 hours of Beastie. Damn! Hosen only shows up on Twitch for us, basically. That's Pog. Not Jade Empire is Crackety. So this is just some games being played in prep for Wham versus Anatand. We'll have that live tournament series in 40 minutes. I thought this would be cool. We never see this. This is a mirror, right? So, do I put predickies up for you guys? Yeah, it's a live game. Go on, have at it. His name's Severely? He said Hosen's fine. Right, Hosen? Or is it actually Hossein? I'm pretty sure I asked you this before and you said whichever. Is it Hossein? So look, if someone comes in my chat and says, you can call me whatever you want, they're going to be lucky I don't just call them sugar tits on the spot, alright? Let's get ready for another. He's bitter, he's mad. His tears taste of salt. Krakody is back on the Mongols again. However, Anatan is looking to educate him. Oh my god, you can't make up this spawn. Krakody is trying to outpost rush him, and Anatan has just got the chillest spot imaginable. He's just sitting on the gold. Oh, I can already predict a Krakody appearing in my chat again. I don't know what is like. So last game it was about the Civ. It was Delhi versus Mongols. This time I'm guessing it's going to be about the spawn code for Dry Arabia, the most balanced map according to the majority of pro players. It's so geniusly obnoxious, right? Because like if he actually pulled the TC onto the tree line, then the goal would be exposed. Weirdly enough, Anatan could have just brought the TC down here. He would have secured berries, gold, and the wood. And sure, it sucks to not have the stone, but you know what sucks more than that? Getting all that stone and then using it to build spearmen that are going to become redundant in about a minute and a half. How do you know Sugar Tits was my nickname? They're all nicknamed Sugar Tits. Oh, what a brilliant game. So this is actually a custom game between the two, by the way. They're scrimming, practicing a few things. Anatan is getting warmed up because we actually have a tournament series coming up after this. It's going to be Anatan versus Wham. So we thought we'd check in on Anno, seeing as, like, you know, we've still got some time to burn before that goes live. And we'll basically be lined up perfectly to hop into that one based on when Anatan stops doing his little scrims. But Outpost coming in. This is the taste of sadness. Krakody could make this really cool if he just holds the outpost and builds like archery ranges next to Anatan's base. I've yet to see a Mongol player do that, so I wouldn't expect it. But it could be quite cool. Yeah, this is sadness, right? Like I thought this would be cool to watch because we actually haven't seen mirrors in a long time. We very rarely ever see mirrors on the ladder, and of course because of the 16 civs. And then, of course, in tournaments, mirrors can't happen, right? There have been very rare exceptions where mirrors would be possible. The most notable one this year would probably be Red Bull Wololo. But that was only possible with the first picks, right? So, for example, if both players draft opened Iabids, then they could then play Iabids on the same map. Wait, is he actually losing the cut? Okay, he'll get away. Just about. Yeah, that was a little bit rough, right? Like, it's a little baby Khan playing against Big Brother here. Hardened Khan versus normal Khan. This guy went to juvie. This one goes to a prep school. So he's going to hang around here. Meanwhile, Anatan's just going to head over and start poking on the gold vein. I've got the products coming. It's going to be gathering on the south side. And we have got a sneak around here. Krakody says, I'm not done yet. Really would love to see him just outpost and then immediately archery range behind this. Probably won't, but it would be a really cool, diverse play. He does know about that tree line. Anatan can still pivot to the west side when this outpost comes up, though, so it's not complete unless you get both. What is good about this, though, is the Yam aura. So, like, the problem with the Mongol Mirror now is because everyone's back to Deerstone, it means that the defender has a huge advantage with movement speed. He can kite you perfectly, right? So, by having the outpost here, it means that you can actually kind of mirror that in your opponent's base. And Anatan is going Magadai. Wait, is he going Magadai Keshik? Well, that's bonkers. I would not have expected Magadai Keshik in this game. What a funky build. That's kind of cool, though. We've seen occasionally people going Magadai just to poke at economy that's exposed. I think it's a little bit funky here because, like, realistically, the only thing that's exposed is the gold. And that's not something that he should have to gather too much of. Then again, if we check the sheep count, it's only 8. So this is a prep play, right? Where your opponent's going to have to come out to deer and you can punish him and... Oh, no. Are you kidding me? He knew it. He just knew it. I mean, it makes kind of sense, right? Because I think the Khan was scouring around the mid-map and he never saw a villager return home. And ouch. Calm down. Do people ever go double Vil production? There's been a few players historically. I think the most notable one was Garnaf, I believe, used to do it a lot from Free Clan. Especially on maps like Gorge. But it is quite rare. They did even buff it. It used to cost 150 stone. They reduced it to 124 stone. But once again, still a rare play for people to commit to. So, Magadai on the way. Oh no, Krakeny. Krakeny, not like this. This is a bad matchup for Mongols. As we know, every matchup is a bad matchup for Mongols. On Dry Arabia. Well, he's shuffling wide, so that will at least buy time, but it's about to get revealed, right? Yep, he hauls the Falcon over and goes, what is that? Keshi's already been prepped, but I think Anatan might just fast castle now. Wait, no. Hear me out. What if Anatan ironically killed Krakeny with the same builds that Krakeny just attempted against him? The fast castle Kurotai meta arms build. I'm pretty sure that would get an uninstall of the game from Krakeny. I'm like 70% sure Krakeny would end stream, delete PC by throwing it out the window, and then make a series of Reddit threads. Oh my god. He's doing it. It's going to be fast castle. Okay, Krakeny, what's going on? The panic is setting in. He's like, outpost, that's the one. So he's going to be able to secure on the goal. However, the Keshus are coming. This is not going to go up easily. They're just trying to rush it, but this delay. Remember what Anatan is doing behind this, guys. He's going castle. Now, does he try to Kurotai like Krakeny? Or are we going to see mass Keshiks like we kind of want to see last game? I mean, it feels like a step readout game. I think this is, yeah, step readout. Game was over at 2 mins, spawn diff. Didn't you have... I guess you would have had to have wheeled further. You started here, right? So you would have a wheel over here, but you could kind of get similar. But yeah, his was pretty good. Yeah, the Uvu especially being that. I was kind of jaw-dropped that the Uvu was also in range. And there it is. He just calls GG straight away. Doesn't even try to play it out any longer. I think he knew what was coming next. What do you guys think? Do you miss mirrors? I'm kind of curious. Do people actually miss mirrors? We'll get that. So I think they can have this issue where spawns decide the game even more, right? I find they're just too granular. Like, even I feel like even watching, say, China versus Yuji is quite depressing. Ram lucked out by Anno and get free win. Wait, what? I mean, yeah, mirrors, I don't know. Like, this is the kind of thing where you go, would it make sense to just have like the mirror random, right? That would be interesting, maybe. Ooh, would that be engaging or really boring? A mirror random map, mirror tournament. All right, guys. By the way, if you guys ordered Protein Works at some point in like November or whatever, can you do me a favor? Because the tracking metrics show really weird numbers, which is odd because I've at least heard a few people say that they actually like purchased recently. Don't need to give me any like over the top details. It just, if you send me an order number either privately here on Twitch or on Discord, so that I can relay that across to them. Because basically it helps gauge like how much we can get sponsored for each month. Because it looks like the tracking metrics aren't working correctly, judging by like the amount of sales came through. Because I was just saying to my guy on the other end, I'm time the background, I'm like, well, I know at least like 3 or 4 people that directly said to me at some point they'd been purchasing recently. So if you guys do happen to be in the chat right now and you did purchase, just DM me that. It's not, it doesn't have, it won't give any info away like your address or anything. It's just so that they can check the order numbers to prove that, yeah, these purchases were made. Because I think the tracking system is broken, which is awkward because we're now trying to negotiate if they want to renew for 2025, right? And if their tracking system doesn't work, makes it a bit bloody hard. So we're probably going to see like, what, one more game from Anno? Crackety, are you still playing against him? Or are you switcherooed? No, I think Crackety gave up on Anatan. So we're going to be getting Anatan versus Sass. Alright. Oh, you're playing Starflock? Alright, good luck, Crackety, with Starflock 1. Actually, what matchup did you get? Let me have a look. We'll see which one's more interesting. What do you guys want? French Mongols or Iabid Mongols? Which one would you guys prefer? Oh, we forgot to do predickies before, didn't we? Manager poll. I'll do a 2-minute poll. What to watch? French versus Mongols, or IU versus Mongols? It's Mongols, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Alright, we'll do the poll. Sauce is sassy? Yes. Sauce is sass. Sass is sauce. Sauce is sass. Sass is sauce. French is more action early. Mongols can pressure IU a lot, in fairness. It's Himiyama, remember. So the French versus Mongol one is on Gorge, and this one's on, this IU Mongol one is on Himiyama. Chest very itchy. Wham versus Anno. Wham versus Anatan is happening in 25 minutes. So hang around, and we will be live casting it here. This is the official place for the coverage. Ta-da! All right, 1 second. Check everything else is good. Yeah, I would cover more of the Midweek Muster series, but like we literally have cast everything now. We could have went back, I guess, and checked some of the round of 32. I just think at that point, because people know the results, they wouldn't really want to see them, maybe. So, yeah. Catch 1 or 2 pub games for a change. You send a knight to the gold and they panic. Works every time in bronze. Yeah, but you're forgetting the other detail in bronze, which is that in bronze, when the person goes to select the knight, they select all units, and all of a sudden they're A-clicking to the enemy gold with their villagers. %? Shoosh. All right, I'll tell you what, guys. I think we'll stick with this one simply because now that it's 50-50, what I'll say about this one is likely this will be the last game Anatan plays before Midweek Muster continues with his series against Wham, right? So this will line us up probably perfectly. Hopefully Wham's available a few minutes early if it ends before the hour mark, before like the turn of the hour, so 25 minutes from now, so that we can just get into the draft and prep for the next one, hopefully. Oh, by the way, we do have the new map draft up for KPMM 7. We still have room for signups. We still haven't reached 32. So get signing up if you want to participate in the last midweek muster of 2024. We have some changes in maps. So we are going to be rotating out Himiyama and Kalauga. And we're bringing in Atacama and Hallowed Spring. Atacama is one of the maps that devs added, where it's a big bunch of trees in the center, not much close to you, right? So very, very different kind of style of map. And then Hallowed Spring, I kind of call it, like in some ways, it's kind of a Himiyama 3.0. It has a pond in the center that's much bigger, 2 sacred sites nearby. I think Delhi's going to get banned a lot there, but should be a fun one. I mean, if Delhi's the highest ban for a week, is that really a bad thing? Nah. That sounds like music to my ears. Ouch. Puppy to co-cast with you, the Wham Anno series, since Puppy is the KPM goat and can watch his chart. I mean, I don't know what Puppy is up to right now, so he might not be around. And I haven't got money to throw at co-casters at this stage, the scaling on this. It's something I want to do down the line. The original concept had it, it just, there wasn't enough budget. Because I didn't want to, like, put people in a position where they were just coming on to cast for free regularly. And that was usually going to be a grand final thing anyway. But I'm pretty sure I did not have this on the weirdness bingo card for today. That's an Iabid Dark Age Rax. This is a predictive play. One and all, welcome back to the channel. And welcome back to some pub action here. Anna's Hand and Sassy matching up on the ladder here. We're waiting for our next series of the tournament play, so I thought it'd be cool to check in on this. And this is interesting. Yo, he's scouting him! This was such a gamble. Oh, man, I'm surprised Sassy tried for it. So the reason why Sass went for Rax here is he was expecting a dox from the Mongols, because the Mongols almost always dock this map now. Logic here is that no one else is going to try to dock the center, because a Mongol player will just rush you with an outpost and Rax, right? So Mongol players got really smart about this, got a bit sassy about it, ha ha ha, and they decided to just start docking themselves after Uvuing. So they got the value. So now, Anatan, what he done there is he sprinted across the map to see the state of the base, which is what you should do, by the way. You want to check your opponent's base first on this map, because then you can choose between going for a dock first or an outpost first, right? Very different approach, very different outcomes, but against civs like Iabid's, it's worth looking for that gold first. And it means that Sass has now built 2 spearmen for absolutely no reason. Great read by Anatan, man. The switcheroo there. I mean, it doesn't really hurt your timing either, remember, because you need 150 wood for a dock. 150 wood for a wax, right? So it's not really a loss at that point. Well, trade-off usually from that sprint, though, can be you get low on sheep. He's not that far behind, though. We're talking about 8 sheep compared to 11. And remember, that difference is skewed because Sass immediately pulled the villagers on the berry. Did leave some on the sheep, but realistically, his opponent should have more there, right? Yeah, 9 compared to now 7. Actually, 6. Now, this is a little bit rough for Anatan. The gold spawn is a bit weird on this map for Sass. He actually lucked out, I think. This is an interesting one if he ever was able to sneak out for a wall, but instead it might be unlucky. Spearmen are already in position, and Sass has not touched gold. Uh-oh. Well, at least the TC... Okay, that's not bad. That kill's really important for Sass because he needs to add in a lot of spears now to try and contest for the gold. This is pretty ugly, though. I'm not going to delude you guys. Anatan got, like, the pristine opening here. Ibis is in a very, very weird and vulnerable position now. So, what does Sassy do from here? Well, you really want to try to just set up a lumber camp now and then probably extend an outpost down here. It's got to be a very far outpost, though, because unfortunately you've got the situation where you need to build it beyond. He might just blob Spearmen to defend this. Realistically, Anatan isn't going to be adding too many more spears in. He didn't follow up an outpost rush. Instead, Anatan is now going for his greed. This does look great for him, though, right? Like, think about the state of the economies. Sass is nowhere near going for Feudal Age. Meanwhile, Anatan is about to trigger Feudal Age while also going fishing. It's rare that a Mongol player gets that far ahead off of an opening like this. Like, yes, Feudal Age, but Feudal Age and fishing? Alright, be honest. One's in chat. Is there anyone that believes Sass will win this game? Even a single soul. Remember, you know, no one will remember if you're wrong. But if you're right now and Sass wins this, you'll be lauded as a chat. Okay, there's the twos. Deer shoving as well. Anatan getting value out the spears. I'd love to see Sass do something similar with his deer nearby because he's going to need that surplus food. Even just shoving them back here, then you can like outpost this area for double berry and deer. Wall's going up as well. So Sassy is going to be able to get his defenses in place. Stone already coming in. So Anatan not being greedy. Very smart choice here. Silver Tree is just a bait. It kills your game more than it helps. Sass, is there a play out of this? Wait, did he go... Oh. God. He went advancement wing. Alright, this is going to be a very, very uphill battle. Like, at this stage, I don't know if I really call it a hill as much as I call it a wall. Hopefully, Sass brought his climbing equipment. Spears Archer's going to move out, but an Archer ship's already in the way. The only way you get through this now is if you walk back and build a ram. He's just rushed past. I think he knows it as well. Sass like, okay. He must have a boat coming, right? Archer's going to shuffle past. Spears have already got the push in, though. I mean, this is looking great for Anatan. Khan is at least going to actually block and intercept. I love that. So he's getting the Deers as close as possible. Even if you just get them here and drop a Gur, that's really nice. These are also now arriving. Sass also adding in the Desert Raider. And this kind of went wrong all of a sudden. Man. What a beautiful opening. Ram is now going to be coming, though. It's going to be built on the west side, so we'll have a way of getting through the dock. Meanwhile, Anatan hasn't made a choice. Wait, is he really trying to Castle Age this? No. I think you have to add in archers. So there you go. It does queue up a few. Unfortunately, he can't set it up near the Uvu, so he doesn't get the double production, which means Sass, for the moment, does have the edge. Being a few archers ahead. 3 of them already on the front line. Meanwhile, Anatan's like, oh, my base is dying. Oh, well, I'm just going to keep shoving all these deer in. We do have additional archer ranges. So this is like a hunker down moment in the game for Anatan. The problem, though, is that ram timing for Sass is kind of promising, right? The fish isn't really looking that great so far. He's taken how much? Probably about 150? Yeah, 150 exactly. And I think he actually blocked one of them with his dock placement. This, by the way, is why EGC Himiyama was created. Because of the tree spawns, I genuinely think, like, my feedback on EGC Himiyama, I don't like that it makes the pond smaller. I would rather that it puts the tree lines further away. Because what happened here is he basically would have had to have probably blocked out a fishing spot no matter where he dropped the dock, bar this one spot. Ram now coming in, though. And check this reaction. Whoa! Anatan just blob spears. Okay, that's kind of sick, actually, because, yeah, the archers that would counter spears now have to come in range of the archer ship. Man, what a read by Anatan. That's so crafty. A lot of people be like, oh, I see archers, I can't build spears. But that read is sick. Protects the investment now, and he can just camp the area. Sass, oh, he doesn't want to try again. Now he wants to try and look for the castle age play. Double archer ship? Okay, now we're getting a little bit greedy. By greedy, I mean overly aggressive. Maybe if you're able to enter a Flying Dutchman cheat, this would be okay. You delete the dock and get the food back now. Just drop a mill to make it happen. True. But you're not going to delete the dock before you clear the rest of this. Also, a mill's much easier to kill, so like it can get cut off easier than a dock. Whereas a dock, let's say like 10 spearmen come in to burn a dock. Oh, there's going to be a demo ship maybe waiting for them. If 10 spearmen come in to burn a mill, oh no. What if the windmill spins too fast and slaps us in the face, right? It's not that threatening. Well, oh no, I hope he doesn't research wheelbarrow out of this. Sass hasn't got the resource to the age up. Remember, he already used advancement wing. Spears are slightly overextended, so Sass will be able to punish that. Anderson, I think you want to check that he's being honest to the age. I know, looks like he's macroing for castle, but this could just be for the blacksmith play. He's just waiting to see what he's up against first. I think at castle definitely makes a lot of sense. You've got a slight eco advantage at this point. You could easily block relics. Has got the Khan Hunter coming, which is cool here. Remember, it's Archer v Archer, and it means you have more range. What would also be cool, actually, is Anatan could look to set up an outpost here. That would give him a dynamic in this area, right, with the movement speed. Instead, folks, looks like we are going to be getting castle on castle play. Ones, if you think Anatan's still going to win this. Twos, if Sassy is converting you. Things actually, despite the opening, don't look as dramatically terrible as you would have envisioned at first, right? IU is about to trigger tech up, and, you know, yes, he had to do an advancement wing, which still makes me cringe a bit, but he still has growth wing on the way. That's 7 villages now. Industry could have been cool here as well. I think 2TC actually wouldn't have been punishable in time for Anatan. Meanwhile, Anno probably going to be looking... do you go Kurotai here? He's probably going to need to go for the step readout just because he's behind on economy at that stage, right? Kurotai would be sick if he could find it. Because then Kurotai, you just blob a lot of archer crossbows and you kind of send it. A small group of Keshiks to front line or spears. And your Gucci, Dolce, and Gabbana. There you go. That had to be. Step readout. Now on the way. The reason you go step readout is you just don't have a substantial army to use Kurotai straight away. And also, if your opponent's planning camel lancers like most IBID players, the fight isn't going to be anchored enough for you to get value. So this is probably going to be Keshik. No, dude, there's no way you want to do Keshik into lancers. Crossbows makes a lot of sense, though. He's already got double archer range. Crossbows is just the OP comp right now. I mean, if you are a high-level player and you can choose any unit to immediately, like that, have 40 of, Knights is probably going to be very high on the list, or Cataphracts, but if you had to choose infantry, it's always crossbow. They're so damn good. Overperforming, actually. I mean, there's probably going to be a point where they get changed so that their base damage is lower and their heavy's higher. I think that has to happen at some point. Because right now, they just trade way too well into almost any other unit that they're not technically countering. 12 base damage kind of does that for a unit, you know? Great tank coming in, so Anatan already looking to contest the relics. Sass has not gone for his Dervish play yet. He hasn't got the wood yet, right? That's how you can tell he's not rushing it. Instead, it's going to be Lance and Gulam's coming. At that point, can you really afford to go Dervishes straight away? I don't think so. He's probably going to... Oh, God, he's adding farms as well. Yeah, he's probably just going to have to delay Dervish for about a minute. Which means Anatan could have 2 relics on the way home. The good news for Anatan, or sorry, SAS, is like Willem Camelot's is not going to fall over straight away. The bad news is because Anatan went for step readout, it's going to be a lot of crossbow pressure. I almost want to say it would have been better to just spam camel lances to attack your opponent's economy. But the reason he didn't do that is because Anatan began the game with spears, right? So there's always that paranoia of running into it. Also, in fairness, Golems have been rising in popularity, and they've kind of been an underrated unit for a while. I think in the opening IB builds, there are a lot of maps where they can actually be quite functionally good. And Himiyama is one of the weird ones where it's not because of how close your bases are, it's more because of how predictable your movements are out of your base. Like, you're technically starting in a corner here, right? On a different map, for example, something like Dry Arabia, you'd have more options like to the left and right side. You have more breadth. She's reaching in, though. Ooh, spots the Dervish play immediately. And also bait out the army. Archers, they do have that maneuver. They've also got the extra range here. Camel Lancers are now arriving. There is 3 crossbows in here, though. Khan Hunter are a little bit too ambitious. Just going to push him back. More crossbows are on the way, though. Behind this, the Keshiks haven't been dealt with. So SAS, our eco lead already shrinking up. Has to back away to make that 3 heavily injured cavalry, 2 of which are Camel Lancers. Let's at least dodge it, but Wallow coming in, and that's way too in dreamland there. I mean, these 2 Keshiks, though, the idle time, the kills alongside it. And now the chase on the Dervish, so he gets the early eyeballs on. Has a veteran Khan Hunter as well. And wait, what? This actually might be the first time I've ever seen an IBID player go pro scouts. I mean, he's desperate for food, so I don't mind it. It does sound weird to say IBID pro scouts, though. That's kind of up there with, like, saying Cal will win an EGC Grand Finals. Sorry, Cal. But it's like, it's so I'm so sorry, Cal. But it's such a weird and rare play from SAS. I mean, it just genuinely makes sense to the state of the game, because if he has to add in farms, he's going to lose. That being said, he's already being forced to anyway. 11 farms so far. Crossbow archers. Now we're in Defiant. I mean, Anatan has a big lead here. He's mirrored the archer count. He's miles ahead on crossbows. Relics still favoring him. 2 being pulled back. In the meantime, Villagers getting sniped. Now Villager lead. Anatan getting ahead. 52 to 53. Start a step back here. Double archership is going to make this painful. I mean, this is the power of the pond, right? I remember we had the other day, someone was like, whoever takes the pond loses the game. And I'm not entirely convinced of that. It's all about how you leverage it. You have to play towards it. The reason why you see a lot of players go pond and lose the game is because they play cavalry. Cavalry sucks at defending pond. It's a stationary environment. But you can always retreat to the safety point, right? Where the archerships protect you. Flash coming in now, and the Keshiks. Uncontested, right? You've got Golems, no Camel Lancers here. Even with the outpost defenses, SAS is losing this engagement. We'll force the reset again, but the numbers at the end, tell no lie. 18 crossbows to 9 archers. Relic count is looking like it's probably going to be, what, a 3-2 split? Yeah, okay, so SAS is going to get that going his way. We do, however, have Siege Engineering coming. Not even the improved variety. It's just going to be like double ram to deal with the outpost, right? Because when you go mass crossbow, it does have one weakness. That one weakness is, I hope you like towers. Ironically saying that to a Mongol player. Because I'm going to build a lot of them. And yes, the Anatan WAM set will be after this game. Men-at-arms as well. I don't know if that's entirely necessary. I'm going to be that guy that says I'd rather just have even more crossbows here. But I think Anatan is maybe a little bit paranoid that maybe Sass is going to build a mango. Love that we've got the outpost coming up. I mentioned this earlier that this area is just great for it. It's not easy for your opponent to come in and just torch this down when the archer ships are nearby. Top of that, you could even just set up the Uvu on the forward. How much has he got left on the stone? Yeah, Uvu's getting low, so might be worth this villager just building the Uvu here now. Set up like a forward stable and double pump. Ram now on the move in. Sass immediately migrates the area, doesn't even try to contest it. Currently outnumbered and outgunned. Anatan looking to barge in. Villagers are going to get idled off the farms. Just a little bit of chip damage here, but every little counts in the game now where Anatan is 12 ahead and more to come because he went 2 TC behind this. That TC back-to-back buff for the Mongols. Remember, now it only costs 800 wood, which is pretty crazy when you consider that normally a TC costs 750 resources total. Split between 2 resources, which when you equate the fact you have to build a mining camp, which is 50 wood, Mongol TCs are no longer more expensive. What's good against crossbows? More crossbows! Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. And Sassy does not have more crossbows. The answer is Horseman, but the problem is in Castle Age, Horseman is very hard to scale. You just don't have late game economy, and Horsemen are designed to die quite a bit before they hit. It's a mass unit, it's not a quality. Right? That's why Lancers feels like a better use of your resources than Horsemen. As long as you're not fighting Damascus crossbows. At the same time, like, you know, if you send 1 Lancer in or 1 Horseman in, well, let's put the fair cost in there. If you send 2 Horsemen in or 1 Lancer in, they're both going to die against 30 crossbows before they touch it, right? That's the nice thing about being ranged advantage, right? Is it allows you to scale efficiently because your units should, in theory, trade better until they're overwhelmed. We don't really see the overwhelm point coming in from Sass. Payday from Anatan as he clears up the buildings. Wait, why are you clipping that? Actually, no, I have no shame. It's fine. you can do what you want with it. Military Academy coming in. Let the Zerg continue. Oh my. Step readout. Yes, 3,000 gold. He's like, buy more techs. I still have to get, buy even more techs. Too much gold. I mean, at this rate, he's just going to go Imperial. Oh my god, he's going Imperial. This is brutal. Horseman just got revealed, but the quantity lacking. Only 7. Sacred Site timer can at least be paused. Anatan, with his extra gold influx coming in, it feels inevitable that we're going to be seeing Age 4 Mongols very soon. I mean, I'm kind of impressed that Sassy didn't just fall over immediately after that horrific start. That was one of the most painful openings I've seen for an IB player, I think, ever. But the momentum hasn't really ever shifted in this one. Anatan has just been in the driving seat. He's found his raids where appropriate. He hasn't overextended. He's just played the numbers game. And, oh, wow, okay. A little bit surprised by that. I thought he'd actually be going for the Kaganet. But why stupid? The Classic coming back in. Because, you know, might as well kill with cannon emplacements, right? Step readout, redeployed again. Even more gold influx. Remember, this gives you 50% more drop-off. So he doesn't actually have 30 villagers on gold. He has 45. Yeah, is that good? Crossbows now able to get away with the maneuver speed arrow back to the Yamura, and that means that Sass can not engage, and he's gonna wish he did. You kind of wish you still had the advancement wing to at least have a hope of making a now Age 4 play. Sass has to go, though, because if he doesn't, the elite techs are coming in. And Anatan, you cheeky little rat, runs all the way back. It's like, I mean, dude, I've got map. I don't need to rush the defense here. You can even contemplate a cannon emplacement soon. White Stupid does generate a lot of stone for you alongside the Uvu. Then again, he hasn't actually placed a new one yet. Sass. Just trying to decap Sacred Sites. That's weird, though. I think the urgency needs to be completely there. If Sass doesn't keep plowing forward now, it's going to be Elite Techs and GG. I've at least got some Raiders around the backside here as the Horsemen are moving in. Crossbows. Just getting the easiest of trades. Elite Tech just came in. And now it's a shotgun to the face. Even the Horsemen feel the sting of it. Only 5 armor up against 17 damage. Gulam's already flopped dead. String emplacement's also adding in the damage, and this is over. A valiant effort by Sassy. But a game that felt like it had him on the back foot very early. Never able to get in a position, really, to do any real damage. Right? I thought maybe we'd see some Fire Lancer raids. Camel Lancer raids. Instead, just kind of stuck at home. From there on out, the story really was etched into stone. So, that'll be Anatan done with his pop games. We're going to be getting ready now for Wham versus Anatan. Whamatan going to be coming up next, which of course is one of our midweek muster series in week number 6 to see who's going to be facing off against Beastie Cutie later on in the semi-finals. Stay tuned. We'll hit the fast forward. Sass basically is just trying to go for a keep drop to try and stabilize before it's over. But there's no denying the truth of the matter. He will have to handle the truth here. He'll be handled by it. The attempt to build up the Manjanique. Oh no. We have not seen Anatan lose a single game today. Let's see if we can fix that. Wow, that sounded very malicious. Alright, so let's reset the draft, reset the maps, and get ready for the boys to play their hearts out. Give me 1 sec. Let me pull up the draft. So, draft underway. We are going to have Himiyama Dry Arabia. Okay. Yeah, Anatan's feeling Himiyama after that game, I guess. I think, as Wham, I don't want to say every game, every series he's been picking Dry Arabia, but most of them, I think he has. He either picks Dry Arabia or High View, like, every time. What if we just remove Dry Arabia for 2025? These Dry Arabia boys, they seem to enjoy it too much. Okay. Let me have a look here. Sorry, just catching up on the chats in the background. Dry Arabia did nothing wrong? Nah. It's getting 2 weeks in the midweek muster. I will probably shuffle it out into the ether alongside High View at the same time. Wow, actually I just realized it sounds like I'm now targeting Wham, but like the plan was to give High View a break at the start of 2025. As I think High View, aka Pigeon's View, the better version of High View, has been in for 3 or 4 weeks now. Even when there's maps I love and I think they're incredible, I want to rotate them out to give other maps chances to shine. And I know that just having Dry Arabia in there for a long time is going to make it so no maps get a chance to shine. So, Wham got HRE in the opener. What a trade out here. China for HRE. Delhi. Was it worth getting Chinese over Delhi with this map pool? We said Himiyama, right? Which is pretty good for Delhi. Well, decent for Delhi. The problem is the English bit kind of disarms you. So we have Mongol English for the Himiyama. I think Wham's going to reserve HRE for Himiyama. Baldland is an opening map. We haven't really seen the picture yet. English or Ibid seems most likely. Dry Arabia for Malians. And Anatan on the other side. Mongols is going to be your counter pick against Malians, but like realistically, Wham shouldn't be picking them on Himiyama. So unless Anatan wants to flex Shuji there, which is a bit different, he's going to be a little bit irksome here. I think Wham's draft is a little bit better. Not an immediate GG, but could lead to a very snowbally edge off of game 1. All right, so let's switch over to our scene. We'll let lads get into lobby. What I'm going to do now, guys, I'm going to run probably... Do we run 3 minutes of ads now? If we run 3 minutes of ads now, we don't have to worry about them at all. So what I'll do now, guys, quickly go get yourself a drink. I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads because they're going to have the... Wait, actually, no. Wait. I'll do a minute and a half ads because it won't be that long of a delay as I think we have streamed POVs. So a minute and a half ads, and then we get into Anatan versus Wham, which should be getting live pretty fast. There we go. Yeah. I just glanced back at YouTube. The eel chat, man. I don't know. I don't think I'll ever try eel. I'm struggling with the idea of trying fish food still. The only thing I've like had is tuna in a can. I'm okay with tuna in a can, right? I actually like tuna. But I think it's the texture, man. The texture is really the turn-off for me with fish. And eel is like the extreme of that issue. Scallops? I don't know, man. Scallops sound horrible as well. The name in particular, more than actually the scallops themselves. Like, for a fish, they don't look as bad. But the name, I don't know. I don't know why someone called them scallops. No fish texture, still the flavor? What, sushi? I mean, there's going to be, like, the texture's part... So like, remember, it's the texture and look as well. Sushi does look really weird. So I'd have to get beyond that. I almost got beyond it when I was in Poland a few years back. But then, like, the sushi had been left out a bit, and it was, like, starting to sweat. And I was like, that does not look remotely appealing. I don't want to touch that. So that immediately just turned me off of even attempting it. Have to cook right in scallops. I mean, that's the other thing. Like, fish strikes me as a thing regularly where it's like you just hear have to cook right. I mean, because I think fish is something that invokes the thoughts of like food poisoning more than chicken, beef, and whatever. Even though like probably isn't that much more of a risk. Your brain kind of goes there. You know what I mean? People disliking seafood, it's by far the tastiest thing in the world. Yeah, but that's because you've consumed it, right? It's part of your diet already. If it wasn't part of your diet, then it's a whole different ballgame. That's the thing. It's like we had this conversation earlier where I was like, camel sounds really weird. But like for Middle Eastern people are like, no, camel's pretty good. It's pretty regular. But then like maybe for Middle Eastern people, beef would be a bit weirder, right? Because cow is more rare. Rarely consumed there. Yo, what's up, Raspudding? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, mate. Welcome to Swarm. Appreciate you very much. Fish are really dumb, have very different pain receptors. It's a bit different. It depends on the way you do it to them. Like, I'm trying to remember. What was the more humane one with lobsters? Was it boiling them or was it the stab? Because I remember this was like studied a little bit. Because like lobsters in particular are very different. You know, lobsters can theoretically live forever, right? They eventually die because of like the growth. Because lobsters have regenerating cells. Alligator? I didn't know about alligators. That's interesting. While cursing, I mean, have you consumed Protein Works? Are you able to judge without doing so? By the way, reminder, guys, if you are one of the people that bought Protein Works in like the last 30 to 40 days, do me a favor and DM me your order code. It's not something that was going to give away any of your personal details. The order number is like just something that is in their system. Because we're trying to figure out if their system is bugged and hasn't been recording sales correctly on channels. Because I got told how many sales we had, and I was like, that doesn't sound right. Because I had at least this many people tell me that they just bought something. So, trying to solve that on their end to see if we can get renewed for 2025. Alright. Lads are now hopping into game, so we should be underway with game number 1. Alligators taste like chicken. I've heard that as well. It's weird as well, because like, I've had some very odd things, right? Probably the weirdest thing I've had is beef tartare. Is it beef tartare? No, lamb tartare. I think it's lamb tartare I've had, which is very, very... Like, on the tartare list, that's quite... That's quite bold. That's like very, like, I was with someone who regularly has, like, you know, these type of raw meats, and he's like, yeah, I wouldn't even do that. I'm like, what? Why did you let me do it? Oof. What year am I in? Wait, is that... That's... We've got an English Dark Age Meta Arms Rush. Oh my giddy aunt. One and all, welcome back to the Midweek Muster. We are here in the quarterfinals to see who's going to be going up against BC in the semis. Anatan versus Wham in a best of 3. And what a crazy way to open up. Wham with a Meta Arms opening against the Chinese. Wow. So Fox's Anatan on the Chinese. Chinese versus English, a matchup that can be pretty good for the English. This is not usually the direction they take for it to be pretty good, though. Forces the reaction of Anno pulling more gold workers. I reckon he can get away with not pulling more and just shuffling for gold taxation, but weirdly enough, he actually pulled... Oh, wait. Oh, this is the no Imperial Official build. Okay, so that's actually pretty cool by Wham. I think this is a reaction to the current meta of most players not building an Imperial Official. Because remember, a lot of them have opted to just rush the Imperial Academy and get the Taxman afterwards. So what he's doing here is just punishing that play, because now you have to keep gathering, right? You have to go up to an extra 18 gold to be able to afford that Taxman. And I don't know if he has it. No, he doesn't have it. No, and it's... Guys, he actually still does not have the resources. Oh, wait, no, sorry, no, that's all good. He's got the Imperial Academy discount, right? Remember, you get 30% off with the Academy. So he is going to be fine. That is painful, though. Look at those health bars. This is not a good start to the game for Anno. Has gone for his double scout opener, by the way, which has yielded him an insane amount of sheep. He's got 22 to just 10. He can get the IO right now and just... Yeah, but like, if you get the IO now, it defeats the point in the build fat blood. Because if you're going for an Imperial Official at 3 minutes in, like, you might as well have built one at the start of the game. You just missed out on 20% more resources. It's bad. So the fact he got the extra gold is really good. Means he can afford the first Taxman via the ludicrous 30% discount on this already godly landmark. Well, I mean, I don't want to say outright worth. It was still expensive to go for Men at Arms here, right? That's 120 resources plus the 150 for the racks. But I think it is worth it with the follow-up play. Like, he could, for example, go Lombos, and he can start to poke on these villages. And there's a lot of almost dead villages already for Anatan. Right? If you think about the fact he has 16 villages, but collectively between them, they have the health bars of about 12. Wham should have tabbed the gold already? Why? It's taxes from China. The only way you get value out of towering this is if you towered here. But if you towered here, it's too close to the TC, and the villagers will get pulled, and you can't dive with the men at arms, right? One thing that I will say is really dangerous from Anatan here is this mill is way too loose. Lombos can strike this, right? Because like they need the thing about the tile difference. You're at 8 tower range protection, but this is 0.5 tiles away from the TC. So Lombos can just hop in, shoot, hop out. Hop in, shoot, hop out. So yeah, the reason why Anatan done that, by the way, a lot of players do this because they don't want the villagers to accidentally drop off the TC. And it's a trade-off. You either put the mill further away, or you put the mill closer and then put the sheep on the other side, which actually puts you even further away from your town center. So Abbey of Kings opening for Wham. This is a fast castle build, right? Yeah, 6 villagers on the gold. He's just going to rush King's Palace. King's Palace into Knight's not a bad idea when half of the villagers your opponent has at this stage are almost dead. And there's Puppy Paul in the chat here to support his bro. Stables coming through. Wait, really? Is Anno going pro scouts? Not with this economy, he's not. No, he's building horsemen. It's a good blocker to the king. We usually see like triple horsemen to stop the king doing anything. The worrisome part is against this particular build, it's going to feel bad. Because by the time you get the horseman over to the base, Wham can easily have everything he needs to go castle. Food might be like lacking behind, but the gold that's exposed will not be. And I like this reaction. Wham just going to build maybe 1, possibly 2 spearmen. Because with the Abbey of Kings in this range, you just need to stab these horsemen low, walk back, heal up. Right? They won't want to trade into you. How do you guys predict, by the way? I'm kind of curious. 67% for Wham. I think that's like slightly disingenuous to Anno on a skill level, but understandable. Wham definitely has been performing much better on average. And I think maybe this opening skewed it as well. Like that 1 minute arms actually found a surprising amount of value. I know now with the archer reaction. But if this is just fast castle, archer blobbing is a bit slow, right? Knight is already wasting a lot of time here. The horsemen are just reacting to it. They're not actually going across the map. Archers are marching that way. But Wham, at this pacing, like how much damage can 2 archers do? Not enough to stop you gathering another 190 gold to get the age up required. Then it's just a matter of making sure you got enough food. Wham has still got 10 sheep to work with. Weirdly enough, he's actually going to add in the stables. I mean, this isn't bad, right? Like if you build 1 horseman and he kills double archer, you're happy. And you need the stables anyway for the night because you're not going white tower. Man, the copy passer is back. Wham, always the legend of AoE 4. He could have won it all. But in Red Bull Warlaw, he's like, brother, I want you to have this win. Not only is he the most strategic and tactical gamer, but he's also a generous, magnanimous lord. He's now going to generously donate to himself an extra TC. King's Palace about to be on the way. Anno needs to shuffle around the back quick enough here. I imagine Wham's not going to be greedy about this, right? Just set up a King's Palace, like even actually genuinely on the berries. It sounds wild, but instead he takes the greed. Backside tree line here. Anatan, he knows about this. He sees it. He's going to need to dive it. Needs to be fast as well. This wider rotation, I'm not a fan of from Anno. It looked like he glimpsed it. He definitely sees it now, but going this wide, instead of just darting past the tree line, he's giving extra time over. King is going to come in, but villagers have to shuffle away. Now remember, if this was just any other Civ, Shiv's out. But the short bows are worse than Shiv's. Weirdly enough, though, Anatan wastes his time on the king and the men-at-arms. Oh, no. He needs to dive in right now. Villagers are being targeted. Good micro back, but not fast enough there. However, the archer count is low, so at this stage, you should be able to get away with this play, and he does indeed. Pulls it back. Archers get mopped up. It costs him 2 villagers, but he will get an age ahead here. And Anno, instead of now panic rushing behind, is going pro scouts. Now, Anatan is ahead, but not by as much as you think. Remember, he has 4 taxmen. Look at this. It's a 5-worker difference, but 4 of them are actually Imperial officials. They do provide extra economy, but they rely on the other economy to thrive, right? And there's only so much taxation you can do this early in the game. I think Pro Scouts is a good play. I don't necessarily want to say it's a great play as much as it's a necessity. You saw your opponent has stables, he's fast castled, right? He's going to be knighting. So you need to bring all the food back to you because you can't play out onto the map. And Borderland is a very open map at that. So that's how I describe it. It's a good play for the reason that it's actually required, not necessarily like it's a flexy option from here. Because Anno put quite a lot of food on the line already. He only has 6 sheep left. He wouldn't be able to get castle himself without the deer. So Wham, funnily enough, is adding in more horsemen. It's the gold, right? He hasn't moved out to it yet. There we go. Set up now, though. So first knight should be getting queued up. Anno, looking good on the gold. Once he gets the food back, he can just trade a mirror castle. Nice thing about doing that, actually, is you can win knight spam. The reason is that you can produce a lot more lances than the English can produce knights at a similar timing due to supervision. And the best part is, even when you attack into their base, English knights don't get the attack speed buff from the network of castles. For some reason, they just don't get it. Like, everyone else in the English kingdom is like, they hear a ring of the bell, they're inspired to attack faster. These knights hear a ring of bell, they're like, dude, do you mind? I'm trying to sleep over here. You can see it right there. 1.43 attack speed, meanwhile 1.5 still, which is the normal. Wow, already nicely caught up on the economy. 40 to 40. Also going to try to raid the back, but I mean, it's only free. It's not going to do any real damage. But what it does at least do is force Wham to react here instead of running away. That was kind of wild, actually. Anatan ran straight into the gold to pin him to get a free kill that he probably shouldn't have got. Just being rushed up here, though. Ooh. A bit ambitious than the timing didn't work out. However, the knights are going to have to think twice. Men-at-arms are now coming. Wham is going to get blocked off a gold, though, and he doesn't have veterancy yet for these men-at-arms. They're early. Okay, so Anno, not done yet, getting ready for age 3 while starving gold away from his opponent. And Wham only has 2 knights to show for it. This is not a great position. Imperial Palace is going to be feeling great here as well for Anatan. That's going to give him the vision against the knights super early to react. I love this landmark. I think genuinely we have reached a point where Imperial Palace is goated. It is the way. Clock Tower, you know, Siege got nerfed, but more important than that, it's the fact that you have to invest into Clock Tower to get value out of it. With the Imperial Palace, its existence is already providing value. A lot of it at that. A little bit of a cut down here. Anatan does lose some of the reinforcements. Deer is starting to get dragged home, right? So he's going to have that safety net in his base. So imagine straight into Lancers here, right? It's kind of perfect. Your opponent's going men-at-arms and Lombos. This is the dream for Lancer spam. First one queued up. I wouldn't be surprised if Anatan immediately goes for a monastery. His opponent doesn't have many knights. He switched to infantry. On top of that, you need a way of competing against 2TC. So you either mirror 2TC yourself and go Song, or, there you go, add in the monks. God, this king is so obnoxious. So Anatan is maybe getting ready to circle into the gold again. There will at least be an outpost here that up this time. Veterancy for Spears is in, so you need to be very careful because even the healing is not necessarily going to be able to kiss your boo-boos better. Not when you just die. Crossbows also being prepped by Anatan. I'm a bit surprised, actually, that he's rushing to crossbows. I thought he'd play more lancers first. Pretty good position to go into them from. Probably feels that with Wham scaling eco and building more farms, eventually he just won't be able to keep up there, right? So crossbows is more about winning the fight that happens in 4 or 5 minutes, whereas lancers is about chip raiding your opponent over a long period. Ones if you think Wham's going to win this. Twos if you think Anachad is taking it. Because we can see the picture starting to paint a little here. Anatan, actually, is he going Yuan? This actually might be Yuan, so spears can, crossbows can catch up. Okay, it looks like he was just recalling the resources. 3 monks already. He's just punting them out there, right? Seeing which ones pay off. It's like someone just making 15 bets at once. It's like, one of these will pay for the others. I mean, after all, Wham only has 3 knights. He can't guard every relic at once. The beautiful thing, actually, is like Anatan is getting so much saturated value in the mid. Follow coming in is going to be a deny. But what I mean by the saturation value is he's going for deer with the scouts. He's going for relics with the monks. He's playing everywhere. So something's always going to net and pull back for him, right? It's pretty crafty. Second TC also now coming in. So Wham's eco lead is going to pause at 10. Now, if I know Wham, and I think at this point, after watching probably more games of English than anyone should probably have to watch, I know Wham, we might be seeing him go eventually into Imperial here. And it might be less of a choice, more of a requirement at this rate. There's the Barbican. Check that as well. Nice secure on the gold 8k. So plenty of resources to work with. So what does Wham do from here? Because his eco lead is going to start to get dented away out. The Barbican is most definitely going up. You can't stop that. That means you can't gold starve your opponent. He's already got 4 relics soon. And I genuinely wouldn't be surprised if he rushes Yuan after this. I think Zhu has been a wake-up call for Chinese players about just how good Yuan is with the Pagodas. Wham's trying to scale longbows, but I get the desire up against crossbows. Not bad against pass guard as well, right? It's very cost efficient, so it's not the worst of ideas. Wham is basically trying to get efficiently to mass, because right now he's very far behind. You can see it by the numbers. And longbows will also shrink the advantage Anatan currently has, considering a third of his army are spears. These walls, though. It's pretty brazen. China is one of the civs that can do this quite quick still, because remember, while most civs got nerfed on their build speed on walls, because China and Zhu always built faster, the nerf didn't really hurt them as much. Look at that. 5 seconds instead of 8. It's wild when you consider just how quickly Chinese villagers used to build these walls, actually. Great turnaround fight. Oh, I know. The micro not ideal there. Lance will at least take out one of the knights, but had he attacked the other knight, that would have been a double kill. Villager. Oh, he even goes through to the other side. I love that micro from Anno. So another knight gets cut down. Villager's going to be alive long enough to get the full wall up. Sacred sites are now being locked in. It's a 4-1 relic split in this game. Barely that. You can see actually it was very close to Anatan hunting that monk. Remember, TC state is going to be 2.5 TC versus 2. Wham is inevitably going to have to go Imperial here. Whether you want to or not is a whole other matter. I mean, in theory, longbows actually are very good in this matchup now in the late game. Hand cannoneers definitely will win if they can get in range, but if you're able to play mass longbows, you can snipe out the hand cannoneers while kiting them. You can also even consider going into, say, siege, right? Like if you want to go that angle, mangoes are better than Nesta Bees in the late game. Another annoying thing is, like, for Chinese, they can't rely on Nesta Bees in the hyper late game because with silk bowstrings, longbows have become one of the most toxic things in AoE 4. Again, after they were released. Because with the extra range on bowstrings, they can just outrange Nesta Bees entirely and snipe them for free. It's not fun to play English in the late game in Season 9. It wasn't fun to play English in the late game in Season 8. Or Season 7. Or Season 6. There's a pattern here. It looks like maybe Anatan is going to try to press now. Military Academy coming in. A lot of gold. Needs to consider just getting those farms set up soon. He's done well off of Pro Scouts, but you can see that it's a struggle to actually keep maintaining. He's playing out into berries for the time being to kind of stretch himself out, and granaries are now coming through. Wham! Well, you look at that. An English player in a corner getting ready for Imperial. Well, wonders never cease. Wham's win condition is infinite gold from farms. Okay. Anno's win condition is infinite gold from pagodas. Checkmate. Does get a lot from that as well, remember. That's going to be 300 passive gold. Then if you optimize your taxmen, you can get like an extra 150 gold a minute at least. So you can somewhat compete with the English gold. It's not perfect, but there are ways. The tough part is like there isn't trade, so there is an eventual infinite point where English will just be better because of farms on this map. I mean, you could trade, but it's like the positions these spawned in is not great. Sometimes, if I remember correctly, you can get trade posts down here. That's great. These ones are like maybe 3/4 of the map instead of full length. We'll see if it even goes that deep, though. And also, keep in mind, setting up trade is a lot harder than setting up enclosures. Because enclosures is just a byproduct of you reaching the 4th age. Wham already has 43 farms. Now, I think we might be getting a win guard. I mean, he needs more troops. There isn't really any pressure on him. Might be a bit paranoid about a push, which would encourage Berkshire. Especially if he wants to secure the 8k. And that is going to be a Berkshire. He's going for the 8k in the Sacred Site. That'll also give him the tree line afterwards, right? Yeah. The one piece of gold. And we have the drop-off. So there we go. All the gold he needs. Give a blocker on the outpost up here. But Anatan should know what this means. It's either a keep drop or a landmark keep drop. House guard. Anno. Whoops. Those weren't green before. Nice little wall there. Pals guard. The rest of them are going to find their way into the farms, though. So idle time achieved at the beginning of Wham's age-up attempt. And the dive is coming in here. Anna's hand. Looking for a definitive fight. Villagers have to be protected. Men at arms line, though. There's only 6 of them here. They're going to get melted. The Berkshire will be going up. There's definitely enough villagers to complete it. But it's definitely going to come at a pretty penny. Anatan just trying to force the mana, punish this situation. So tech up complete. There will be a shuffle away before the garrison comes in. And now I imagine instead of trying to dive the Berkshire, we're just going to look to dive the main base. Anno is not slowing down on this. Instead of saving up for the next stage, he's looking for a dive. Tricky one here, right? Your opponent is going to have access to gold, so elite tech feels inevitable. He's also now diving into the attack speed aura where the English will be favored. Trebs are coming behind this, though, so the Berkshire shouldn't last too long. There's still a bit of idle time done. So Anno now with a 10 eco lead. Granary transition is about, like, what would we call this? Maybe 60% complete. His food income is competing right now. However, he did just throw away the military lead entirely. No, so if he moved the Berkshire south to cover the sacred sites like here, he wouldn't have been protecting the gold well, he wouldn't have been protecting the wood well. And also, this position is going to get revealed much easier. This is further away from your opponent's interception point. If you build a Berkshire, say, here, you're going to get caught. Like, think about how uncomfortably close that was, right? Because building landmarks like that is very deceptive. It looked fast because Wham brought so many villages. If it took him like an extra 20 seconds or so, not going to be really anyone left to build. Yes. Welcome to the British land bridge. My favorite is Worcester, which is Rochester. Yes, it's Berkshire, not Berkshire. Even though Berk, the word Berk does sound very British. So we've got Rams shuffling out. Thank God you can do that out of these. It's weird to me that you can build Rams out of a Berkshire, but you can't build Scouts. Trebs are going to be in the siege. He's actually trying to snipe villages. Okay, that's kind of crafty. He's limiting Wham's wood access in a game where he doesn't actually have much wood left at home. Has got this line here still, though, right? So not end of the world. So hard to kill these as well. From range with crossbows slash longbows, it's going to take so many hits. He might just snipe out the mangoes. Wham. You choose Wingard. The problem with Wingard here is if you build Wingard here, you don't have long-term wood and gold, right? He's out of gold in the corner. So this is one of those games where you either have to build a keep first and then build Wingard, or you build Berkshire. And Wham wasn't comfortable with the idea of waiting to build the landmark, right? So you just kind of sacrifice the quality of units to get the tech advantage. Berkshire. Such an obnoxious landmark. These Trebs weirdly in range. I don't think Anno even realizes. Villagers are trying to keep it alive. That's very important. That one kill there slows down the siege timing significantly. The fact that Anno isn't repairing these is really bad as well. No, he tries to repair through. Anno, what gives here? Didn't need to be that close. Just realized it as well. It's tight though, right? It's 14.5 versus 16 tile range. It's only a 1.5 difference. Sometimes it's difficult to read. He's finally going to redeploy. Has no interest in adding any more Trebs though. We now have the age up on the way. This is likely going to be a Great Wall Gatehouse. You really wish you could drop it towards the gold, but you have to use... Wait, what? We got a Spirit Way. So usually you build the Great Wall Gatehouse on your farms, and actually, funnily enough, this is like the perfect location next to the gold vein. But in this game, Anatan opts for Spirit Way. And you, remember, because of the way you play China in the late game, you don't really go for Ming, you go for Yuan, so we're likely not going to be seeing a Great Wall Gatehouse. Ever. Trebs are going to continue to siege. Battle Scar numbers are starting to blob up. Decent amount of crossbows remaining for Anatan, but remember, the Golden Hat upgrades are in for Wham. So we have got some Nested Bees creeping. Should be enough to scare Wham away, and we do have the first bombard on the way, alongside 31 elite horsemen. Wham has been hiding this. He looks to strike. There's a lot of villagers on the north side that won't be able to be guarded here. PG just get dodged. Remember, no Yuan, which means no mobility to block this easily. Spearmen are now at least coming. A wrap around the Nested Bees. Instead, he might shuffle through onto the villagers, but a weird choice here by Wham to engage with the A-click. He's on his way towards those farms, though. He knows. At this stage, there's no way a Chinese player goes Imperial without having his granaries ready. You'd think... Wait, does Wham suspect it of being somewhere else? I'm a little bit surprised by that. Then again, we do have a second group going in. So Wham is treating this as a scouting expedition. He wants to see everything that Anatan has, right? Like, we have God Vision he hasn't seen in this base for quite a while. PG will at least start to catch up in some locations. In others, they're a little bit lacking. Anno does have quite a few villages, so losing a few isn't the end of the world. Having to build Spearmen does feel a little bit frustrating here. It's not bad against the crossbows per se. In some ways, actually, just going spear crossbow is better for China than going PG crossbow. Does open the gates for longbows, though. Ancient techniques now on the way. And that explains to you probably why you want the Spirit Way, right? Just to rush into that. Pretty nice tech. Remember, when you do it out of here, it costs 50% less, and research is a lot faster. So that's the one that per dynasty you've unlocked. It gives you an extra 4% gathering. And he's likely going Yuan soon. New tech's coming in. Elite Army Tactics is the priority. Nice thing about playing China is when every other Civ lost their extra health, guess who kept it? Not the full value of an EAT, but the Battle Harden gives you plus 30. Which is pretty significant in exchange with Men-at-Arms. Men-at-Arms get the Armor Clad for plus 2, you get 30 extra health, right? If on average it takes 20 hits to kill each other, that means the armor is worth like 40 health. Horseman raid again. Such a nuisance when they're getting like this. Stonewall's now coming up from Wham to make sure the same doesn't happen to him. Farm count is going to start to boom like crazy. We're already up to 60, and Pyrotechnics in response now from Anno. This is where things get a little bit scary. Wham hasn't reached that mass Lombo point. Doesn't realize it's necessary at this stage. So there is a strike opportunity here. If Anatan gets his timing right, gets up to, say, 25 hand cannons unnoticed, he can overwhelm. But Wham seems to be aware of it already. Lombo's in queue.
Now you're right.
What is up, Crackety? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the raid. Welcome, one and all. Back to the midweek muster. We are here in the quarterfinals. Game 1 of Anatan and Wham. And it is becoming quite bloody entertaining here. This hand cannon near Q just feels so slow. I don't think Wham has, Anatan rather, has that many archery ranges. No, only 5 right now. That's not really going to get you up to scratch fast enough here. More horsemen also shuffling in. Bombard's now arriving as well. TG reaction to crossbows just doesn't feel like a fight you actually really want to take. You just want to posture for it to buy time. Volley also being prepped. Wham. He knows where this is going. Knights plus Lombos, an intriguing comp at this stage in the game, but with the AK vein or the extra gold, can make sense. I don't know, is he just trying to buy time? Yeah, he's throwing away trash, trying to buy time, replace with like maybe more hand cannoneers. I am struggling to see where Anatan's win condition is right now. The way we're scaling, Longbows will just mess you up big time. Oh, I just looked at chat. Krakeny is molding about Longbows right now. The upside right now for Anatan is I don't think Wham prepped a uni yet. Okay, he does have one. Has he prepped researchers, though? Incendiary came in, no silk bowstring. So that's at least a positive for Anno, is that he doesn't have to deal with that extra range yet. Soon, though. We don't have network as it does, right? He got nerfed a decent amount, right? It's only an extra 10%, but definitely worth it with Wham's economy. He can afford it. I'm getting a bad feeling about this game. We haven't seen the Palace Guard raid that we're used to seeing historically, right? We never reached that point. Instead, it's been Anatan getting hit on his farms, being idled out a little bit. He has a lot of food to work with, so in theory, he can get the flood going, and the hand cannoneer count is starting to look good. But like I mentioned, Longbows is actually just the perfect counter. Please don't say Anno, because in Spanish it means yeah, well, I'm aware of that, but did you know? I think Spanish is only about 5% of my audience, so boom. For 95% of my viewers, it means Anashad. Yeah, there you go. Crackely's got, just don't be Spanish. Nice, now raiding through. Biology is going to complete soon as well, so they're not going to die fast. And the PG reaction doesn't feel great here. We do at least have Yuan now from Anatan, so his reaction will come in swifter. You can already see the Spearman shuffling over 1.44 movement speed. You know what would really be messed up? Is if I had a Spanish accent while calling him Anno. Then we'd have a problem. You see, caramba, here, wait, is caramba Spanish? Here comes Anno. No, I'm not going to try this, dude. I've still recovered from a cold. We're not doing accents today. Pretty sure Ishii Karamba is actually just Bart as well. With triple bombard, Anatan might be able to get through this. Let's keep brute forcing. Is it me or is Wham? Wait, where is Wham's Longbows? He forgot Military Academy. And he only has 7 archery ranges. This is not fast. He's going to lose the Berkshire. Anatan right now, if he can keep pressing like this, the issue that you're going to see is Wham doesn't actually have enough production rate. Knight shuffling around. They need to find some targets. Villagers on the tree line might be perfect, but the Spearmen are chasing so quickly behind this. So maybe a breath of hope here for Anatan. Still a bit of a dire situation in some ways, but now Wham moving off of Knights is going back towards Horsemen. Gold almost exhausted here. Farm count is sitting up at 60, right? So a decent amount from the enclosures, but not enough to afford knights. He only has what he has left. So we are going to get the volleys being activated. And that's where you have to be careful. Remember, hand cannoniers can lose against Lombos because of that. A little bit surprised, actually. Like, maybe I expected kind of possibly Horseman from Anatan himself. Definitely has the food for it. We'll give him gap close on the Lombos, give him body blockers as well. Remember, the silk bowstrings is in, so if you can't engage and stick to your target, you're just going to die. 8.5 tire range on these bad boys. Bombard's in again, though. I'm in desperation mode. Anatan renewed the assault at the perfect moment that Berkshire is not alive. The Spearman now onto the tree line. And are you kidding me? Anno is going for a landmark drop right in his face. He's not done yet. Great Wall Gatehouse now being rushed up. Villagers have to run for their lives, or what's left of them. Look at that culling. From 130 plus down to 100 here. And the denier on the wood is going to force him to the south side. Also denies any rebuild on the Great Berkshire here. And a shuffle now across to chase after these villagers. Chasing after now what's going to be 28. Anatan, he's puffing that chest up. Anna rising. Are you kidding me? This game, what a swing. It looked over. It looked like Wham was too entrenched here. But Anatan got the surge together. He went Ming as well, and he gets the GG. Game 1 goes to the Belarusian. The back-to-back continuously grand finalist is now at risk against a very talented player. What do you think, guys? 2-0 for Anatan. Can Wham come back, or is this one going to be shell-shock in his ears? Let me know what you think, and I will catch you in the next chapter. Ooh. Oh, we are heating up. So, game 1 is going to be Chinese versus English. A win for Anachad. If Wham went for raids with only 5 instead of 30 knights, I think this would be GG. Yeah, he tried to move a big group, right? Like, there was a point in the game, I think Yuan actually did do a lot to change that around. At that stage, there's a lot of spearmen just flooding through, chasing very fast. I think maybe that's where Wham panicked a bit, while also getting pressed. But, let's see. Where are they going to be taking us next? That was such an entertaining game. So, they're getting in lobby. Game number 2, I believe. Have a look here. I reckon with this draft, Wham's gonna want. It'd be nice if you could leave Himiyama last. You're probably gonna have to do Himiyama now. And then you do what? HRE, expecting either Mongols or Juji. And that leaves you with... Actually, no, because he still has Ayu Malians. I guess Ayu Malians gives more flex for Dry Arabia. Does Malians have a really bad matchup here? Mongols is a little bit annoying unless you're lucky on the spawn. Other than that, I think you can be okay with Mali. Abbasid maybe a little bit awkward. But I think against Abbasid TC Boom, Malian can actually push in feudal, right? Having a look now. Himiyama. It's going to be Mongols HRE. Okay, so pretty much what we would have expected. That leaves either Abbasid Juji up against either Ayabids or Malians. Most likely you're going to be seeing Abbasids there against... I think Wow will likely go Ayu. Maybe go for a Dervish play. Very comfortable for them. Alright, let's load in though, because they are hopping in the game now. And I'll predict, or pay rather, the predictions out. So Anatan, a lot of people didn't believe. What now, haters? Let's get ready for game 2. Also, reminder, if you aren't already, make sure you're subscribed, following this channel as well. We are approaching... We're probably going to be at 8 hours plus for this stream. And I haven't eaten yet. Shout out to Protein Works for making me be able to sustain for that. But my partner already warned me earlier. I'm going to be diving headfirst into cold curry later. Which deep, bro? I had a protein bar, courtesy of Protein Works. I had one of the Loaded Legends. We had the chocolate fudge, actually. It's pretty good. So we're surviving. We out here grinding. Let's get ready for another. Game number 2. And who would have expected that? Anatan is on match point. Welcome back to the Midweek Muster number 6. Let's see if he can close it in 2 or if it's going to be a clawback. Wham, looking strong here with the HRE pick. Also, I did see that. Big shout out, Stepsister7. I didn't know I had that many Stepsisters. Thank you very much to the Prime Gaming sub. Remember to get those Prime Gaming subs in, whether you're watching this now or later on the recordings. Always do it every month. Make it an instinctual move to drop your subs in this channel, so you don't have to worry about those ads. Spear on Spears, though. I mean, this is an ego choke, right? HRE have been growing in popularity for this Dark Age Spearman Rush. It's knocked the teeth out of plenty of players so far. But you're doing it against one of the kings of this play, the Mongols. Advantage exists for both sides. For the HRE, it is the mobility. You have got a light marching drills. Remember, not 10%, but 5% in the Dark Age. For the Mongols, you have got the Khan, who can finish off injured targets. You also have the maneuver speed for temporary movement advantage. And then, of course, the way you kind of match out economically is that you can actually afford double production, which balances you against the prelate power. But the reason I think why you've been seeing a lot more players going for this HRE Dark Age play is that a while ago, prelates got buffed. They used to only be able to buff 7 villages. Now they can buff 9. That gives you a lot more longevity for a Dark Age opening, where you're efficiently buffing 40% your economy. So it kind of gave a little bit more wiggle room compared to what we used to see for HRE. It does feel like this was done by Wham because he was expecting a play under the pond. And we have double Rax play from Wham. Now we are off the beaten path. Welcome to Wonderland, Alice. This is kind of crazy. Well, Anno can't keep playing the Age now. He'll get outnumbered. His Rax and Uvu are really far away. You can pull the Rax back, but the Uvu's stuck. So Wham can now torch this and go for a dock drop. Or, more likely, he's going to go for Feudal and then potentially a dock drop afterwards. Actually, what would be kind of crazy here for Wham is mine work. It's been speculated a lot. Hasn't been seen frequently. But you've just got so many spears already. And because you've got so many spears, Anatan's follow-up play has to be archers. Then you just pivot into horsemen. And horsemen counters this all, right? Because at that stage, like, your spears will beat his spears, your horsemen will beat his archers. Already has blob advantage for now. Yeah, need to be careful because that would turn into the sandwich. Not the way you're intending. Slam with the poke damage. Really is a stare down, but Anatan is gathering up for an age up. This is the power of the Stone generation. He's really not that far behind. You think about it, like 9 versus 13 with defender's advantage at that. It's a decent position to be in. 10 versus the 10. So not really a fight that Wham should be capable of winning here. Wham knows he can't keep doing this, right? He's gathering on the gold now, so he's aware that he's looking for a branch-off point. But in the meantime, Anatan just going to keep building to hold this back. Needs to be careful, though. No, not respecting the movement speed. The blood being drawn. Wolves even joining in against Anatan here. Has got the double stone production option on the table. Deer Stone is coming through soon. This formation shuffling is actually not helping him. It's leaving one of them around a bit too long. Maneuver speed arrow now gets activated. And he commits the A-click. Nice little attempt to sidestep there to get the injured out of the way, but not working out. And it looks like it is going to be a potential advantage here for Wham. Health bar's really low for Anatan. Has to retreat with 4, 5 left alive. Double production is coming, so actually Anatan can go back in. It looks grim, but the reality is that Wham doesn't have all of them here yet. They are arriving fast, though. And this is a lot of work to kill one Uvu. One teensy tiny Uvu. Also, I feel like he should be targeting the racks. I know why he's going after the Uvu to stop the double production, but now the biggest threat is the harden status. 10 seconds out. Won't be able to burn it quick enough. I know, the issue, though, is with only 6 spears, he could just lose to Dark Age. And Anatan knows it. It's exactly why he's looking to cut reinforcements. Meanwhile, Wham now ready for his own age up. Rax should make it back to the TCs, so will not lose a second building for it. And I think, I know, yeah, he was expecting this to be a dock play with how long it was going. Instead, it is just going to be atypical Arcane gaming for Wham. So yeah, you know, just your standard, let's build like between us about 30 spears, Dark Age, Age of Empires full gameplay. Nothing weird here. Very different. So we have got actually. Wait, is that a Khan Hunter? Oh, yeah. So because of the Spearman's movement speed, if he goes for like 2 archers and walks out here, he's gonna die. He can at least tickle damage like this. Wait, he's actively adding multiple Khan Hunters. What is going on here? This is weird. And an archery range for presumably more Khan Hunters. Wait, is it because they don't cost food? Is Anno out of food? He's down to 3. Oh my god, this is like a poor man's Magadai. They're wood and gold. He can afford that. He can't afford the food. He spent too much on spears. Oh my god. Arkan is going to be fine to go up. The pressure, no worry. I think he actually did get a worker kill there, maybe. So one did go down. But this is wild. Finally, Anatan is adding in archers, which is what I would have expected. I mean, the Khan Hunters aren't bad at whittling away at this in the meantime, right? That's the whole point, is that you can definitely kite. But you could argue archers do that as well with Yam. The difference, though, the reason why Anatan went for Khan Hunters is the Khan Hunters can now chase out into the map. Whereas normal archers... Oh, God, no. If you micro them, cannot be caught. That was what I wanted to say. Wasn't quite able to. Quick enough. Well, Anno is now adding in Magadai. Wham has yet to commit to archers. Is there a world in which he attempts a heist here? Just rushes castle? No. Okay, I'm glad of that. I was about to say, I think that could kill you. He's adding in the archers now. So, difficulty now for Anatan is that Wham has Arkan. That's a 40% buff to his economy, which is impacting right now 12 of his villages, which isn't crazy. 12 is not insane. And remember, because we're on Himeyama, the tree line isn't fixed, so you won't get wood value for long here. So although Wham does have a production advantage in terms of having more eco to throw at it, it is on a short fuse. Anatan is indeed on fish. He stuck this out. 2 villages for the dock. Hasn't added in a fishing boat yet. Might actually consider opening it with an archer ship. This is pretty creative by Anno. Magadai is not really what you're expecting. And sure, there are archers coming, but you still dodge the threat. You need to be a little bit careful, though, because when these spearmen charge, they will gap close you. They are very fast. And Magadai, of course, got nerfed a while ago from 1.62 down to 1.56 movement speed. Yeah, look at this, 1.72. This is the tricky thing. Whenever you play Magadai, they're not only very micro-intensive, they actually require the Khan to be playable. You have to have that maneuver speed arrow ready to save your bacon from getting cooked. And Magadai is going to go down, almost gets a worker kill out of it. Not quite. Now with the archers arriving, it is just going to be a peel back here. Fishing boat first. Anatan, he didn't build the archer ship. This is a bit greedy. Villager's going to need to leave, but he doesn't have wheelbarrow. It's on the way, but slowly. The good news is Wham is likely to hang around for this. The bad news is that demo ship feels like it's going to whiff. Yeah, actually, I don't really know how demo ship's meant to do anything here. We'll find out. I mean, demos are 160, right? So that's an equal exchange. You killed 2 spearmen, lost a demo. I think an archer ship would have worked better here, right? Like, 9 archers shouldn't really be able to snipe out the archer ship that well. So Anatan, just as soon as he builds a fishing boat, ends up losing it. What's the difference between a Magadai and a Khan Hunter? Yeah, Khan Hunters are just about being a support unit. They do 4 damage, Magadai do 5. Khan Hunters also have a terrible attack speed. They attack every 2 seconds, meanwhile Magadai attack every 0.88. The benefit is meant to be Khan Hunter's range. They are the AoE aura to make your other units shoot further. And wow, okay, there you go. He gets found on the tree line. GG gets called. A swift game 2 to bring Wham back into the series. 1 to go. Yeah, it kind of felt like a throwaway game, to be totally real. When I saw the Mongol play, it was kind of questionable. Especially when he got sucked into the spearman spam. It's not a case of just out-microing your opponent. Like, the eco is so good for H3 at that stage that out-microing is insanely difficult. Like, it's already skewed against you. So, equal on the wins now. We're going to head into a deciding game here. It is going to be Dry Arabia. Can we just agree that Mongols are a joke right now? I think they're fine. I see plenty of Mongol wins. I think actually, strategically, from a competitive standpoint, Mongols are like strong B. I think they're decent. They have some really good matchups as well. Like, dude, if you're against a Malian player as a Mongol player, you love life, right? Which is actually really nice for Wham now, because that Mongol punt removes the Malian's biggest threat here. I think Wham is going to be going Ayu. Ayu versus... Usually you'd expect Abbasids. Anno could get really crafty here with Zhuji, though. Maybe go for like a Zhugnu all-in timing. Depends on the spawn, of course. Backup option of fast castle into Relic Gathering with Shaolin Monks. Not terrible. The alternative is you go Abbasids and you just forfeit the map, which is bad. If you go Abbasids and it's Wham playing Malians, that's not too bad for you, though, right? Because Malian players hate 2 TC civs, and Abbasids are very efficient 2 TC civs. 3 TC even. Is this semis? No. We are currently in the quarterfinals. Semi-finals is going to be Vortex versus Puppy Paw and Beastie versus one of these two. Not sure if those are really going to be happening today. What we'll probably try to do here, so that we catch them live, because people are a stickler for that, is we'll try and encourage the players to schedule on Thursday. Hopefully they won't be a pain in the tushki about it. It'd be ideal. It works out better that way. Usually the lads who've been involved were around. It was really nice to be able to do that last week. We'll see how feasible it is. The game is underway. Let's get ready. Moment of truth. Zhuji versus Ayu. Okay, so he is going to go for the all-in timing. I don't mind it against Ibids here. Ibids can't really play Desert Raiders into Zhuji. It feels sucky. If the spawn is good for Wham, it's going to be a problem for Anderson. He'll have to fall back to like Greed. But if it's like 4 golds, we could see him run him through very early here. Alright, so going to catch up. We're a minute in. It comes down to this, a best-of-1 barn burner between 2 very talented fellows to see who's going to be challenging Beastie Cutie in a best-of-5 semi-finals. Anatan in the blue with the Zhuji and Wham to the Ibids. I think Anatan took the right call here. It was either Zhuji or Abbasids. The problem with Abbasids here is the Ibids can just try to fast tech. They can even try to pressure. Wham also has a particular build he loves doing with Ibids, and that is the Dervish Wing. Dervish Wing, very annoying for pressure play right now with the Desert Raider opening, because you can just pure heal him. That doesn't work against Zhuji due to the Jugenu. Let's see. Let's get the Gambas up. So that was a win for Wham to get us even. So there's two approaches here for Anatan, right? He can either try to greed himself or he can play the H2. Looking at spawn, I don't know if I like H2 here. The problem Wham has, or rather Anatan has, is that Wham can pull to the south side gold and the north side gold. It's idle time, yes, but it's not denial of gold. So if you go for a Jugenu timing, you're usually looking for the gold being like here, and maybe a secondary one here. And then it's just a short distance. The Medi Garden is pretty sweet for Anno, though. 50 gold, 36 food is decent. It's a lot of gold to work with if you want to go for a fast tech play. Now that he's seeing the spawn, I wonder what his thoughts are going to be on the matter. He catches the gold. Once he finishes the rotation, sees the second, this is where he might be like, oh, this is not great. It's only 2 on wood right now, which suggests we're not going for an aggressive timing into attack. It looks like instead, with now 4 on gold, we're getting fast castle. Dervish wing should be the choice. No, Wham. Is he anticipating the fast castle build? I mean, this is a reaction to the threat of Juke, right? Like, you can't go Dervish against Juke because you won't be able to use them in the early game to protect your greed. And now, like, if your opponent is fast castling, you can try to pressure him a little with an opening Desert Raider or 2, which will slow down his tech timing immensely. All right, how are we looking right now? 69, nice, on Wham. Where are the Anatan believers? I think Juji have been clawing up in terms of the viability. They're actually a very strong civ now. They have great late game. They've discovered a lot of diversity in their builds on usually fast castle, but the approaches they do. And Zhug have also been growing in terms of popularity in the meta in the last few months, right? And it's really starting to peak at the moment. So this is a civ that definitely has options when they get into a game. It looks like we might have a pivot. Yeah, he scouted the growth wing, and I think we've got a reaction now into a little bit of age play. House and the lumber camp coming up. It's going to be pro scouts from Anno. Supervision's there, so remember, it only takes him 30 seconds. That was crafty as well. If he built the stables that early, I think he saw the scout coming around. So what he wanted to do is wait to build the stables until after Wham has gone away, so that he doesn't know it's pro scouts. And wait, have we got 2 TC? We've got 2 TC Iabids. Alright, that's kind of wild. We've seen these industry wing games out of the Canadians where they can go for the second TC. Usually it ends up being a Tau the Sultan. But this is really different. 2 TC IU Feudal Age versus Pro Scouts Fast Castle. I think Fast Castle wins that, right? If like both players don't slip up, because your TC is going to escalate villages very slow. You're a civ that doesn't really benefit from playing a longer feudal age. The Iabids, the uniqueness usually comes in castle. Like, there are some players with Desert Raiders we mentioned, but against this particular civ, it feels bad. Looks like he's already looking to bring back those deer on the south side. Second TC, meanwhile, is going to be dropped on the deer stack, so that will deny some value from Pro Scouts. And Sheep Haul in the end. 15 to 11. So Anatan definitely going to need those extra deer if this goes long and feudal. Doesn't Juji kind of slap this in long feudal now with Dali Horses, though? We mentioned the Zhug already, but Dali Horses is also phenomenal when you start spamming Horseman plus Zhug. Because remember, that's a 20% buffer on the attack speed. That brings you down to about 1.49 attack speed instead of 1.75. And already, when you watch like Horseman versus Desert Raiders, it's a very tight fight, right? That should put you over the edge. Zhug and Horseman both to counter deserts. At which stage, what do? Do you build archers, normal archers against Zhug and Horseman? No. Do you want to build spearmen against Zhug? No. So I feel like Wham's intent from here is just to try and greed and get out the age as clean as possible. For now, stables are going to be added in because he obviously has to build a few units. Nanatan is looking for that aggro timing. We have got Zhug production as well. Heating up in the kitchen. Buckle yourself down, boyos, because we are in for quite the party. Blacksmith time's going to be important, and there you go. As soon as you ask, Anatan, she'll make sure you receive. Awesome poker's coming in. Nice thing about doing this, you already see the buildings, so you know it's a stables play. This early on, it's not a tech play, right? So, Horseman plus the Desert Raiders. We actually have Raxus coming in, so this is kind of nightmare fuel, right? We're trending towards the dream of a Juji player, which is Zhuge Nu being viable. And he's holding them back intentionally not to reveal the play yet. Meanwhile, Wham, because he sees this pressure coming in, the scout is here. This is really important info he just gave Anno. This scout being here means that this play is completely hidden. Wham could try to suspect it, but there's no way a man suspecting Zhuge Nu is going to be building Spim. And because it is 2TC versus 1, sure, Wham will eventually get the value of the 2TC. But, well, it's a 4TC. And Anatan is already trekking up the Zhuge Nu count. He could rush Siege Engineering here and double ram in. Steel Arrow already coming. Tricky thing about Zhuji's timing, they get more Zhug than China, but they get less tech speed because they don't supervise this. It's too expensive, right? Their taxmen are usually busy supervising the food and the production buildings. Would be worth shuffling over, though. Wow, he does see the Zhug. Just got revealed. Doesn't see the main group, though. Steel Arrow about to complete. The Rapid at the back is coming. Vision isn't great. You can see he's looking for that strike point. Wait, did he glimpse that? I don't think he saw that. No, he wanted to re-rally, so he didn't see it. The Zhuge are about to reveal here. Horseman came a little bit too far forward. Anatan can now move in, and villagers are going to get sniped. Quick move away there, so minimizes it to 2. All of a sudden, regretting the Spearman choice here. He knows about 2TC, right? I mean, I'm not entirely convinced. Imagine he must have scouted it. He wasn't here when the stone was being gathered, right? Hasn't been around that side since. And with the gold gathering as it is, it may just look like Wham was going for a tech up, but the timing seems suspicious. Under mesh now. If he knew about the TC, it would be Siege Engineering. So I don't actually think Anatan has seen this yet. Likely going to be scanning it soon. I mean, realistically, all he needs to do is look at this location, but I don't think he ever got the deer icon up. So he doesn't know to check here to see that deer are missing. Kind of crazy, actually, when you go pro scouts. But remember, it was budgeted pro scouts. He only went for 2 to slowly drag the food back. Some raid coming in. Spearmen are going to be held in reserve. Anno. Getting close to revealing it. Definitely knows now. Sees the house. TC's been spotted. Dive coming in on the goal, but Spearmen should be able to hold that back. This is an overextension, though. The Spears need to get here right now. And you can already see Wham, he's swarming for it. Anno, he went all in on the Zhuge. He doesn't have any Spears. Only one here. However, Wham needs to dodge the fight until Undermesh is complete. The cardinal sin of Ibid players, they never go blacksmiths before 10 minutes. It's the only reason, actually, that Anno hasn't been killed. He is also now hunting around, but good read building the blacksmiths here. Just gives that extra vision, making it hard for you to sneak into the tree line. Now, Anno does see that blacksmith, so you should know to arc wide. Good wrap around to the tree line gradually here. The best thing that Anno can do right now is try to force a fight, and when the fight happens, these guys dive in. Wham should be too distracted, loses like 3 or 4 villages, right? Maybe more. The Holy Grail is he never notices. Because if you go for a ram timing here, Wham could be looking at this screen for, say, 30 seconds. Zhuge Nu will just stick everything in the ground that time. I think he's a bit too ambitious for this. Moves in already. Yep. Wham able to react. Does lose one of the villagers. No wheelbarrow. Feels a little bit cursed here. He's going to shuffle away, but the horseman will be able to react. And however, he moves in with the horseman and the rams. So he makes it a trade-off. He knows he's going to lose the Zhuge, but he knows the horsemen have to react. So all of a sudden, it becomes impossible for Wham to defend this town center. They need to try. Zhuge are diving in, Spearman as well. Horsemen are in the way, and Anatan continues to just bulk mash Zhuge here. TC down to half HP. Need to be careful. If he doesn't keep diving like this, the villagers will repair. Was dead. He's going to repair. It has to be now. Wham. It's too late. TC's down. Villagers now to be sacrificed as well. If you just pull back with a Zhug, let the Spearman absorb, could be a good trade. Anasan now having to focus fire on them instead. Horseman just trying to get on top of him, and they will get the full surround. Has to trade out as best he can here. Archer transition now coming from Wham. The Triggerless Spearmen are on the way to try and relieve this, but the Horsemen feel like they've found reasonable impact. But at the cost of the TC, it's not worth. All of a sudden, all that effort, and Wham is only 5 villagers up. The man who has made every grand final so far in midweek muster may find himself falling short now. Anno's going castle. Aggressively fast. Wham doesn't have the resources for that. He does at least save some of the villagers that were on the TC. But let's be real about this. It's a 4-villager lead against the Imperial officials mixed in there as well to tax it up. Then you got the Meditation Garden. They're kind of on par in economy. Not for long, though. Because I know it is going to be the Shalom Monastery. Relics about to be on the menu here. Another interesting detail is the Zhug. Wham is remassing Horsemen. Anatan could just vet these Zhug quite quickly. Instead, he's going to scale them evenly. Zhug being built into more. Palace Guard also on the way. And yes, Wham did indeed go Eco Wing. Eco Wing with the 3 villagers into 2 TC. An insanely unorthodox Iobid game. One we haven't seen much of before. And yes, IOs do count. So it's 51 villagers versus 42. This is looking really good for Anno. Veterancy's coming in, plus the level 2 ranged armor. It's going to get brutal. Wham. Just at this stage, you can't really rush an age up. I mean, Advancement Wing, it's still 1 minute and 36 seconds if you go for it. Instead, we've actually got Desert Raiders coming through, which is a little bit perplexing against Zhug. Decent against Palace Guard, at least. A nice idea. He was thinking that Anno might head for the safest relic first. Anatan is yet to queue up a Shallow Monk. A lot of PG spam coming. Desert Raiders do okay there because of the 5 melee armor, but it's still not a great trade. Lancers as well. Anatan. If he gets across this map with the Zhug, it's going to be anarchy. So Spearman, Lancers being held in reserve. Horsemen are going to go for diving, but their health bars don't look pretty. Anno has the timing now. Ram shuffling in, and we are not seeing Wham getting out of Age 2 here. Going to be stuck. Finally, the first monk comes out, so Relic's now being played for as well. Scouts are still finding a little bit of value left over here on the deer. They pretty much dried it all up now. Rams are going to be moving in. The funny part is that he might not be able to kill a House of Wisdom straight away, but he can see if the tech's happening. I just don't like this Desert Raider strategy from Wham. Against Zhug. Vet Zhug at that. Reeks of death. House of Wisdom now being assaulted. Wham looks a little bit lost in this one. But no, the backstab. Here's the problem with the Rams. He's going to body block him. The Horseman can't get in. Anatan jams himself between the resources. That's a wipe. That looks like game. Anno has so many Palace Guard coming behind this. So many Zhug left over. The Rams are at least being dealt with, right? So the House of Wisdom's not going to go down, but he is going to go down. For the first time in midweek muster history, it took 6 weeks for this to happen. Wham will not only not make a semi-finals, he will not make the grand finals. Anatan is rising up. And the question now is, can he beat Beastie? You have to tune in for the next chapter to find that answer. That was such a crazy build. Alright, there we go. Crazy game. So, stream end. That's what we're going to find out. I don't know if the boys are available for semis right now. We can check if Beastie has an interest. Beastie says they're playing now. I'm going to do that thing where I at it in the chat so that they communicate that. Alright guys, if you want the official cast, stay here because we might be getting Beastie versus Wham now. Fantastic. Thank you, Beastie. Quick response. Good lad. Alright guys, so Beastie versus Wham coming up now. And remember, this is now best of 5 territory. We evolving. I am going to forgo eating for probably another 2 hours. 10-hour stream! Hype it up. It's going to be good. So, let's see if they are getting underway with Le Draft. Not yet. Ooh. Louis MT is practicing with Scarlet Devil, the KPMM drafts. Interesting. Alright, there we go. Drafts are now up. So, let's get ready for this. Let me update. We are now semifinals. Boom. That's a long title, actually. I don't know if I can do that. We'll do it like that, yeah. Wait, did I say Wham twice? My bad. My brain. Beastie versus Anasand. I'm so used to saying Wham repeat. Beastie versus Anasand is what we're getting into. I mean, the thing is, I literally updated the title correctly. He's tired? You think I'm tired? You think I'm tired? It's 8:30. You think I'm tired? It's only 8:30 p.m., guys. Oh. Who needs to eat? I don't need to eat. I got Protein Works for that. Red Bull and Protein Works. That's how I power myself. Let's get ready to hop in. We have got the map draft already locked. I'm going to update that into this right now, and then we'll switch over to the live draft of the Civs. So, 5 games. Remember, Borderland is the default. We're going to have Kalauga, Dry Arabia. Yo, what is up, Seagull? Thank you very much for the gifted sub. You're absolute legend. Thank you, thank you. Keep those subs coming, guys. We're going to be at 10 hours today. Who gives a crap? It's only like almost half the day. Are you not entertained? Are you not subscribed or bare minimum following this channel? Why not? How about that for some bloody commitment? The games must get cast. So, draft about to be underway. Let's hop across to it now. So, boom. We have got mirrored bands. No surprise there. H3 Byzantines. Read Protein Bull. Their next move. All KP for nutritional advice. I mean, I will say this. These definitely helped a lot. I love these. These have been helpful in the last month. The multivitamins. The gummies, dude. Just eating candy. I am saving these to try. The wild chocolate peanut vegan bars from Protein Works. Because I wanted to try them after my taste buds are fully back. They're coming in. Give another day or two, I think my taste buds will be fully renewed. I'm looking forward to it, actually, because I've still got the toffee biscuit peanut butter and the salt caramel peanut butter to try. I've been holding off on as well. Hell yeah. So Delhi Chinese, this is not bad for Anno. Roos is a follow-up. BC's probably looking at English. Really high value at this stage. With China in there, it's not too bad. The alternative is, at this stage, Ayu. Ayu typically makes it to round 3, but yeah, does opt for it now. Makes sense, though. The reason why he doesn't go English is now if Anatan takes English, you've got Delhi as a counter to Ing. And then that lets you pick up probably Mongols here as a situational pick. Or Malians. Malians on average has been more popular. Anno is going to ban it away, though. So, BC can now leave Abbasis at the end. Anno can leave Malians. English is going to be yoinked straight away by Beastie. And that leaves Anno with, I think, Mongols into French. Probably French now. And that's going to get a response of Japanese. Japanese very good against the French pick. So actually really nice for Beastie to pick up. Himeyama was drafted right. So actually really decent there as well. Kalauga is also a good map for Japanese. However, if you pick Japanese, it's going to be Juji response from Anno. So, oh, sorry, he's got, yeah, my bad. He's got to pick, this is Juji. Just pick Juji right now, and it's a great blocker. And that leaves Jean for Anatand, which means he's protected Jean against French. And then we'll round out with, did Beastie slip on his keyboard? An Ottoman pick? In my semifinals? He doesn't even want... Oh, yeah, sorry, I'm an idiot. Abbas's got banned there, didn't I? I didn't glance that one. It was usually left until last. I'm blind. I'm an idiot. Ignore me, guys. It's been 8 hours. Okay. But he could have picked Jean, right? I mean, Ottomans is a nice blocker to Jean. Do I think anyone got a clear edge in this draft? I want to say I like Anno's a bit more, but Delhi to begin with, Jushi to end with, this is really, really crafty. English Ib is in the middle. With this map pool, I kind of like BC slightly more, but I don't think this is like a series that you just look at and go, oh, wow, GG. It's a default win. The Ottomans is perplexing, but situationally, it's like nice. I think it's a good protection pick for Japanese, because I actually think Japanese gets countered by Ottos. Whether it really counters other things Anno's doing in this game, Malians, maybe. Because you can do the outpost rush, which is really good from Ottos, right? We've seen Ottoman players ruin Malians with outpost rushes. So that might be the thought process there. But let's hop across. Let's get ready. Going to be hopping into the series soon. So like I said, we'll try to aim to get the first semi-finals to happen before the grand finals on Thursday, or second semi-final. So Vortex versus Puppy Paw still needs to be played out. While we got a second as they get into game, what I can actually do is I can update that graphic now because we know the outcome of that series. So give me 1 sec, guys. I'll also run a minute and a half of ads now, so you guys don't have to worry about them in game, okay? And choose outcome. Final game is going to be a win for Anatand. What a Chad. What a goddamn Chad. Yeah, man. 10-hour stream. Subscribe. 10 hours? It's like it's not even half the day. Drinks more Red Bull. Yeah, I'm hoping YouTube's optimization, like on uploads and everything, is going to improve. Maybe the process change in the coming weeks, because we are going to be looking to get someone else in to like help with that. So fingers crossed. Next week, starting from, I think things are going to get better there. But yes, Anatan done it 2-1 over Wham. Let me type that in now. So we know our final four. Reigning champions are going to clash in the semi-finals, remember. Vortex versus Puppy Paw. That is the current Midweek Muster champion and the previous Midweek Muster champion for a 3-win streak going up against each other. That's going to be fireworks. And what is up, Swaggy Professor? You absolute legend. 10 gifted subs. Much love, my friend. Thank you for the support. Appreciate it. All right, so I believe brackets should now be, there we go, updated. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you as well, my friend. And we've still got more presents to give. Not only have we got the rest of this week, but we're also going to be having one more week of midweek muster in 2024. If you guys are looking to play in them, you haven't signed up, I think we still don't have 32 signups just yet. So you, even if you're like, oh, I'm not like max conk ranked, I don't feel like, you might be able to slide in there. So go ahead and sign up. It'll be the final one of the year, and then I'll be looking to organize some smaller tournaments on the weekends of final weekend of December, and we might look to set one up for the 21st, 22nd weekend. 21st, 22nd weekend, I'm less sure about, but I definitely will be looking to do some sort of 2-day tournament event on the 28th, 29th. Poogers, Reason I'm kind of skeptical about the 21st, 22nd is we're looking to build a PC as long as all the parts arrive on time for Thursday, the 19th of December, live on stream after the Grand Finals. And then I will want to get everything set up on that new PC on the weekend, right? So I want to give myself a bit of breathing room. Can't we just do this again until it's not popular? What do you mean? Do what again? Rogan? Alright, they're in game. Let's get ready to go. Hype it up. Chinese versus Delhi. Okay. This matchup isn't as bad for Delhi anymore, right? You get kind of a wild Barbican going that could kind of ruin everything, though. Alright, we'll speed in. That's a great question to begin with. Is China the counter to Delhi? A fantastic question from Twitch chat. And what better way to answer it than with the man who just beat the most persistent grand finalist in Midweek Muster, Anatan, beating Wham. And he's going to have to prove whether China is the best going up against the beast himself. Beastie Cutie in the yellow on the Delhi, up against Fox's Anatan in the blue on the Chinese. Boardland is your map to begin with. The one where, well, like you look like a board man in denial with your patchwork, wood lines around your base, and factories far away. Double Sacred Site in the center. If China is the counter, this is a map that beckons them. Remember, Barbican drops is usually what ruins the Delhi for the old school take control of the map game. And this is a good map for Barbican drops in the center. Deer on both options. Tree lines potentially as well. The question is whether you want to do it because Delhi are on a whole new groove here, folks. Delhi used to be about this tower victory, take the sacred sites, take full control of the game strategy. Now Delhi actually can just play at home with Dome of Faith and rush Castle Age if things don't go according to plan. And Anatan is going to be going for that Imperial Academy. It's going to be free on it, so we're not going to get like the one villager build up, gather the extra gold, go for the next. But however, it looks like we're either getting pro scouts or Barbican. Considering it's only 2 on the wood, this is likely going to be a Barbican play with 3 on gold. As it is quite a lot of gathering still, right? Remember, with Imperial Academy, you only need 35 gold to get that first taxman. And this is indeed a no Imperial official build. Yeah, this has become the bread and butter of the meta right now. Anatan in particular, I don't remember the last time he actually done an Imperial official opening with the Chinese. It's kind of just drifted in the past for him. 2 scout opener as well, which we know he loves to do. 19 sheep to 15. It's kind of rough, right? Like, China are very good at getting sheep, but against the berry sieve, you know they're going to just stick out the entire time. That being said, is there really any sheep left here? There's maybe like 3 maximum? No, there's nothing. It's all barren. So Beastie actually got an incredible haul here. 19 sheep to 15. Overlay say best of 3. Good eyes. Thank you very much, Drumstick. So just a reminder, people, we're into semi-finals now. So it's best of 5. Apologies, we have been live so far for 8 hours today. So if you like live content, be sure to tune in for that. Let's let the Scholar production begin. Anatan, this is a little bit suboptimal on the balance of the economy. But if he doubles Imperial Official, it kind of makes sense for this much gold. I'm starting to think this is fast castle. This looks like a fast castle build, right? Like, why else would you have 3 villages on gold still with 200 already banked? That's interesting. I wouldn't have expected fast castle. Is it FC Lancer spam, maybe? A bit tricky because Beastie's Ghazi can actually beat Lancers, right? They have good base damage, they have the bonus against heavy, so they're actually not bad at competing. But no, there we go. Okay, on a delay is going to be the Barbican. Still, this is a lot of gold. I think this is Barbican into FC. Which I'm not crazy about. Okay, there we go. We have the rebalance. So Barbican FC is kind of like crazy because you can't be Dove, but Beastie can just take Sacred Sites and then mirror the castle. You're going to have to be present in age. This does, however, give the Duke So funnily enough, guys, this is the way you actually want to play against Deli, and here's why. Deli used to be capable of buffering away Masyuk with the Tower of Victory build. The logic in Tower of Victory is that because the better attack speed of your archers, you clear the spearmen really fast that China builds, and then the Ghazi can test the Juke. Without Tower of Victory, your attack speed is much worse. So clearing spears quick enough is very difficult. So what Anatan can now do is try to play a long feudal while scaling Juke and spears. Now, BC should be aware of this build. It's a very popular one. It's definitely a skill-based one, but it's one where I'd say it's like a 60-40 edge for China, especially as the numbers scale. Knowing this, I'm wondering what his approach is going to be. We do have pro scouts coming in very aggressively, so it looks like he might just try to hunker down and try for greed. Blacksmith's going to be there. Very important when you know it's likely going to be Juke. You need the undermesh. How did you guys gamble? I've got a feeling there may have been a lot of safe gamblers here. 74% on Beastie. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Twitch chat, but last series on average, was it not about 65 to 70% of the votes going to Wham? May we be doubting the new Eastern King? Eastern European King? We're going to find out. Ghazi coming. Steal the arrow, actually, from Beastie. Wait, it's first tech? Okay, that's a little bit surprising. Then again, his opponent's only built spears so far. And wow, Anatan is not doing the normal Juke build. We've got horseman spears. That's very surprising. I think in the opening stage of the game, you have an edge, then all these eco-techs come in, and the Deli get the edge. And then it pivots back because you catch up and you have the supervision. But then, and this is if the feudal age is still going like 20 minutes, it's really good for Deli because they'll have all these scholars and they can pull a bunch to the fight. So there is actually a back and forth seesaw with this spearman, horseman versus Ghazi type comp. But we already see archers coming. Spearman and horseman are the best units early. It's pretty standard. You don't think you try to scale Juke in this matchup, Wham? Because he hasn't gone Tower of Victory, right? Look at this. Wham is here to cheer on Anatan. Wham now #1 Anatan fan. Ano done the unthinkable, the impossible. He stopped Wham from making it to grand finals. Very ballsy build, actually, in that decided game from Wham. Spears, horseman, then Juke. Yeah. I mean, that sounds sensible here. And that allows you to smoothly get into the blacksmith text first. And then transition after you've kind of like baited your opponent into archer, right? Beastie, meanwhile, should be able to get a lot of value out of these. Wait, what are we doing with these? I'm confused why we aren't just picking them up and taking them home. I'm like, we're corralling the deer, but we do have pro scouts. I am not mistaken. It was already in, right? Because I think he took earlier deer. All the timing was like off for a second there. All semis playing today? No. The other semi set we will look to get ready for hopefully first day. And okay, yeah, it wasn't ready by a few seconds. Gotcha. So Undermesh now coming in. We're what, minute and a half? Yeah, minute and a half away from that. Pro scouts? Whoa. I get it from Anno, but it is quite late. I don't think this is quick enough. There is still outskirts deers to contest for, but right now your opponent has Ghazi, you have Horseman. And if you play wide, Ghazi beat Horseman, right? So you can protect this deer stack. You're going to get the free stack here. I guess it's a necessity. The awkward detail I see is like BC could theoretically just get the outer deer plus the center and his nearby free, which means he's ahead. And can you guys guess how much Beastie paid to be able to get that Pro Scouts tech? I swear, I'm just trying to get Crackety or someone else to appear in my chat and start molding immediately about it. 0 resources! I mean, in fairness, he's built 650 resources worth of scholars, but still. When you math out the technologies you're researching this age alone, the savings you get, it's worth the scholars every day of the week. Clash coming in, though. Beastie, he doesn't have any spears. And these horsemen, they do already have the undermesh. Spears are starting to arrive. Beastie trying to minimize the casualties as he retreats here. Spears are starting to reach as well, though, which means the Ghazi can't turn around to body block anymore. He needs to gain more distance. And no, the formation shuffle! A little bit weird. I think he selected the Ghazi over here, and the rally point didn't seem to add up. Scholars are now going to try to defend. Anatan aggroing. He does have the juke coming, though. Steel Dara isn't there, however. These Ghazi do absorb a lot of fire. Scholars are front-lining at this stage, and the Horseman count's still looking good. Anatan, he may have found his timing. Beastie, look at this. He's down to a handful of archers to defend. Remember, most of his military is a lie. 4 of it is scouts, 12 of it is scholars. So Anatan, happy with the result, is going to back off here. More Zhuge scaling, and he just needs to remember the Steel Dara now, because that's a little bit of an awkward gap. Decap's going to come on Sacred Site. And remember, Anno went Song very early, so this is turning into a long feudal where his economy lead is building aggressively. We already have him at 37 villages versus 43. Beastie behind by 6. And yeah, 6 for a reason. I was about to say, the number didn't make sense. He went textiles. So a little bit paranoid about that Horseman raid potential. Also, maybe Zhuge just ending up at the front line. Bloomery Tech now coming for Beastie. I mean, it's for free, right? You haven't got me Ghazi to justify it, though. I think Anatan upgraded into an Anno tank in this. First takes out Wham. Now in a decent position to lead the series against Beastie. Still have to execute to get the win, right? The position does look very good. Horseman also now intercepting these poor little scouts is going to minimize some of the food Beastie's going to get to drag back. And remember, this is doubly important because Anatan himself is playing pro scouts. It will force him to retreat. Army is now reacting, so Anatan will just shuffle to the north side. And behind this, we have got Castle Age on the way in a matter of seconds. BC, I think he's getting ready to mirror. His timing is just not going to be as impressive, and it's kind of scary, right? Because, you know, yes, you get all these techs for free, but critical techs that China wants, they can actually rush with supervision. For example, you can get your veterancy for Zhuge in half the time. It's a good beginning. Imperial Pass going to be coming in. Smart choice. This is going to allow him to immediately scan and see which way BC's moving his economy. Because usually, you'd think what you'd want to do here as Delhi is take this tree line and then come down and take this tree line. Like, basically just hop, skip back. But if you think about the cross-stitch there, it's a lot of extra idle time compared to just going from here to, like, you know, over here. You kind of want to keep your economy moving in one direction to remain efficient. So what Anno can do is immediately scan on the age up and then assess that it's likely BC's going to go north. Tech up complete. Haven't had the scan yet. BC is about to mirror the tech up. Needs to remember he's actually got this ability. So many players just kind of forget about Imperial Spies for a long time. I think he's getting ready to scan. The Horsemen are coming back in now. Good vision from this outpost. We'll at least give an early tip-off. I think he's forgotten about it. It's a bit tricky because Imperial Palace is a newer thing for Chinese players. It usually always used to be Clock Tower, right? So I think a lot of players aren't used to doing it instinctively. We'll get in now. Textiles will at least minimize the losses down to probably 1 here. Formation Shuffle may make it 0, which would be outrageous. Does get the snipe. And does see the landmark. He knows it's House of Learning. Really good for him because it means that BC can't mirror Greed. What I mean by that is he can't go for these keeps that are going to be TCs easily. On top of that, I think Anatan at this stage, probably the next step is going to be to go for a monastery. He'll move out now because he wants to make sure there's no relic grabbing going underway. It is 16 scholars after all. Nishiga Nu are ripe and ready for war. Wait, did he never decap this? I'm impressed actually BC kept it that long, if so. I just assumed it was going to be gone, like you'd expect it. Maybe a select all army pulled Anno off of it. You are starting to sliver their way into the base. And gold, 2k still here you'd want to be able to gather. Especially considering Lancers seems viable. Men-at-Arms could make sense as well for Beastie. Maybe even just a War Elephant. Tech start to get queued up here. Zhug now with a dive. Nanatan looking to punish. Meanwhile, Horseman still rippling around the back. We'll find the gathering on the berries. Gazia there to defend, but the dive comes in underneath the TC. Nino Villages right now. BC trying to bring relics home. Only one so far, though. This is distracting him. Palscard being prepped behind this by Nanatan, and there it is. War Elephant gets queued up. The Zhug can kite this out, though, and go for the dive. Archer Veterancy coming in just 15 seconds, but they will be losing the fight by then. It's 20 Zhug versus 18 Archers. The fight is basically already lost for him. Just has to move away and let the TC do as much work as possible. Villagers are going to be able to shuffle away for the time being, but this is going to be a press point here. Trying to gather from this area. He needs to stand his ground. Ghazi just got vetted up as well. The Zhug can still make this a favorable fight. It's only 11 Archers left over. Villagers are going to be in a bit of a pickle. Second wave of Zhug arrives onto the villagers underneath the TC. The War Elephant has come out to save him from getting cooked here. Anatan dives in. He says, okay, if I'm going to die here, take the villagers with me. Snipes a few out. First wave has been a success. Beastie is now behind by almost 25 villagers in this game. Anatan at 63. Meanwhile, only 41 for Beastie. And by the way, Anno is now going for those relics. Beastie needs to rush. Without relics, this game is dead. Lancers are coming out, but good read. Anatan already has his own crossbow transition underway. The War Elephant Savior is not going to work if it runs into 20 crossbows. Lancer now also on the flank. More pro scouts play to pull back, but Scholars trying to move out here will also be scoured. Finally, after giving him free gold for I don't know how many minutes, we are getting the decap. It's kind of crazy, actually, how much this gold matters in this type of position, right? Your gold was forward spawn, you were starved. There could have been gaps, right? Like, the implications could have been a War Elephant couldn't have been affordable, right? Looks like this. Meh. No, Anatan wins that. Oh, hi! You wanted this? It would be a shame if I was going to just drag my balls over it and walk away. Thanks! It's a 2-3 relic split. Not bad for Anno. This is so painful. Like, when you play Delhi, your goal is to try and get majority relics. And you know that you're behind because of Song. Stone gathering now from Anno. Could be a second TC, could actually just be a keep drop. If he gets a keep drop up here, builds into siege, hard to breach. 15 crossbows and scaling. BC's trying to mirror. He has got Pakes. Pakes is really cool here, remember. It's going to give him the extra range. So you can just kind of trade out against crossbows for free. The numbers do not look good, though. Half of BC's military are book readers. And they're about to book it away from this fight. War Elephant not being focused on. He's actually going for the Scholars. The majority Wololo here. Anatan. Oh, no! Almost gives over units there. That was a panic click. Every single Wololo is like, pick which one you want to kill. He buys time for the second War Elephant. Does get sniped on 2 of those relic holders. Oh my god. It buys him a stay of execution, but it's expensive still. Villagers were getting sniped on the gold line here. He's just trying to keep the crossbow count. The issue that BC has is he's only trading out okay because range v ranged, right? But the count is bad now. War Elephants are at least looking good, but with focus fire, these can just die. Second TC behind this, Anatan. Prepping for the macro game if required. Meanwhile, there is going to be a dive on the other side. Wololo's going to be coming out. That will reset things for the spears. You need to be careful not to turn this into too much of a macro game. You give BC away in potentially if you do so. Now things are looking good. His goal here is going to be to go up to 35, 40 crossbows and then come back in. At which point, War Elephants are going to lose basically half their HP on the opening volley. Like, they should die in about 3 volleys from 40 crossbows, right? Scholars won't be able to save you there. Mahoots might be able to get you just out of range in time if you react quickly. Lancer raid on the back of this, Anno. Taxman says, kill me! Wait, what? What are we... Anno? I mean, the Spinmen are coming. So, be able to hold? I don't know about this. Kind of unnecessary losses. This is the nature of a Chinese 2TC song player. Oh no, my villagers are in trouble. Well, we have mostly gathered the resources. If they die, is it really that bad? We could just rebuild them over here and then walk onto the tree lines. Speaking of tree lines, late game would secure. Keep drop comes in. Blocker to the sacred sites as well. Is Beastie, pray tell, considering Imperial? Usually you go above 20 scholars because you want Imperial. It's just kind of a gradual thing anyway. You want to scale them for the potential play. You can't rush them afterwards on a discount, right? Because only the Dome of Faith puts them down to 65 gold. Does discover the keep. It's going to be a much south side, but we already see Anatan posturing to defend. Spring replacements coming in. Only one Nest of Bees. Crossbows are going to look for the snipe. Spears get in as well, and the Nest of Bees on the back. The Scholars, they're kind of scramble range, right? They're not going to heal the Elephants. 2 down already. A third to fall here. And double Nest of Bees to doom the Scholar pull. At this stage, what is there left that you can take from this man? Nothing. Nothing is left. Anatan gets the opening win against Beastie. Is it finally his week? That's what we're here to find out, and we've got potentially 4 more games to decide exactly that. Stay tuned, folks. You don't want to miss it. I'll catch you in the next chapter. Anatan is cooking. Master Chef in the kitchen here. So let's put that up on the board. Delhi versus the Chinese. An opening win for Anno. How does BC want to follow this up now? So looking at their drafts, because it's a bigger draft, we'll actually remove the civs that get used as well. So Delhi and Chinese gone. BC's probably thinking Highview or Himiyama could get you back in quite easily. Kalauga's a little bit risky with Japanese because Mongols, right? English is kind of like the problem is Anatan has both French and Jean, so Himiyama's a bit weird for the English pick. Iobids could make a lot of sense for Beastie, maybe on like Highview here, but I think Roos makes that risky. You don't want to be 2-0 down early. Beastie's probably going to try to keep this as strategically open as possible with Dry Arabia. And then you go either English or Ayu. And you're going to be expecting Roos or French, right? Maybe Malians. Ing versus Mali is tough. It's not as tough anymore, actually, because you can just play 2TC. BC has a lot of the best civs. Yeah, but this is the thing, just like picking best civs, right? It doesn't necessarily equate to win. We've seen China, Mongols, and even French actually looked quite good in competitive play. So don't just write this off as he got Delhi, Iobids, English. Like, he's already lost with Delhi, right? It's that classic me pick best civs brain doesn't mean me will win. We've seen that in so many tournament games before. And indeed, Anatan was practicing with Marine Lord. I noticed that earlier. He also gets ML spawns. Oh no. Crackety is still annoyed about the Mongol mirror. I was like, where's he going with this? Oh, that's where he's going with this. All right, game number 2, ready to go. And it's going to be Kalauga. He actually takes, I want to say the risk, but no. Wait, what? The idea here is, like, Anno should probably pick Mongols, but I guess he wants to save that maybe for Himiyama. And then, because you're anticipating probably BC wants Japanese for this map, this map makes the most sense. It's actually French versus Yuji. I want to say this is... Am I imagining it? So let me flip the scores before we get into this. Am I imagining this? I want to say this is actually a good matchup for the French. Not heavily favored, but very playable here. 1-0. Welcome back to the Midweek Muster. We are here for game number 2 of this semi-finals in week number 6. Beastie and Anatand. And Anatand is already leading this series against Beastie. He already beat WoW to get here. Could this be his week to make grand finals? I feel like it's looking good. French versus Yuji on Kalauga. They had things like Japanese for Beastie, Mongols for Anno. I almost feel like maybe Beastie was anticipating a Mongol pick, as it has been fairly popular here, and I think Anatan has played Mongols on this map more than any other Civ on this map. But French is quite the curveball, man. And a really cool opener here. We get docks from both players. But, you know, this isn't too bad for French now. Remember, French just got buffed. Their docks are rural shipyards. They give you population space. So essentially, you need to build a house anyway, right? That would cost you 50 wood. So actually, this dock didn't cost you 150 wood. It kind of really cost you 100 wood. Pretty cool. So Zhug. I actually think BC was expecting Japanese here. Oh, sorry, Mongols here. Because he had Japanese or Zhuji. What was his worry about Japanese? Mongol versus Japanese is an interesting one, because historically it's looked really good for Mongols, because you can't play Kura. But with the new Koka Township build, I think he could have went that way. Does mean we could still get Mongol Japanese down the line, which is promising for Beastie. What might not be promising is if he loses this game, though. You don't want to be 2-0 down in these type of series, because your opponent can do kind of what Anno done here with his draft, I think, which is throw really big curveballs that throw you off. It's been a very popular strategy in the best of threes. If you get the opening win, you kind of dictate the flow, and it's very hard to narrow your opponent into one predictable pick, especially in best of fives, where you still have 5 other civs available to pick. And look at this from Anno. We have the villager moving up. Is this an outpost rush? No, this is the wall. Okay, so he's just guaranteeing he gets the most of the water. I was looking at the wood. I was like, well, it's not a dock. That's way too low on the income. So he's going to get the wall up here. Cool thing about doing this, by the way, is you can afford it at this stage because you have 3 extra villagers. 1, because Beastie built the Imperial Official. And 2, because French, on average, have, what, close to 2 villagers, if not more, when they age up over other civs. Remember, they produce villagers every 17 seconds. We are 3.5 minutes into the game, so you can kind of calculate that as that is 18 seconds for 3 minutes, right? That's an extra villager, basically. It's a really nice, comfy thing for the French. Another interesting thing is how exposed you are on Kalauga. Kalauga is a very intriguing map. It looks like it allows you to hunker down. It looks like it should be safe, but do you want me to let you in on a secret? These tree lines look a little bit far away, don't they? It's almost like the TC can't really help you on either of them. That's where aggressive civs can thrive. French is going to be good for that. Beastie is having to react already into the racks, as he should. Medigun is going to be coming up, though. That's a really nice one. He's going to be able to get hand cannon slits over time, which is the way that you make French players mold. French players hate playing against hand cannon slits because their very tanky knives feel like feel like they're made of paper when they get shot in the face. So how do you guys predict in the end? Wow. 44,000 points on Beastie. And only 14,000 points at Nano. I mean, usually have been rising in success and popularity. I mean, if we actually look at this Civ when it comes to their performance in tournaments, actually, I'm pretty sure we've had weeks where they're the best or second best performing Civ. If we check this midweek muster, I think they're top 3 still. So let me get the statistics open. They are currently... oh, only 50%. A little bit underwhelming this week then. Spearmen have come in. It looks like he's going to try to poke at the gold. Funnily enough, you can just get Shivs out and then charge him with the knight, though. Instead, Anatan is tunnel visioned on going to kill enemy villagers, not defend his own. He's like, I have more. I can afford to lose them. I'm a bit surprised, actually, because like what you can do here is you shiv the spears, and they're then engaged. If the unit is engaged in melee, they can't brace against the knight. And even if they do then brace against the knight, you just pull away as they're bracing, and then you stab again with the villagers. It's still idle time, but you at least deal with this number. Anno, you know what I said about Wood? He's kind of going to have a similar problem here. Needs to get on that tree line fast. Scouted down the south side. Anno needs to get out of here. We'll be able to move quick enough before the spears can kill him. The first knight is about to shuffle in, but BC does have double spear on the defensive. Now, if you can get the kill on the Imperial Official, it's huge here. Remember, this is not China. They can't build them out of an Imperial Academy. And they cost 3 times more than a villager. All's going up, though. So Anno should be going double archery range to react to this. Only one so far. And wait, does he know? He doesn't know! Oh, man, this is rough. BC scouted the dock. He's like, let me just go ahead and harass your fishing. That might take a while. Now, he does have spears, so he can burn through this, but if you spend your time burning this through, now Anno gets the breathing room to make his transition. And also go back onto gold. There you go, Medi got him. 36 food, 25 gold, 25 stone. Should be able to afford a hand cancel it now if he wants it. Worth it considering your gold positioning to stop knights. Speaking of knights, and ooh. Not even a tickle in a game like this. And that is sadness. It's like, I can get through it. I've got the front of my ship through. No, it's not working. If I just cover myself in Protein Works peanut butter, I can slip through, right? I mean, it's a powerful product, but it doesn't work that way, mate. So more knights starting to arrive. Walls are going up. Good choice by Beastie to stop this 360 surround. Archers are prepping. Second range is coming in. Does Anno look for an aggressive blacksmith timing here? It's interesting. Kind of dangerous against Juji as they can just pivot into Juke. So far, though, we are just getting mass spears. We've seen the French-Chinese matchup a lot this week, and in that matchup, a long feudal turns into Knight Micro mattering more than anything else, right? A good Knight Micro can just shut Chinese down over time because they keep baiting them to defend, and the Zhu trade poorly. Spears is a different matter, though. I think BC's looking for castle. Hold that fort. We do have the archery range now. Interesting. Be a very different game flow because of this. What's up, Flodo Baggins? Thank you very much for the Prime. Appreciate the support. Keep those subs coming, guys. Let's get a sub train going to round out a 10-hour stream. 8.5 hours live today. But we gotta do it. We gotta deliver the AoE 4 action. Whew. Spear burn through coming in. So BC is gonna be able to pressure on the fishing. Most of the fishing's been removed on the first stack though, right? It's kind of unfortunate for the secondary, so you can't easily move up. And Anno is gonna try to defend this with the archer ship. Good choice against the spears. If it's archer and archer, it means BC can't just break through, but he does have a springald on the way. Oh, he got. It's been seen. I don't know if Anatan noticed that on the map, but he might have seen a second dot coming through. Knights on the other side. It's like Scout did go down. Heavy damage on those knights as well. And this is going to get interesting. It has kind of that, Holy Island feeling, right? Splitting both sides of the map. And what is up, Yodontu? Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Keep him coming, guys. Archer ship. Anno didn't notice. He's distracted because he's diving with the knights right now. Archers. Well, BC didn't notice either. So he does end up losing a villager. It's like fishing might be in trouble, though. Demo is on the way to try and reset things. BC does need to keep an eye out for this. The best thing Anno could be doing is poking on land when he makes this play. Otherwise, the demo's going to... No, dude, he lost the water. It's only shoreline fish, so not the end of the road. And not the end of the world. On top of that, wait, okay, I panicked for a second there. The fishing boats were on the sacred site when I was looking for them. So this is going to be 1,500 extra food for Beastie. However, even with the fishing boats, of which he has 5 rather, Anno only has 4, right? It's raw eco lead. 40 villages to 30 villages. This is where long feudal feels a bit scary. For China, they at least have Song Dynasty so that they can actually start to pull ahead themselves, and they need that to get Zhuge. Zhuji are more of a timing sieve in this matchup, where if you don't attack while it's hot, you're going to gradually get outscaled. I wouldn't be surprised if BC tries to set up a second dot for that reason. Looks like instead he's flirting with castle. Knights are going to look for the riding. Good reaction by Beastie. Seek shelter saving his bacon. Yeah, these type of like very obvious raids are difficult. The best way for Anno to probably approach this is 2 knights coming from a different direction while he pokes on one side. Alternatively, as we trend this way, if he can force a big brute force fight, he could just wipe, right? Because over time, knight should win. Nice little pick of one fishing boat here as he retreats, and it looks like we still actually have him with the dock. That never got finished. There's still some shoreline fish left here. Demo ship's coming in. Anno needs to be a little bit careful. Whoa, boy, whoa. Doesn't even try to snipe the demo. Wait, what? Anno? Huh? Okay, he doesn't care. He's like, that doesn't kill me. The cojones on this lad. Anno. Ooh. He's going to give me a heart attack. Yo, what is up, Baker240? Thank you very much for the 5 gifted subs. Legends. Look at you guys go. You got a train going. Question now is, can Anatan get a wind train going? Looks like he did find more villager kills in the back. It's adding up. Little trickles of kills like this. Fishing boat is going to go for the Warcog repair, but that takes a long time. Need to be careful the knights not to lose them. Anno? It's okay. Bit scary, but okay. Archers could save this, but... Oh, no. Is he going to be quick enough? No. So, a bit of a missed micro there. Anatan, remember, he had the fishing boat vision. He would have seen that demo very early. We do have him at least gathering on land. Beastie, halfway towards castle. Does he look to pull the trigger? It's so tempting, right? It's like actually trying to possess the ring and be part of the fellowship. Do I build more Zhuganyu? Do I give in to the temptation? Or do I find my way to Mordor and hull myself into the castle age? For now, the temptation is too strong. More aggro, more Zhug, and a Jiangnan to follow. So he's prepping for an eventual transition into the farms. Thank you, Sheepyhead. Appreciate the prime. Welcome to the swarm. Archers are going to start to poke here. Spear count, maybe overextending knights. Trying to go for a freebie. Anatan. Nicely done. Only loses 1 knight, but kills a lot of the spears off here. And has the knights front lining, right? So you're so going to focus fire. Beastie is going to be overkilling 1 or 2 of these units at a time. I think he needs to back away. He's actually lost too much on this attack. 12 knights left. Archer count still at 21. So important you just kind of try to cover your escape. Anno is not peeling the injured knights. It's very micro-intensive, but it would buy him a lot more time. What is up? Let's hype it. Thank you very much for the sub. Welcome back to the swarm. Thank you, people. Glad everyone's enjoying the midweek muster. I think we can agree it is delivering incredible weekly esports action. Fishing boats are going to shuffle away for Beastie. This Jiangnan has been slow, by the way. It's a 1 villager's Jiangnan. For once, usually don't look like they have OP tech timings. Does make Castle Age really difficult, though, folks, because now you don't have the Tang Dynasty. Long term, he will have food, though, and Anatan isn't really in a position yet to think about farms. Knight Archer better than Zhug Spears. I think it's a micro engagement, though, right? Micro matters a lot in that engagement. You have to try and edge to the maximum of the knights to bait spears and whatnot, right? Like, it is a masterful game of micro and bait. I do think if executed perfectly, French, yes, will win that. Joan, less so because she's not building a villager lead alongside it. The way I said Joan there, please don't clip that. Oh. It's like a dead grandma haunting her. Oh, wait. What? The knight's stuck in! Can he kill the villagers, though? They're getting out the other side. Nice body blocks there. A big hit. Beastie has lost so much economy here. Leaves 1 alive to tell a tale. He's like, wait, there's more to kill here. Nom 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 nom. Which side do you want to die on? Beastie, he's not coming home. These villagers look like children waiting for daddy to come back from the gas station. It's been 4 months, so I don't think he's returning. Beastie needs an all-in kill here. Anatan now almost 20 economy ahead. He's coming home. Anatan got himself an early Christmas present. Beating Beastie. On the verge. Best of 5. This series not over after this game, but good lord. Does Anatan look switched on as much as my spotlights, which have been on for the last 8.5 hours. Warmed up, ready to roll. All he needed to be ready to beat Wham and Beastie with some inspirational beatdowns on Crackety. And now the Knights march in. Spear count at 17. He's actually just going to brute force it. A little bit ambitious there. You still need to fin the herd. 11 spears remaining, though. And on top of that, he's contesting fishing. I mean, this looks over. Beastie getting worn down. It's only 15 Juke left here. Spears have been removed from the equation. And he is about to be removed from Kalauga by force. Bow down to your new lord. We call him Anachad for a reason. There was some discussion earlier in chat about players like Louis, Anatan being on the verge of just breaking through into that top 5, and Anatan is giving a pristine masterclass on why right here. Outpost now being rushed up. Needs every hand on deck. Most notably hand cannon slits. However, Anatan with this type of lead has options. Go castle, go free rams, and just dive. You want to start targeting the infrastructure soon because Beastie's lost a lot of villages, so like there's less for you to grab, right? Then again, the thought in Nano's mind is either Beastie's playing Pocket Eco or he's going farms. And if he's going farms, he's so far behind. If he's playing Pocket Eco, you can find him. Brute force down the center here, though. Outposts need to be fortified. Spearmass is big. Juga knew not. Hand cannon slits are coming in, as is the fortification. And once again, Anatan brutes him. Army about to get wiped here. Static defenses probably forces Anatan away, but there's a lot of idle economy here, and a GG comes out. Anno is now on the verge of clean sweeping Beastie Cutie. There's only one way to find out if it's going to happen. I will catch you all in the next video. Someone call the fire department. We might need to hose Anatan down. He's at risk of overclock overheating here. Juji versus Defonse. Nothing but perfection now if Beastie Cutie wants to stay alive in midweek muster number 6. It's an improvement over number 1. He went out in the quarterfinals there, up against Crackety. You already see Crackety in the chat. It's a best of 5. He made semifinals. This is a big improvement for, obviously, for a player like Beastie. He wants to be on top of the world. He's a man who's made so many grand finals. Is he going to get pipped at the post? Let's find out. Game number 3. Where are we going? I wonder. I think you just go Dry Arabia now, right? I feel like this has to be Dry Arabia. So we mark off Juji and French. Like, French was a pick for Dry that would have made sense. So you're probably looking at Rus or Malians. Do you Ayu against either of those? You could English to DC. But then, like, you don't have English for Himeyama, right? You have still got Japanese, but your opponent will have Mongols there. It's Dry Arabia. Okay. And let's see. I don't think Anatan goes for a gotcha pick necessarily at this stage. That's like... He's got a huge lead, right? It's Mali and Ibids. Yeah, so one of the 2 picks that he could have went for. And Beastie... It was going to be English or Ayu here, right? Ayu in this matchup? Do you just all in? Ano is seed 3. He's seed 3 based on ladder performance, right? But like you beat him based on ATR. So if there's like yeah, so what Wham's referring to, and this could be a big improvement. Like Ano could actually chomp up quite a bit here, maybe. Because Beastie here, Ano here. It's like this week, Ano could see a difference of like an extra 20 or 30, I think, at this rate. But this is based on ATR. But the way we do our seeding, folks, is that we mishmash your season ranking and your ATR ranking, which is why Ano got a high seeding. No one would IU 2TC that. Oh my god, dude, Puppy 4. It's a fresh wound. He's your brother. Chill. Mate, I know. It's gonna be on a high after this one. I haven't played 1v1s for a week. Yeah, but wait, when was Ayaba 2TC Feudal ever meta? I'm gonna have to challenge that part there. Wham, after losing to Anatan, is waiting in the wins, and he just said, I haven't played 1v1s in a week. I still have to question when 2TCIU was ever meta in Feudal Age. One and all, welcome back to the Midweek Muster. Semi-finals #1 here. Beastie QE versus Anatan, and how about this? Beastie QE is on the ropes. Anatan is 2-0 up. He could be about to clean sweep one of the most decorated players in AoE4 history. And he has looked so on point throughout this, man. Ayabid's in the hands of Beastie. Anatan gets the Malians. And it looks like we are going to be getting an outpost rush, potentially, here from Beastie. Makes sense, actually, against Ayu. Is Anatan suspecting? I feel like every one of them outpost rushes Malians these days, right? Is there a stage where, as a Malian player, like, just expecting it now? Like, maybe I shouldn't build the houses. And I agree, rough spawn here. Anatan doesn't have a retracted gold. You really wish you could exchange the stone outcropping for the gold placement here. This is pretty rough. Meanwhile, Beastie, if he wanted to be greedy, he has a little bit of a weird spawn as well, right? 4 gold. His deer aren't really in a position where you can shove them in easily. So both players kind of suffering for different reasons. But because Beastie's the pressure player, he gets advantage. Sheep count is at least looking good for Anna. Up to 13 already. Meanwhile, Beastie only at 10 with a Civ that usually has more. And Anno isn't going to try to contest this. This is the correct choice. I've seen way too many times Malian players try to play into Donzo. It doesn't end well in the Dark Age because they're too expensive. You end up spending 1 tree here on Arax, and then you have to spend 30 wood per Donzo, which means you only get 5 Donzos out of a tree. So that hard caps you at 10. You don't have to build a lumber camp in Dark Age. Meanwhile, because it's only 20 wood, your opponent can get notably more. It's very hard to get the numbers right. So outpost coming up, and wow, okay. Anatan, I've been wondering when we finally get someone do this. We've got a Saharan trade network. It's not in range to stop the outpost, so he will still get blocked off of active gold gathering. But it can at least stop the burn down. A lot of players don't do this, and it costs them the pit mine. They never get it back. I have been noticing that some players very rarely were trying outpost instead, which isn't a bad idea. But you'd have to go too far forward with the outpost. The only way you can go outpost is if you dart across your opponent's base and see them coming with spears, right? He's going to repair? Ooh. Just in time here. Wait, if he's quick, he can kill the villager. He can legit kill the villager. If this is big. This is actually big if he gets the timing right. It's going to be tight, but I think he's just a little bit too late there. Beastie will be able to get the outpost up. Anno won't get the snipe. Damn, if he just pulled 2 more villagers there, he could have actually beat him to the punchline, and then Beastie would have gotten insta-sniped on the Villi. Damn, that would have actually changed everything about this outpost rush as well. So tight. So, Beastie, Now going to park in position. Love this play. Ano's going to go for the full repair before H2 arrow sets comes in, right? So this is the issue. Beastie actually hasn't even started his age up yet. This pains me so deeply. Any IB player watching it pains you deeply. We've already seen advancement wing once today. It did not look good. It was not a water map. I hope he's not going to do it again. It looks like he's macroed correctly, so we should just be getting... I'm imagining growth wing here, right? Baltoon just... I can't believe... My brain just realized what's going... Yeah, Baltoon. Number one here. we're gonna rehab your brain. Beastie didn't make this rush happen in H2. And he's going logistics wing. So I guess he's turning this into a fast castle afterwards. Isn't that susceptible to feudal Malian punishment, though? I mean, I don't actually mind the idea of feudal Malians here, right? Because what's the edge Ibids have? Desert Raiders build javelins. Your spears are better. You can kind of just Donzo javelin your way across. And Anatan will have enough passive gold to do that, right? Especially with the second pit mine coming in. Rack's beginning. Another funny thing is actually Ano could just add in an extra house here to get even more passive gold. A lot of wood gathering. We're probably going to be seeing archery range follow up. I think you could even go for archers to begin here. Your opponent has the opportunity to build spears. To scout what's happening, so logistics wing coming in soon. For the moment, it's just going to be houses, houses, and more houses. I mean, I'm kind of gunning for, like, Marlene's trying to play the H2 instead of H3. I think playing H3 just kind of plays into IU hands because they'll get it quicker now with this build. Outpost coming up, though. I know, he has got the archer range. If he wants to break this, he's going to need to consider a ram as well. What does one arrow do? It's a javelin, sir. Can you check yourself at the door? A 12 damage javelin. If Ano wants to hit this timing still, he needs to check for the outpost. Seeing it, he needs to prep for ram. Beastie already has half the gold he needs, actually more. And this is difficult now. With the Dervish heals, it's difficult to scale enough javelins to kill quick enough here. Wait, he's going to go for the pit mine burn. Yeah. So, you cheeky piece. Oh, this is vile. Yo, what is up, my boy Recon? Another RTS daddy. How's it going? Hopefully you had a good stream, mate. Welcome to quite the event. For anyone who knows Age of Empires 4, they'll know Beastie is seen as one of the kings, one of the most accomplished players. He's currently on the verge of elimination here at the hands of Anatan. And what? He went for 4 deer. Donzos are in, mate. And this is rough, right? Because you can get shivs out. But remember, these guys have more health. And they also have melee armor. Another Donzo arrives. Beastie is trying to contest this. He has got the dervishes being pulled back right now. We'll have to back away. So Beastie can hang here for the moment. But this is tricky. Now that he knows you're doing this, if Anatan just keeps committing, you're dead. I mean, the jabs aren't going to be that valuable against the spears, but what you can do with them is you can tickle away at the low HP units. Also, keep in mind, this is a cavalry unit. If the Donzos hold their javelins, these cavalry units take 14 damage. And you can snipe them fast. No! No, not the second one. Dervish pulls away. Beastie rushing up the outpost, trying to stay alive here, but this is looking cursed! He has to leave! Ano's actually doing this! He is speed running a best of 5 against Beastie. Dervish has to pull away. He at least has one alive, but that now means you have a ginormous liability here. I mean, we talked about how bad Ano's spawn was with the double gold forward, right? But similar with the deer. The weird part to me is that Beastie chose deer over berries at the back. Looks like the pit mine was at least deleted. We finally have arrow slits coming in, fortification as well. I mean, he can just build here now, though. He has so much map control. He can go for the pit mine. And look at this. Ram timing. Beastie doesn't have a tech play on the way. He's food starved right now. He isn't even actively gathering gold. He looks as lost as me looking up advanced physics. I'm like, gravity, I get, but what's the rest of this? Looks as lost as me trying to do trigonometry. He looks as confused as my Pokemon fighting into a cave full of Zubats. This is not looking good. Ram moving in onto the outpost. Back gold just way too far out, and you can already see Anatan is keeping an eye out for it. Arrow slits doesn't really phase the javelins. Clown car begins. Spears going around the back here, but I mean, this is moot. Archers are being prepped, but into Javelin Donzos on such a delay. And also now without wood. Has to move to the other side. Anatan, who I believe has played every single midweek muster so far, has remained warmed up, ready to swing. He has waited, bided his time. Eliminations at the hands of Louis, I believe Wham, a few other players along the way. But now, when it matters most, when the beast returns to the midweek muster, he was there on guard, on the verge of the grand finals. Spears are at least going to find the gold gatherers, so nice strike there, gets 2 villages. Big deal, but Beastie's still not out of the hole here. He's stuck in the age unless he gets some gold. Blacksmith techs are also very difficult without gold, believe it or not. Nano already has the undermesh. He can afford Steeled Arrow and nothing more. Post up on the berries to protect. But that's once again going to be Beastie lacking the food here. No sheep. He has to leave his base. I know, he's starting to stockpile resources. He's contemplating it, and the first ranches are now getting added in. Little thing actually, a little bit with Anno, he chose to leave the ram here. He could have, funnily enough, brought it all the way back over to kill this outpost. But don't worry, guys. The Saharan Trade Network will kill it in 1,250 more shots. So we're almost there. It's just so slow to get these archers together for Beastie. You're already up against 16 javelins. You kind of feel like you're playing into a defeated hand by doing this, right? But if you don't, Anatan will just dive you to end the game. Reminder that usually at this point in the game, an IBA player is going age 3. That's not happening. And because he went for logistics, he doesn't have any advancement wing play to make this more efficient. Bonefruit coming in. So he's going to just pull the Donzos home. It looks like Anatan is going to play a macro game now into Castle Age. And we do have the double mill for the rush. This is going to be quick. Beastie Cutie. It's getting that Pavlov's dog experience. Just the shot collar version. Every time he tried to touch gold or touch resources out of his base, it stunned him. But he's going to have to risk it again. Movement onto the gold now. Beastie Cutie not done yet. Things are looking grim, folks. It's equal economy in a game where we are getting a rush of cows into Fulani. Anatan is going to have upwards of 20 extra villages at this rate because of the passive income from these things. And he already has a comparable comp in terms of quantity, right? 26 versus 34. Of course, the high quality of the javelins make them a bit more valuable, especially at this age in the game. BC has finally at least got undermesh. New outpost being built up. Usually you see an IB player doing this at like 6-7 minutes in when they think they're getting pressured. BC didn't have that luxury. Javelin's just getting some freebies. He can still kill more villagers here. There's too many villagers on the gold. Oh my, he's just going to dive it. Good micro there. Did at least get the correct one inside. That's another 2 worker kills. And just walking in like that with zero punishment, right? This is the scariness of javelins here. Usually you'd have horsemen, but Beastie needs to get a competitive castle timing. Food and gold being gathered up. We're getting close, but Grand Fulani Corral is on the way. Almost 5 ranches full worth of cow. Remember, these give 75 food each. Extra 20 per cow via the Fulani. To put it another way, I hope they'll like beef. I hope they like death. In again. I actually could have killed more there if he microed it. BC is now 2 minutes away from Nage up. Anno is 25 seconds away. With an army ready to upgrade, and archers now following it up. Go for Rimba? Hell no. Why would you go for Rimba here? You're so far ahead. For Rimba is like a gamble play. Why would you do that to yourself? Take the easy win. Take the 20 extra villages in your economy. Beastie. On his last food here, folks. He may have triggered an age up, but what he does not have is a large surplus to keep pumping with after he ages. Berries and deer on the front side. Dry Arabia meant to be the fairest, most balanced map, remember? But this looks harsh. And what is up, Joke Bear? Thank you very much. Resub, 17 months, what a legend. Why don't you begin your sub streaks today, folks? If you're new here, you want to have it. We are approaching past 9 hours now live. And what a treat this has been to round out 9 hours. Fox is Anatan. Firefox, we're going to call him, because he is on fire in this series. Javelin Donzo just pushing this back. So Beastie with only 6 archers to his name. Anno now has the veterancies to close out this game. Growth Wing coming in 30 seconds. By then, you might need it. These villagers aren't going to be feeling safe. He does at least have the fire armor, so torching is not easy. Anno could go double ram here, though. It'll break fast. And Beastie knows that he has to back up. He has gathered 1,000 gold, though. A lot to work with here. Meanwhile, Musafadi, he crept them in the back. They're only feudal age, but it scares him away. I mean, he still has the stealth, right? So if you arrive without the scout, Anno can just stealth and walk away. Go on, do it to him. It would be the dirtiest thing right now. Instead, he gets shivved down. They form a circle. Age up complete. But now he has the target in mind. He knows about the gold gathering. Beastie also not gathering with these back workers here. And the first sofa has arrived. They hit hard as well. Without the textiles, could be some quick deaths here. Javelin Donzo's moving into the outposted tree line. Spears on the counter-offensive, not going to really draw too much attention here. Does get a worker kill, but the worker kills on the other side are bigger. He finds him. Beastie has to run here. Sofa does go down the north side, and Manjanique is being built up now to try and hold. But I don't think it's going to build quick enough. The Javelins forces to cancel. And Beastie has been denied entry into the grand finals for midweek muster again. Oh my god, this dive. I mean, he doesn't need to leave anytime soon. Sofas are now coming in as a follow-up. The trickle of troops to cut him down. Beastie is on the ropes. Looking for a punt, a knockout swing. He has maybe one shot left at this. Dare I say Tower of the Sultan? I'll never say it again. I mean, in fairness, javelins don't kill it fast. We do have a Manjanique coming again. However, Anno can start blobbing quite a few Sofa here. He already has relics coming back. The Dervish is at least competing and bringing Beastie 1 home. If there was a player that could sliver out of this position, I mean, realistically, militarily, they're matched, right? But the quality is very different here. 16 spears. And Anno is getting the archers to mop through that. Credit to him. Those spears have actually done a lot of work to claw back some kills that Beastie really needed here. We are basically going to have him buying and selling via wood. Gold gathering about to be in trouble. Sophus, if he runs them past here, there's no retreat. No easy retreat without losses. And there we go. Anatan in position to sandwich him. Cuts down the villagers. Beastie gonna be, what, 10 villagers behind at the end of this. Mango is trying to move in. Manjanique actually wasting time on a single archer. CGQE is trying to activate. Sofa's still looming as well. At this point in the game, natural next step for Anatan is finish off the relic grab, take 3 sacred sites. More gold for you, and also a force of Beastie coming out. And he snatches that relic away from the safe side of Beastie. Well, I say safe, nothing here is safe for him. Let me show you the one safe location for Beastie. Here, oh no. There are games where Tower of the Sultan looks good, folks. This is not one of them. I mean, it's good against the Javelin Archers, right? That's why he's building it. The other reason he's building it is because he has 0 food income. His TC is going to run out fast. Tower of the Sultan is decent against Jav Archers. The problem is that Anatan is bloating Sofa. Sofa will kill this. Yes, this is CGQE before he took the pro pill, and here's CGQE when he takes it. This is much bigger, much more scary. Sofa to reveal? No. So I don't know, at this point it's like, okay, I'm just going to build more Sofa then. I saw everything. He's like, you didn't see it! I did. I definitely... You didn't! Yeah, I definitely did. I'll be back soon. Don't worry. So, funny thing... And you see the queue now. There you go. So, the funny thing about Tower of the Sultans is Tower of the Sultans got buffed in Season 9, guys. Because Tower of the Sultans used to get ultimately countered by Springolds. That's what made them so bad. Springolds would just ruin these things. But Springolds don't counter Siege anymore. So this 800 HP structure with 95 ranged armor is pretty damn good. As long as your opponent doesn't build a crap ton of melee. We do have pit mines at the center. A second TC as well. Ano's been really good at these macro switches. Remember, he done it in the Delhi Chinese game as well, when he had an edge to just scale the edge. I like this. Like, you know, there's players in this position that would jump the gun, try to all in, give Beastie a back, and then you'd be GG'd, right? But instead, he's like, okay, I got Fulani on my head. TC is just viable here. Let's get further ahead. Beastie does now have food. He will see this one through to the bitter end. Remember, this is single elimination midweek muster, which means if he loses here, he is out of week number 6. I know, I think it's just going to go for max pop here before diving. It's a little bit dangerous against Manjaniques, because you cluster right. Even then, it should be very difficult for Beastie to win that fight. If he does it, he's a god. And also, wouldn't mind Ano just building rams here, because if you build like 5 rams and send them here, Beastie has to come to defend it, right? And then you get him in this more open area with the siege, where you can come from the sides with the Sofa. 6 sides are now getting locked in. Yeah, Poppy Paw. Ano should just kill him. Should drop a Barbican in his base. Wait a second. Instead, Ano has decided to now play Siege. It's not enough to beat BC 3-0. You must also beat him at his Siege game. Of course, yes. I mean, it's quite viable with 1,300 gold income. But, you know, just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. Like, you know, you could donate 20 subs. Doesn't mean... Well, actually, you should do that. But you could technically dress up as a gimp suit and run through downtown saying I'm Superman. Doesn't mean you should. There will be ramifications, and playing into mass siege here does give Beastie more of a chance of winning, as he's scaling his own siege as well. Keep drop coming in should make it easy peasy. Rams are being built, and I mean, you just go for the Trebs now, right? He's going to take the slow win. Doesn't want to risk it. He's going to force Beastie to come to him. With Beastie's Powerful Tower of the Sultan. Now, guys, this is not a meme anymore. We've seen Anatan win with this. We've seen Puppy Paw win with this. This thing does do things now. Notice how I didn't expand upon things. Don't ask. You guys remember Wham had that incredible Kalauga game with a Tower of the Sultan. Manjaniques are going to be in the Scud, though. So many rocks. I feel like it's fireworks day. Mango's coming in, though. Look for that shot. It is baiting Beastie. Tries to move out. Immediately regrets it when he sees what's waiting for him. And the GG comes in. He done it. Anatan, upon Beastie's return to the Midweek Masters, shuts him out of the Grand Finals after just beating the person who was in every single Grand Finals. The question you all need to answer in the chat now is, has he done enough? Doesn't matter. Vortex, Puppy Paw, those are the reigning champions. Vortex, Midweek Master number 5. Puppy Paw, Midweek Master number 2, 3, and 4. Do you think Anatan is going to be Midweek Master champion number 6? We're going to find out this coming Thursday. Wow. GG. Where's my K-Pig GG's in the chat? Holy crap. What a legend. Anatan with the 3-0 victory over Beastie. What a legend. That was brilliant. I think game 2 really unraveled things, because like when you go 2-0 down, and I don't think French was expected there. I think that's really what gave the big edge. And this game 3 was kind of like a discombobulated punt at a tower rush, right? Can't really fault Anno. That was clean. Well played, Mr. Anatan. So for the first time, he will make it into Midweek Muster Grand Finals. And I'll give you the numbers where Anatan has finished each time. So let me go ahead and pull him up here. So Anno, if we look at his extended lists on Wikipedia, look at these recent results. 5th, 8th, 5th, 8th, 3rd, 4th, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 8th, right? He improved and then it went down. Now, top 2. 2nd place guaranteed. So what we'll be aiming to do, guys, we're going to talk with Vortex and Puppy Paw. Actually, do we have Puppy Paw in chat still? Puppy Paw, let us know. It would be great if we could have you available to play before Grand Finals. I'm sure we can talk to Anno Vortex about maybe pushing GFs a little bit later if it needs to be closer to the normal Grand Final start time. That would definitely be great if we can get that having a semi-finals in the Grand Finals. And you guys have usually been pretty reasonable with like trying to flex for that. So I appreciate if you are able to do that. So we will confirm with the players what they're going to be doing. Because what we'll be doing is we'll be aiming to cast the semi-finals either from the recordings or live before Grand Finals. So next time OE Live is on Thursday. Thursday, the Grand Finals are scheduled for about 5 p.m. CET, right? 4 p.m. UK time. We might go live a little bit earlier to do semis beforehand if the players are up for it, or I'll be going live to cast them from replay. So I would say check in at about 3 p.m. CET. Start time for Grand Finals is usually around 5 p.m. CET. But man, what an incredible showing. Really big shout out to Anatan. I am excited for this, man. Anno is a really crafty, creative player, and I think you show that here with the way he approached the draft, especially that game too. I'm excited to see what he can do. Vortex versus Puppy Paw is going to be an insane game. Insane series. I think that one could be 5 games. You've got Vortex who's getting back on top, right? He's looked really good last week, able to beat Wham, and Wham versus Puppy Paw has usually been back and forth in these Grand Finals, average of 6 games. So definitely want to keep your eyes out for that one. Expecting a 5-game series. We will cast it here before we get into the Grand Finals, where it will be either Vortex or Puppy Paw against Anatan. But what I'm going to do now, get ready to wind down, rather. Dude, I'm so hungry now. It's 9.5 hours. Protein Works has powered me through. Big shout out to that. If you guys want to get yourself some Protein Works, Protein Works, and check it out. Killer Pigeon code gives you 10% extra off. But really exciting times ahead, man. Onwards towards Thursday for a semi-finals and the Grand Final showdown. And then immediately after that, we start the final midweek muster of 2024. I'm going to leave you now, YouTube. Make sure you have it marked in your calendar. I even will try to schedule it up early so you guys know exactly when to turn up. So check here between 3 p.m. CET and 5 p.m. CET. We should be going live by 3 p.m. CET, but I'll definitely coordinate with the players. I'll have a little bit of flex on the timing to be thoughtful for them to see if we can get those semis live before.